An expensive car was speeding down a city street. It wasn't exactly flying, but it was clearly going faster than the speed limit. A man wearing glasses stumbled and fell practically right in front of the car, dramatically clutching his leg. Fortunately, the driver's reaction was simply brilliant, and the pedestrian wasn't killed. But that didn't stop him from acting out. The man started screaming that he'd nearly died and demanding money from the driver for medical treatment, even though the car hadn't even touched him. The passenger side window rolled down, and a young man named Hong Dali, coughing into a handkerchief, asked how much the victim wanted in compensation for the damage caused. The con artist realized he'd hit the jackpot. Standing before him was the youngest of the Hong family, famous for his foolishness and extravagance. The man shouted that he wanted 100,000. Hong Dali ordered the driver to give the pedestrian the money, and the driver brought out the required sum. It seemed the young gentleman perfectly fit the image of a rich fool. The man jumped up instantly and grabbed the compensation, then began bowing and thanking his benefactor. The con artist was already imagining how he would make a fortune off this fool if he staged a similar situation a few more times. Then the driver asked how it was that his leg had already healed. It seemed the victim was perfectly fine, and the man was taken aback, realizing he had blown it. Hong Dali explained that although he was known for not counting money, he preferred to make honest deals. Since the pedestrian had received money for a leg injury, the injury must have actually occurred. The scammer was genuinely frightened and asked in a trembling voice what the young man meant. Instead of answering, the driver, armed with a baseball bat, got out of the car and resolved the discrepancy in the terms of the agreement. Now the scammer was lying on the road, howling in pain, while Hong Dali continued his journey, satisfied with the outcome. The driver noted that they needed to hire an assistant to get their finances in order. Although the amount was well within the young man's means, it was still time to put an end to the extravagance. The young man agreed that this was true, but just today he had received twice as much in pocket money from his parents. In reality, things were far from simple. There was someone else inside Hong Dali's body. Our hero had been transported to Earth and was doing his utmost to adapt to his new circumstances. With the help of the magic system of extravagance, he found a way to strengthen his frail and sickly body, which couldn't even walk properly without a crutch. In short, by increasing his capital, he could channel energy into his body and make it stronger. Though almost all his attempts failed, the investments didn't pay off. This led to the hero being labeled a spendthrift in the system. The young man sighed heavily. The chauffeur suggested they head home, as an important guest was waiting there. The villa where the Hong family lived was truly luxurious. The car had barely pulled into the courtyard when the servants began bustling about. The family was greeting guests. Sitting next to his father was an old friend of his grandfather's named Tang, and Dali's mother introduced her son to her daughter. The young man was not thrilled by what was happening. Whatever friendly relations his relatives had had in the past should have no bearing on the family's future. But the girl sitting next to her mother was a real beauty, and she was also trying hard to appear modest. His parents noticed his gaze and announced that from that moment on, Tang's daughter, named Musin, would be considered the hero's fiancée and would become his wife in the future. When Dali heard this, he was completely stunned. He was utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Musin kept staring at the floor and didn't respond to her fiancé's question about who had even decided they should get married. Her mother explained that the young man's grandfather and Tang's grandfather had agreed on the engagement a long time ago, as soon as the little girl was born. The woman nudged Musin to get up from the sofa, saying that everything would be fine for the young couple, and they would give birth to a beautiful, chubby boy for the Hong family. Now it was time for the beauty to gasp in surprise and indignation. The Hong family's wealth was immense, but that didn't mean they could get away with too much. The girl snorted loudly, expressing her displeasure, but then tried to pull herself together again so as not to spoil the impression. Hong Dali looked at his bride once more. The situation that had unfolded could work in his favor, even though it was a complete surprise. Even the system didn't react immediately, but then it announced that with Musin's help, the hero could become #1 in the universe, a true billionaire. Meanwhile, the beauty was also sizing up the groom. He looked handsome and not nearly as sick as she had imagined. She could only hope he wouldn't die too quickly. Just 10 minutes earlier, she had seriously doubted whether she wanted to tie her life to a sick and foolish spendthrift, but her father had explained that it would be better for the family. They were sitting in the car. Tang insisted that they weren't going through the best of times right now, But if she married the wealthy Hong, the business could still be saved. Besides, Dolly wasn't all that bad. Musin fell into thought. She didn't like that the marriage was being treated as a business deal disguised as her grandfather's will. And besides, if her husband died young, she would be left a widow. Her father pointed out that things might work out better. They would announce an engagement, resolve their financial problems with Hong's help, and the wedding might not even happen. The girl decided that for her father and family's sake, she could pretend a little. After all, she was no fool and could easily handle this guy. The beauty decided she could charm the naive fool with her allure without much trouble. And then, who knows, she'd have money in her pocket. She didn't know that as soon as he saw her, Dolly would say he wasn't interested. The hero decided that even if the investment hadn't paid off, spending money on a woman was even more foolish. Musin nearly burst with rage. She thought that since this foolish spendthrift wasn't interested in her, she wasn't interested in him either. So the beauty stood up, thanked Aunt Lan, and announced that in that case, it was time for her to leave. The humiliation was too much to bear, and the woman was horrified. The young man's and young woman's fathers also felt awkward, and both tried to reason with their offspring a little. But Mrs. Lan outdid everyone. She declared that she liked Musin very much, and that if her son didn't want to marry her, he wouldn't get another penny. The young man was forced to agree to the engagement, even though he knew the bride wasn't so simple. She had been trying to seduce him from the moment she saw him, and the beauty realized she'd been found out. His mother happily handed her son $300,000 and suggested he buy a gift for the bride to celebrate their engagement. Dolly accepted the money with a displeased look. The young couple got into the car. Our hero decided that if Musin was manipulating him by using his mother, he would teach her a lesson. At the jade market, he could buy something very expensive. This way, he could make the girl feel out of her depth because of the price. The market was quite crowded that day. Musin carried herself quite confidently. Dolly suggested she choose any item to her liking, hoping to demonstrate his impressive financial resources. The girl nodded and told Mr. Hong that that was exactly what she intended to do, after which she headed toward one of the stalls. Finally, the beauty showed him a pink crystal, saying she wanted this stone as a gift. It cost 300 won. The young man decided she was a real fool. How could she pass up the chance to choose an expensive and luxurious gift? He asked where his fiancée wanted to go next, but she had already turned toward a jade shop. It seemed Musin knew her way around quite well. The jewelry store stood out from the surrounding buildings. This particular one was clearly top tier. The appraiser began examining the crystal they had just bought, while Dolly couldn't understand why this cheap trinket had caught the jeweler's interest at all. Suddenly, the salesman shouted that they had brought in that very precious purple sphere that had gone missing during the Fifth World War. He was ready to buy it for 3 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Musin replied that those terms suited her perfectly. The deal was done, and our hero was stunned. Dolly thought this couldn't be just a coincidence. His fiancée hadn't chosen the stone by chance. She clearly knew its true value, easily turning 300 yuan into 3 million. The girl appreciated the effect she'd made and thanked him for the gift, noting that she liked it very much, then turned to leave. The beauty was already walking down the street when she suddenly heard young Mr. Hong asking her to wait. The guy was asking his future wife to teach him how to make money. Muxin decided to stand her ground and asked him not to call her his wife. Hadn't he said he wasn't interested in her? Then Dolly offered his fiancée a deal. He would buy her anything she wanted, and they would split the profits. It was a tempting offer. The hero noted that he wasn't smart enough to make money, so he would leave the choice up to her, and in return, he would open his wallet to pay. Musin looked at the guy with a displeased and indifferent gaze, noting that she didn't quite understand what he meant, but it didn't matter anyway. Suddenly, the girl fell silent mid-sentence. Right at her feet, a man was thrown out of some establishment with the words that he wasn't worthy of being there. The group began to complain loudly, saying they'd only wanted to look at the hotel, which was famous for its good reviews, and it was unclear on what grounds the doorman was getting so aggressive. They were told that their dirty clothes might offend the establishment's guests and that the working-class folks should sit in the cafe across the street. The hotel restaurant was beyond their means. The poor men walked away, still complaining. The hotel employee clapped his hands together as if shaking off dirt after touching trash and loudly told them not to come back. The cafe, or rather, the small restaurant across the street, turned out to be quite nice and inviting. The group instantly calmed down, deciding that they could certainly eat at this place. It was just as good. That plan also fell through. The owner came out and said they wouldn't be able to serve them today, offering a sincere apology. When asked what was wrong, the woman explained that the place had gone bankrupt and was now closing. She was very sorry, but the kitchen was no longer taking orders. The workers flew into a rage upon hearing that this had happened because of the hotel across the street. Their restaurant was buying up all the best ingredients and poaching their customers. Just then, a young woman's voice was heard from behind, promising to bankrupt both the hotel and its restaurant if they dared to do such a thing. Dolly immediately knew what to do and said he was ready to buy the cafe from this woman. But she told him he wouldn't make any money on it because the price was rock bottom, $1 million. The hero offered the owner 3 times that amount, $1 million for the purchase, a second $1 million for the highest quality ingredients, and a third $1 million to ensure the establishment would operate for free for the next 10 days. The security guard asked if the boss was joking, and he replied that his intentions were very serious. In the coming days, any visitor would be able to eat their fill here. The owner immediately shouted to the staff to open the kitchen. They were back in business, and the men started calling all their friends, inviting them to lunch. Musin pointed out to Dolly that she had suggested buying the restaurant, not making it free, to which her fiancé replied that he was being extravagant, so he decided to improvise a bit. The girl looked at the young man in confusion, trying to understand why he had decided to do this. 3 days later, there was a crowd at the restaurant's door. People were arguing, suggesting that anyone who was hungry go to the hotel across the street, but no one was willing to go. Everyone remembered the pompous manager. The man had other problems as well. His boss had promised to fire him if he didn't bring in at least a few customers, and he was furious. In the evening, the Hong family's villa looked even more impressive than during the day. It truly was a luxurious building. The servants walked quietly down the hallway. Everyone tried not to make a sound, as the young master had shut himself in his room to meditate. In reality, Dolly Hong was busy with something else. He had decided to inspect his extravagant system to see how the parameters had changed over the past 3 days. To activate it, he had to enter a special state of energy exchange, which he managed to do without any particular problems. His strength, speed, and health stats had increased, and quite significantly at that. What he saw made the young man smile happily. Over the course of a few days, each of his stats had risen by 10 points. It was simply incredible. At this rate, he would soon become a normal person. The average stats for a healthy man were around 40 points, so he was very close to reaching that goal. Just then, the maid's voice came from behind the door, announcing that Miss Tang had arrived and was waiting for the young master downstairs. He replied that he would be right down. Dolly stepped out into the hall and asked why his wife had come. Did she really want to spend a little money today? The beauty asked him again not to call her that and said she was going to school tomorrow, so she decided to ask if he'd like to keep her company. When asked why he would go to school, Musin replied that before his health problems began, he had been receiving an education. How could he have forgotten that? Our hero agreed to go to school, realizing that Hong Dolly hadn't actually dropped out because of his illness. The girl stood up and stretched sweetly, thanking him for the dessert. She really was a true beauty. Musin wished her fiancé good night so playfully that the guy could only lament the fact that his own body was still weak. He almost cried, deciding to spend as much money as possible to fully recover his health as soon as possible. The next day, it was time to remember where the school was located. As one might expect, it was an elite institution. A fancy car pulled up to the gate. Even here, the vehicle stood out for its incredible luxury. Musin and Dolly got out and headed for the entrance. They both looked simply stunning today, and their uniforms fit perfectly. Upon seeing them, the students began whispering that the idiot Dolly Hong had returned to school. And what's more, in the company of Musin Tang, it was simply unbelievable. One of the guys even took the liberty of making snide remarks about our hero's intelligence, blocking the guy's path. It was Lu Ming Chengji, who had had his eye on the girl for a long time and was now in shock that she had come with Dolly. Dolly asked his fiancée who this upstart was. He already realized that Lu had been picking on him. It turned out this family was his own family's enemy. Strange that he had forgotten. Ming Zhenji called out to Musin to come closer. He looked extremely displeased and spiteful, and the girl recoiled. Dolly Hong blocked his enemy's path when he realized the man had no intention of leaving the beauty alone. This drove Lu Mingjin into a rage, and he yelled that he would simply kill the fool who dared to block his way. The attack came fast and hard. Previously, such a blow would have knocked young Master Hong to the ground, but now his body had grown stronger and his reflexes had improved, so he managed to dodge it. Caught off guard, the opponent flew forward by inertia and landed right in the trash can, much to the astonishment of his own bodyguards. He kicked his legs comically, demanding to be pulled out of the trash immediately, and the men attempted to carry out their master's order. When Min Chungji returned to his usual stance, he looked absolutely pitiful. His encounter with the trash had left its mark. All the students began discussing what had happened, concluding that Dali hadn't been seen in a long time and had now changed for the better, while Liu was a complete jerk. These words made the bully boil over. He lunged at our hero again and began shaking him like a punching bag. Suddenly, the crutch fell with a loud thud right at the bully's feet. Everyone fell silent instantly, not understanding what was going on. Following his crutch, Dali Hong collapsed as well. Now he was moaning pitifully, while Musin shouted that you shouldn't bully the weak. The girl tried to help her fiancé get up. He was pleased that Tang had stood up for him, while Ming Chengji shouted indignantly that he hadn't done anything. It should be noted that our hero hadn't expected the beauty to sympathize with him at all, so the effect turned out better than one might think. He kept moaning. The students began whispering that Dali came from an influential family, so Liu might be in trouble, possibly even facing expulsion from the clan for unauthorized contact with the enemy. Then the guy put on a friendly face and approached Mu Xin and her companion with apologies, even trying to smile. He bent down, pretending to help him up, but only hissed that he knew Dali was faking it and would get even with him at the first opportunity. Our hero immediately shouted that the scoundrel was still threatening him, after which Miss Tang became seriously angry. Then the resourceful Ming Chengji dropped to his knees and declared that he would beg for forgiveness from young Master Hong in this manner. Upon hearing the refusal, the young man reached into the inner pocket of his vest, saying that he didn't have much money on him, but he was willing to pay for the moral and physical damage. Leaving 500,000 yuan as moral compensation, Liu strode away, furious at the humiliation he had endured. The bride asked anxiously if Dali Hong was all right, but he was quite pleased to have earned a tidy sum and ignored the question. Finally, the young man asked with a satisfied look whether she had truly been worried about him. Realizing it was a ploy, the beauty replied that she hadn't been afraid for him, but for herself. If something happened to the groom, her father would be displeased, but the girl still thanked the hero for trying to protect her. Dali Hong proudly announced that she was now his fiancée, so he had simply done his duty, though it sounded a bit ambiguous. So Musin felt a little embarrassed, even blushed, and called the groom shameless. It was hard to understand why that particular word had come to mind. After school, our heroes met again. The car sped them across the bridge, and Dali couldn't wait to find out where they were going today. There weren't many options, so the guy suggested going somewhere they could spend money. He'd managed to make a decent bit of extra cash at the hotel. The girl again reproached her fiancé for being wasteful. Sometimes you don't need to look for ways to spend your earnings. You just need to wait a little while. The suggestion to wait didn't quite suit the young man's temperament, and he had already opened his mouth to protest, but he didn't get the chance. Through the car window, Dali noticed something, and that something caught his attention, instantly silencing him. The very next moment, the guy ordered the driver to stop the car immediately. Musin also noticed a figure on the railing. They both jumped out of the car and, eyes wide, started shouting at the girl not to do what she was about to do. The beauty was singing something, her hair blowing romantically in the wind, but she showed no hurry to respond to Dali Hong's shouts. The girl continued singing about unrequited love, listening as Musin and her fiancé promised to solve all her problems if she came down. The lyrics were very beautiful, yet dramatic. Tears streamed down the blonde's cheeks, which perfectly matched the song's mood. And yet the beauty climbed down from the bridge railing and sat on the curb, clutching her head. Miss Tang tried to persuade her not to cry. Dali suggested she tell them about the jerk who dumped her 3 years ago, the one the song was about, but the bride asked him not to joke like that. Finally, the girl on the railing calmed down a bit and thanked the guys for their kindness, but said it was her own fault. She had hurt someone dear to her. Musin replied that he probably wasn't a very good person, and if that was the case, she should give his name and they would sort it out. The blonde refused, but Hong's fiancé insisted, saying that this cripple wasn't very successful, but was very good at making people angry. The girl said her name was Li Nianwei, an unknown singer from a girl group. These words provoked quite a stormy reaction from the couple. but each had their own train of thought. The blonde explained that she had fallen out with her boss. She had set up both the girls in the group and her mother, and the contract the group had signed had brought neither money nor fame. They were at rock bottom. Upon hearing that she had come here because she felt guilty and loved to sing, Musen looked closely at Dolly, who asked what was going on. The guy mentioned that he'd like to help Lee Nianwei in her group, and his fiancée said she wasn't opposed to that turn of events either. She whispered in his ear that she already had a rough idea of what they should do, which surprised him quite a bit. More details followed, but all Dolly Hong could think about was the name of his fiancée's perfume. It hadn't escaped her notice. Finally, the young man told the blonde that he would pay for her mother's treatment, but not for free. In 3 days, they would rent a stadium, and she and the band would have to perform there. After the specified time, a major event was indeed taking place at the stadium, and a huge crowd of spectators had gathered. From the very first minutes of the performance, people began shouting the name of Lee Nianwei's band. The performance was that electrifying. Posters and banners appeared instantly. Listeners declared their love for the musicians, even though they had never even heard of them before. What was happening puzzled Musen a bit. She asked where all these fans had come from. Dolly replied that they were his debtors who were now simply working off their debts. A brilliant move. The guy asked if his fiancée was happy, but she replied that she didn't really like the noise. She preferred a more intimate setting. This was the band's first and possibly last live performance, so the girls decided to give it their all. The show went on, and with every new song, the crowd's mood grew more and more enthusiastic. The beauties were truly doing a fantastic job. Looking at the crowd of frenzied listeners, the singers were ready to faint from happiness, but they kept singing. Soon the whole stadium was singing along. Everyone was surprised that a band no one had heard of could rock so hard, and the girls looked simply amazing. People even started singing along. Some particularly enthusiastic guys broke into a dance and jumped high in the air, declaring their love for the band. Not only that, but passers-by appreciated the quality of the songs, and upon learning that the concert was free, they rushed into the stadium. The new audience didn't go unnoticed, and the girls in the band were simply overjoyed and gave it their all. People started filming and taking photos of them. Enthusiastic posts flooded all social media platforms, and spectators began inviting their friends to the show. Even though no one knew anything about the band, the songs and the singers themselves appealed to literally everyone, and their online popularity skyrocketed right before our eyes. The next day, a repeat show was organized, as there turned out to be a huge number of people wanting to attend the band's performance. Every seat in the stadium was filled, and this time there were absolutely no planted audience members. Everyone came of their own free will and joyfully chanted the band's name. When the girls took the stage, they were simply speechless with delight. They hadn't expected to get such a chance to become famous. But the most interesting thing was that now Musen was dancing along with the rest, shouting the lyrics of a particularly lively song at the top of her lungs. A commotion broke out in the office of the group's former manager. The success of the concerts made the management consider reviving the project. But the director was skeptical and even angry. He ordered the incident to be investigated immediately and the girls to be brought to the office. Meanwhile, Lee Nianwei and her friends came to thank Dolly and Musen for everything they had done for them. The singers bowed deeply, which embarrassed the couple quite a bit. After all, their contribution to the success had been indirect, and the girls had shown top-notch talent on their own. Muxin assured them there was no need for thanks. She was now a fan of the group herself. Her fiancé noted that after such success online, the company would surely sign a new contract. The girls replied that they didn't want to go back. Their boss was definitely furious and wouldn't miss a chance to get revenge. Lee Nianwei asked Hong to continue working on their project, but the guy pointed out that he had no connection to the entertainment industry. Miss Tang explained that even if Dolly agreed to collaborate with the group, what would they do about their previous management, since the issue wasn't resolved? The blonde instantly grew sad and replied that they were demanding $30 million to terminate the old contract. It then dawned on our hero that such expenses would have a very positive effect on his health and his stats in the system. But the sum was large. He couldn't ask his parents for it. So he decided to sell his restaurant to the empty hotel across the street to get money for the group. Musen asked if the groom was sure about his decision. He explained that the hotel was operating at a loss and interested in the purchase, and that the new project would bring the company more profit than the restaurant. The hotel owner didn't share his opinion. He shouted that the restaurant was causing such huge losses that the hotel was closing. There was no money left, but they could sell it to Hong for $3 million. The guy closed the deal immediately, which infuriated his fiancée. She called him a fool, not understanding why they would want a money-losing hotel. Our hero tried to explain that the purchase was still a good deal when another girl walked into the office and called out to the boss. It was Luo Xiaoyi, the hotel's former secretary. She announced that she would now be reporting on the state of affairs to the new boss, Dolly. It turned out the hotel was running a $50 million deficit. Now it was clear why it had been sold so cheaply. Hong was horrified and tried to figure out where to get the money. He tried to ask Musin for help, or at least for advice, regretting that he'd messed up again, but she turned around and walked toward the door. That evening, the young man returned home to the Hong family villa. He needed to activate the prodigal system. Everything turned out quite well. By spending a huge amount of money, the young man had greatly improved his stats. At least something good had happened that day. Each of his stats had increased by 7 points, which allowed him to raise his player level to 1, something that had never happened to him before. He now had the ability to transfer his soul into the body of an animal weighing up to 20 kilograms and control it from a distance of up to 50 meters, a very unexpected skill. Surprised that the system provided for special abilities, the young man immediately decided to test how they worked. He activated a scan of the area to check if there were any animals in the house that could be used for this purpose. A few seconds later, Mrs. Hong's cat was detected, which perfectly matched the specified parameters. Dolly activated control over the animal. His mother's cat instantly woke up and opened its eyes. Our hero realized that he had complete control over the animal, could command it, see through its eyes, and hear through its ears. It was something incredible. A sleepy Musin walked into the living room. She approached the cat, sleepily wondering why he had woken up. The girl stroked Shidlo, and he purred. Dolly couldn't take his eyes off his future wife. She was a true beauty even without makeup. The young man was pleased that, in the form of an animal, he could interact with people. He didn't like cats, but he enjoyed Musin's touch. 3 days later, young Mr. Hong visited the hotel again. He was sitting in his office when there was a knock at the door. It was his secretary. The girl informed him that an invitation had arrived for a meeting with the manager of some music group. The hero declared that it wouldn't be so easy to swindle him out of 30 million. Adjusting her glasses, Luo Xiaoyi sighed and continued her report. The hotel was losing popularity among guests, along with the restaurant across the street. They were operating at a loss again. Muxin looked up from the financial report and said she no longer cared about the hotel's affairs. They needed to get rid of it. Then she asked if Dolly had enough money for the band. The guy shouted that nothing was going according to plan. The band could very well break into the top ranks and turn a profit, but the manager wouldn't let anyone contact the girls or their manager. Musin agreed that the boss was clearly not interested in the group's success. They could be superstars, but because of the restrictions on contact, their online popularity had dropped again. Hong Dolly continued to rage. He shouted that if that was the case, then he simply had to take charge of this project himself. But immediately, the young man realized that he wouldn't be able to win the negotiations. He wasn't smart enough. That's when his fiancée came to his aid and told him that there were many different ways to negotiate, not just the official ones. The girl explained that in their case, it would be better to simply find some dirt on the opponent, and the matter would be settled. This gave Dolly pause for thought. When evening came, he got into the car and drove to the group director's house. The driver followed orders, but was very surprised that the young gentleman had decided to break into the basement of a stranger's office at night, and with his mother's cat, no less. The young man didn't bother explaining anything. He simply ordered the driver to wait for him in the parking lot and not ask any unnecessary questions. Dolly immediately activated the system and his ability to establish a spiritual connection with the animal. The cat immediately glowed yellow. Soon the animal, guided by its owner, leaped out of the car window and headed toward the building. He needed to find an open window and sneak inside. As for what came next, Hong decided to trust his intuition and play it by ear. He recalled how Musin had confidently declared that there would definitely be dirt on the director. In the entertainment industry, there were practically no honest executives. Well, that meant the cat would sneak into the office and try to obtain the necessary evidence, so the negotiations would proceed on their terms. Our hero, in the guise of a cat, strode forward resolutely. He understood that a great deal now depended on the success of this venture. First and foremost, the fate of the girls in the group. The cat made an incredible leap onto the awning above the entrance. It turns out that in the form of an animal, the player gains incredible physical abilities. That said, they were somewhat limited by their build. The cat nearly got stuck in the half-open window. He was a bit on the chubby side. Finally, the obstacle was overcome, and Shidlo found himself in the hallway of the office building. He had to find the right office. It took a bit of effort to figure out which direction the cat should go. It turned out that the animal has an even better sense of direction than a human. Shidlo found the information he needed pretty quickly. Now he had to use the elevator. Pressing the right button with his paw while jumping turned out to be quite fun. The elevator worked despite the passenger's light weight. It was a bit strange, but it worked in our hero's favor. After reaching the right floor, the cat walked down the hallway. The sign on Office 603 indicated that what our hero was looking for was right behind that door. But the most interesting thing was that the office wasn't locked. Apparently, the light was even on. What a stroke of luck. He needed to make sure no one was inside, and his secret surveillance skills came in very handy for that. The cat went inside and headed for the computer. It seemed the task turned out to be even easier than initially expected. Jumping onto the desk, Dolly was very pleased. It seemed to him like a children's computer game. Now all that remained was to turn on the computer and leak all the compromising information. And this is where the animal might have run into some difficulties. The boot up took a little longer because Shidlo has paws, but his owner didn't lose his optimism. It turned out the problem wasn't so much the paws as the password. Out of frustration, Hong hissed loudly. Our hero thought his plan was doomed to failure. Getting the compromising material without knowing the password seemed impossible. The room was quiet, but a cat's hearing is keener than a human's. Shidlo realized there was someone else on the floor. The animal sat on the table, its ears straining like radar. Soon, Dolly could even make out human speech. There was still no one in the room, which meant the cat needed to investigate the rest of the area. He had a video camera around his neck, so if he could find the source of the sounds, he might capture something interesting. Shidlo jumped off the table and headed toward the exit of the principal's office, guided by the source of the sounds. He walked down the hallway, listening intently, and our hero listened along with him. He wanted to know who was hiding there. Soon the cat found the right room. Judging by the sounds, events of a rather intimate nature were taking place there. The principal was expressing passionate feelings towards some brunette. The girl suggested finding a more secluded spot. She didn't want her brother to find out about their relationship. Dolly smiled. The cat had managed to witness a rather interesting episode, and now he had some dirt in his pocket. The camera captured everything that happened down to the smallest detail, and the participants had no idea. The next day, young Mr. Hong loudly summoned the secretary to his office. He had never done anything like this before. The girl usually came on her own. Our hero handed Luo Xiaoyi a flash drive and asked her to give it to the group's director, saying that if he didn't terminate the contract, his brother would receive this video. Dolly also added that they wouldn't pay a single cent, which greatly surprised Musin, and she asked what kind of video it was. Could it really be compromising footage? The guy promised to show his fiancée the video if she called him husband. There was actually a lot of interesting stuff in it. The girl took offense and declared that she could do without the dirty details, and she wouldn't call him that. Then the guy decided to tell her the whole truth and explained that the video showed the director having an affair with his own brother's wife, an influential figure in the entertainment industry. Musin couldn't believe her ears and asked where he'd gotten it. The guy proudly announced that he had his own methods. When the band's manager watched the video, he screamed so loudly that the windows in the building rattled. He had an amazing voice. He berated the security guards for several hours. The staff reviewed footage from all the cameras, but there was no one in the building except a cat. The man yelled that they were all fired and that he would never believe a cat had snuck into his office, tried to turn on his computer, and then filmed an erotic video. Then the director ordered his secretary to burn the band's contract, let them go to hell, but to find out who was behind them, he wanted revenge. A malevolent fire flashed in the man's eyes, and he confidently declared that this was far from the end of the story. A few days later, fireworks were being set off on the street running between the hotel and Hong's restaurant. The fireworks exploded in the sky, and a crowd began to gather below. No wonder, since a small stage had been set up right in front of the hotel. Onlookers stood at a distance, waiting to see which artists the hotel had invited for the grand opening. When the girls from the group appeared on stage, everyone immediately forgot about propriety and rushed to the front of the stage. The beauties were magnificent. With a smile, they announced that they were putting on a small concert there, free of charge, of course, inviting guests to the hotel and restaurant. The girls played to the crowd and excelled at their role as living advertisements. They became true favorites among social media users. Leong watched the scene from a small balcony. He could hear the audience telling the girls that they adored the group, but they wouldn't set foot in this hotel. It had always been lousy. Musin stood beside him, listening as the fans begged the girls to sing at least one more song as an encore. For some reason, she looked sad. The girl realized that the idea of reviving the hotel wasn't working, so she was skeptical about the concert idea. Dali replied that restoring the hotel's good name wouldn't be that difficult, then called out to Luo Xiaoyi. He suggested to the secretary that they organize a 3-day banquet for the guests at the establishment's expense. They needed to find a way to retain customers. His fiancée again accused him of reckless spending, asking where they would find a chef and staff, and how they would afford quality ingredients, all of which needed to be carefully considered. The young man replied that he simply enjoyed spending money, and besides, it wasn't necessary to use the best ingredients. He had a plan. When the show ended, everyone was interested in only one thing: when the girls from the group would take the stage again. Instead, the manager appeared and announced that the audience was invited to a free 3-day banquet to celebrate the hotel's opening. Everyone decided it was a great idea. Besides, something similar had already been held on this street, so the owner of the establishments must be a good person. Then someone's disgruntled voice ordered the men to step aside. Where food is being handed out for free, it won't last long. It was the fat Guo brothers. They'd been drawn by the smell of food and weren't the least bit interested in the band's performance or the hotel's opening. Everyone around them started murmuring that the banquet was doomed to fail. These guys could eat everything, and if the food didn't suit their taste, they usually wrecked the place. The manager noted that they were happy to welcome all guests and assured everyone that the brothers wouldn't be a problem. They were still waiting for everyone at the banquet in the backyard. He didn't have to repeat himself twice. The crowd from the concert began spilling into the hotel, intent on filling their stomachs as quickly as possible. What the visitors saw inside surprised them greatly. It didn't resemble a restaurant as they knew it. Dali Hong had purchased several special barbecue grills, and the chefs were lined up in a circle around each one, waiting for the guests. The aroma wafting from the meat and vegetables sizzling over the coals was simply divine. But so far, no one had dared to try the charcoal-grilled delicacies. Then the manager announced that this was a new method of serving and cooking that would leave no one indifferent. If the guests didn't like it, they would compensate for the loss. Sniffing the air, the men moved toward the dishes. They looked happy and intrigued. The overweight men were the first to devour the barbecue vegetables and meat. They chewed and shouted that they would tear the place apart if they'd been tricked. But the next second, an expression of bliss appeared on their faces. The Guo brothers had never eaten anything tastier in their lives. The other guests immediately began digging in as well. The hall filled up almost completely, and the number of people wanting to eat kept growing. Dali stood on the small balcony and watched with pleasure as his brilliant plan came to life. Behind him, a flushed Musin, smacking her lips with delight, devoured one serving of barbecue after another. Who would have thought that the technique of cooking food over charcoal was unknown in this world? Our hero was delighted to be the one who had brought it here. In the evening, the young man hurried back to the villa to tally his points in the extravagance system. All his stats had increased by 12 points. An incredible result, all thanks to his well-thought-out strategy. With each passing day, our hero grew stronger and stronger. Now his body was no longer frail and sickly. There was a knock at the door, and Dali asked who was there. Miss Tang's voice replied that she wanted to come in. The young man threw on a robe and headed for the door, wondering what his future wife could possibly be doing here at such a late hour. Hung Dali opened the door and asked what was the matter. He could see that the beauty wasn't in the best of moods. The girl stepped inside and declared from the doorway that the man standing before her was not Hong Dali at all. The groom asked who he was then. Mushin screamed that he was a fake because the real young master Hong was an incorrigible blockhead, a spendthrift, and a weakling. The beauty placed her hand on the groom's chest and asked menacingly once more who he was. He stammered that he was simply Dali. The bride turned out to be surprisingly strong, and with one hand managed to shove the guy so hard that he flew to the opposite end of the room. Then Miss Tang sat on top of him and demanded that he stop pretending immediately and tell her everything. When asked what exactly, the girl replied that she wanted to know everything about himself and how he had learned to make money like that when he used to be just a feeble-minded idiot. Hong Dali, or rather the one who had taken over his body, seized on those words and immediately reminded her that she herself had told him what to do. both with the restaurant and with the band. He tried to stroke his fiance's cheek, saying that she was the driving force behind their success. He wouldn't have had the brains for any of it on his own. Musin stopped his hand, saying that while she had indeed given him advice on the investments, he had made all the decisions on his own. Then Dolly pointed out that in his case, independence was a flexible concept. He simply loved spending money. She just had to tell him what to spend it on. The beauty stood up, saying that he was a smooth talker, but he shouldn't even think she'd fall for that trick. The girl bolted out the door very quickly, shouting one last time that they were going shopping tomorrow morning, and slammed the door shut. All night long, the hero wondered what to do. His fiancée had practically seen right through him, and in the morning, he headed downtown to keep his promise. Musin wanted a lot of things, so the groom suggested they rest and grab a bite to eat, apologizing that it wasn't very convenient to go shopping with a cripple. The beauty remarked that walking more would be good for him. Dolly offered her a hot dog, but she refused. Then young Mr. Hong decided that this way he'd get more for himself and prepared to enjoy his portion. The guy didn't even manage to take a single bite. Musin snatched the hot dog right out of his mouth at the very last moment. It turned out the beauty had decided to feed a dog, clearly a stray, that had just approached the bench where the guys were sitting. Dolly started whining that it wasn't fair, that it was his food and why his fiancée had let herself take it away. He kept whining that now he'd have to find something else to satisfy his hunger, when suddenly an expensive car slammed on its brakes across the street. The passenger door opened, and someone in fancy shoes declared that Dolly Hong had completely lost his mind, taking food away from dogs. The two young people looked at our hero with schadenfreude. The guy made a few cutting remarks about his lifestyle and mental abilities. Dolly looked at him without malice but with some irritation, then asked who they were and why they were behaving this way. The guy and the girl decided he'd answered that way on purpose just to annoy them, while Musin was surprised that her fiancé didn't recognize his own relatives. Immediately, the beauty's attention shifted to Miss Tang. She recognized her and said she hadn't expected to find her in the company of her clueless cousin. The beauty's companion chimed in, declaring that Musin had been wrong to agree to the engagement with Dolly. Originally, she was supposed to marry his older brother. With a nasty smirk, the scoundrel remarked that Tang was pretty but looked pathetic, nothing like his girlfriend. The beauty reminded him that Dolly Hong's first family gathering was in just 2 months and they needed to prepare. But her boyfriend remarked that such an idiot and spendthrift would never be ready. Dolly asked again if they even knew each other and what these people thought they were doing. He still looked unperturbed. The question drove the stranger into a rage. He started yelling again that his cousin was acting this way out of spite, so as not to greet them. Young Master Hong turned to his fiancée and asked if she knew these people, and she was surprised again that the hero didn't recognize his own relatives. The young man scratched his nose. He had to come up with something to get out of this, because he wasn't Hong Dolly and couldn't possibly know all of his relatives. The stranger smiled broadly and announced that since his cousin had completely lost his mind, apparently the doctor had prescribed the wrong pills, he would refresh his memory. His father was his father's fourth brother, an incredibly handsome man who could outshine any Hollywood actor. And his companion, Mu Yusi, from the influential Mu Feizhong family, was the most beautiful and richest person in the city, which was why they didn't scavenge for scraps from dogs like some people did. Dolly asked Yusi if she wasn't too tired of such intrusive company. His cousin, it seemed, didn't know how to behave. The latter literally boiled over with rage, yelling that it was his business and concerned absolutely no one else. Our hero asked Yusi to tell him more about the gathering. He'd been bedridden for too long and didn't remember everything very well now. The girl nodded and explained that once a year, they evaluate the performance of all family members, then select the top 3 who receive the main assets and resources. The player liked that. He thought it wouldn't be bad to win this impromptu competition. He wondered how much money he could get. Yusi seemed to read his mind and added that the family member recognized as the best would receive a whole billion. Both Dolly Hong and Mushi Tang were literally floored. They asked at the same time if the beauty was joking. The cousin stuck out his tongue and shouted that he shouldn't even think about it. He had proven himself in the entertainment and food delivery industries, made a profit, and intended to get into television. Pretending to pick his nose, our hero called his relative an idiot and thanked his companion for the information. Now he knew what to expect. His cousin replied that there was no point in preparing for anything in his case and invited Yusi to go have lunch, while the other two could continue their dog-like meal. On the way, the scoundrel kicked the dog with all his might, so hard that the hot dog and the dog flew off in different directions. The animal was hungry, so it growled loudly. No one should have tried to steal its dinner, and now the scoundrel would pay dearly. In a flash, the dog sank its teeth into the thigh of our hero's cousin. Though he tried to run away, he didn't make it in time. It didn't stop at just one bite, and now the guy was forced to flee from the enraged dog, screaming at the top of his lungs. All three of the others found themselves thinking exactly the same thing, that this man deserved every bite. After everything that had happened, Dali Hong and his fiancée went for a walk in the park. They wanted to relax in the quiet. The guy couldn't stop thinking about the whole $1 billion. Musin tried to understand why he wanted it so badly. The groom didn't understand what the big deal was. Wasn't it okay to want to increase one's wealth, and especially through legal means? The girl explained that it wasn't forbidden, but last year Mu Yusi had worked like a horse and still only came in the 7th place. He didn't stand a chance. The beauty had invested 20 million of her father's money in various projects, including luxury hotels and even a movie theater. Her profit amounted to 90 million. Realizing he didn't stand a chance of even making it into the top 3, Dali Hong nearly howled, and there were only 2 months left. His fiancée quickly helped him calm down, suggesting they just go for a walk and continue shopping. Next year they would prepare better. Hong agreed, but kept grumbling. They were almost gone when suddenly they heard a deafening dog bark. It seemed to be that very same stray dog. The animal control service had caught the dog and was about to take it away in a special vehicle. As it happened, Musin had never encountered such a procedure before. She shouted for the workers to stop and asked where they were taking the animals. The man explained that they had received a report of a rabid, biting dog in the area, and the relevant authorities had to deal with it. If such cases are ignored, there will be serious trouble, which is why they catch all the dogs roaming the streets. The girl asked again what would happen to the animals. She hoped they would be taken to a shelter. The man replied that keeping dogs was expensive. If no one came forward to adopt them within a couple of weeks, they would simply be put down. When the worker uttered that word, the girl's imagination conjured up a gruesome, bloody scene. So the girl asked again, fearfully, what exactly that meant. Musin's eyes were filled with horror. The young woman looked back at the pets in the cage. She felt unbearably sorry for them all, and tears were ready to spill from her eyes at any moment. Musin asked her fiancé to do something about it. The mere thought that the dogs would be killed was tearing her heart apart. The young man replied that if he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing was possible in the modern world. He felt sorry for the animals too. Dali Hong declared that he would take all these animals under his care and ensure they had food and a roof over their heads, covering all the expenses. Musin rushed to him with a hug, which surprised the hero quite a bit. He hadn't expected his fiancée to love dogs so much. The girl said she was proud of her chosen one. He was a very good and kind young man. In reality, our hero didn't consider himself a good person at all, but he didn't try to dissuade Miss Tang because he wanted her to like him. The first step was to buy a suitable plot of land to begin building an animal shelter there. The young man explained that the land had been used for farming for many years, so the soil was depleted, and he managed to buy the plot for 10 million. He added with a smile that he had invested all his earnings into this project, so calling him a good person was a bit premature. Musin replied that she had no objections this time, since she had asked for it herself, and the groom replied that he was happy to please her. The beauty continued to thank the hero, and he replied that even if the money ran out, he would earn more as long as she was happy. Young Miss Tang smiled and nodded, noting that she believed him. It seemed the couple was becoming not a fake one, but a real one. Just then, the secretary appeared and reported that 2 people had arrived. They wanted to know the price for collaborating with a music group. They needed a soundtrack for a film. This news delighted Hong Dali even more, as it offered an opportunity to immediately increase his capital. The Hong Dali Hotel hadn't fallen into disrepair, as one might have thought. Business was actually going quite well there now. One of the men who had come about the soundtrack was tucking into the barbecue with relish. It didn't look too appetizing. The men discussed how that dim-wit Dali had stumbled upon this idea by pure chance. It tasted absolutely amazing. Who would have thought? His companion replied that food was just food. The guy should be praying to people of the arts like them, so they'd sign the contract with ease. The man in glasses decided that he could make a lot of money off this clueless newbie. since he didn't know anything about the film and music industries. Just then, the doors to the hall swung open, and a bright beam of light hit the visitors' eyes, literally blinding them. Li Nianwei appeared and apologized for keeping them waiting, but Mr. Hong Dali could now see them. The man in glasses turned out to be the music director of Penghan Film. His name was Shen Wenxi. The man in the cap was the famous director Ding Chengji. The latter tried to smile warmly and said he was pleased to meet them, though his acting skills were clearly lacking. Dali looked at both of them and caught himself thinking that they were some shady characters. They had clearly not come here with good intentions. He appreciated the feigned gesture of goodwill in the invitation to join the meal, but shook his head. Din Chenji praised the food, but again, there wasn't a shred of sincerity in him, so our hero suggested moving to the study, where it wasn't so noisy. He thought that, in fact, it would be easier to get these people to come clean in a quieter setting. Our hero had already furnished the office to his liking, and there were quite a few books and art pieces there, which impressed the visitors. The sound producer talked about the work on the film The Wind Hunter and said that the band's name and their repertoire would be perfect for the soundtrack. Shen Wenxi suggested that Dali Hong take a look at the script, which had been crafted over 3 years by the very best screenwriters. The young man didn't refuse and glanced at the synopsis. The further he read, the more disappointed he looked. About halfway through, our hero asked about box office projections. He had already realized the film was aimed at a mass audience. Ding Chengji enthusiastically declared that they were looking at least $1.5 billion. He was certain of it. Dali decided to keep reading, and as if in passing, asked how much the director planned to pay the band for the soundtrack. Shen Wenxi replied that they were willing to offer $500,000. If everything went smoothly, they'd gladly throw in another $50,000 on top. Young Mr. Hong immediately returned the script to them and promised to think over the offer, then said goodbye. The sound producer started shouting that it would be better to discuss everything today. They'd already invested $100 million in the film. It was an incredible project. Did Dali really not have faith in the band? This was a chance to become famous. Our hero replied that he was confident in the group, but not in the success of their film. With a script like this, it was simply $100 million thrown to the wind. Ding Chenji also didn't hold back his emotions and called the guy a nobody. All their previous projects had taken off, and the group was popular thanks to their talent, not Hong's leadership. A colleague tried to calm the director down, reminding him that they were there to follow management's instructions, not to prove themselves right. Dali continued picking his nose and declared that he'd watched about 10 minutes of each film and fallen asleep during every one. He didn't want to ruin the singers' reputations. The director continued to make threats. The sound producer tried to explain that if he didn't want to talk, they would leave, and Hong looked at them as if they were idiots since he had already said goodbye long ago. Finally, the negotiators slunk away, continuing to lament that their genius had not been properly appreciated. The secretary appeared and asked if the boss was sure of his decision. Peng Hai was one of the best companies. Dali objected that the script was terrible, just like all their movies, so he was sure. He mentioned his own world, but caught himself in time, after which he gave Luo Xiaoyi a list of old movie stars, stuntmen, and technical experts, asking her to contact them. The girl was surprised. She didn't understand why they needed to contact these strange people. Dali Hong smiled and said he wanted to make his own movie, just for fun. If it didn't take off, it didn't take off. Meanwhile, filming for another movie was in full swing, and something rather strange was happening on set. The lead actor was trying to stop his love interest, who had told him she was leaving him for another man. She hadn't been able to bring herself to do it for 3 long years. The girl asked him to pretend he felt sorry for her, and he bowed his head and began to cry. The actors were performing at the highest level, but director Dean Chenji had a different opinion. He screamed at the top of his lungs to stop the shoot and redo the scene. He began shaking the actor, saying that this was no good and that he could completely ruin the entire movie. The man accused the actor of not being emotional enough. The guy tried to explain that he didn't want to overact, but no one was listening. He pointed at a crew member and ordered him to go demonstrate how it should be done. The crew member couldn't believe his luck. This time the scene looked much more dramatic, but it felt more like a cheap stage show, with tears streaming down his face. As the climax, the man collapsed to his knees and began pouring water from a bottle over his head, as if that would make any difference. The director ordered the actor to repeat what he had just seen, down to the last breath, or else he'd be kicked off the set. If he weren't such a heartthrob, he would have been fired long ago. The guy replayed the awful scene of pouring water from a bottle over his head in his mind and realized he would never risk acting that foolishly on camera. He looked at Ding Chenji with disbelief. How could anyone in their right mind demand such tasteless acting from the actors? Just then, the actor received a notification on his phone. He was slightly distracted, continuing to ignore the director's shouts. It was clear from the actor's face that he had just received a tempting offer, so he had no intention of lingering on set. The young man shoved Ding Chenji aside, saying he was quitting and to back off with his demands. In the modest apartment complex, everyone had long since gone to sleep. The only light was on in a tiny apartment on one of the upper floors. Someone was methodically crumpling up sheets of paper and tossing them under the bed. It seemed to be the apartment of a creative type. A screenwriter was sitting there. She hadn't slept for several days, rewriting the script, but was still dissatisfied with the result. She looked at her computer screen. There was a whole pile of angry messages from her boss saying that the script had to be emotional, not logical, and that she needed to speed up. The girl covered her eyes with her hand. She found both the treatment and the approach to filmmaking unbearable, when suddenly a notification popped up on her phone. Frowning, the screenwriter read that she had great talent and that a use might be found for it. $1 million had been deposited into her account, along with an invitation to come and discuss the details of a possible collaboration. This elicited an enthusiastic exclamation, after which she immediately quit her job. A rocket appeared in the suburban park that looked exactly like the real thing. A girl with turquoise hair rode up on a motorcycle and turned on her laptop. She was still very young and was clicking away at something, staring intently at the screen. It looked rather naive. There were quite a few onlookers around. Everyone wanted to know if it was a real rocket or not, and the girl standing next to it was also intriguing. A guy in a red hat declared that it was obviously a fake. If that hunk of metal took off, he'd eat dog poop. The next second, the girl pressed the launch button, and the rocket vibrated, beginning to lift off the ground. With a loud explosion, it shot into the sky, enveloping everything around it in clouds of smoke. The ground shook as if in an earthquake. All the onlookers were thrown backward. Some managed to stay on their feet, but by no means all of them. The guy in the red hat managed to stay upright, but he was completely bewildered. Just then, the girl's smartwatch buzzed. Dolly Hong had sent a message proposing a collaboration, and she even forgot about the candy in her excitement. Without a second thought, the beauty hopped on her bike and sped out of the park at breakneck speed, leaving the spectators completely bewildered. Lately, Dolly Hong had been using his 3-star hotel more and more as his personal office. Now he had invited Liu Yikai there, an actor who didn't want to overact and therefore mostly got roles with no lines, even though he could have shone brightly. Sitting next to him was Zhang Xiaoyu, a once-renowned screenwriter who had gotten into trouble for plagiarized ideas and accusations of infringing on the rights of people with autism. And the third guest of our hero was schoolgirl Lin Shuyin, who was passionate about engineering and design, but didn't receive support from her parents or teachers. Dolly Hong greeted them all and announced that he was offering to work together to create something special. He had the money. The trio looked at him in confusion, and the protagonist explained that he had invited them there to make the best movie in history. The actor looked puzzled. He considered himself already quite successful and didn't want to start all over again. Folding his arms with an air of importance, Dolly explained that he was talking about intellectual cinema, not trendy mass-market fare. The actor, the screenwriter, and the technical genius fell silent. Each needed a little time to consider the proposal. It was clear that he was optimistic, but the guests' expressions showed that they all doubted the venture's success. Zhang Xiaoyu pointed out that she was out of favor due to accusations and negative publicity, and the actor was considered unpopular, so Mr. Hong's proposal, while tempting, was doomed to fail. The man replied that he would take on all the problems and expenses himself. They just needed to do their work with enthusiasm, striving for results. The woman pointed out that making a film was not such a simple task, so they needed to carefully assess all the risks. Then Dolly Hong announced that as long as the film generates even a small profit, all three of them would receive payments, even 50 years after its release. This idea completely convinced all three to agree. They shouted that in that case, they would do their very best. Liu Yikai was tasked with bulking up a bit over the course of a month to play tough guys, and the actor enthusiastically set about fulfilling the assignment. Jung Xiaoyu was to review his rough drafts and write the best screenplay of her life, and she too showed determination. Lin Chuyin could easily prepare the props within a month. Dolly Hong would fully cover all costs for materials and labor, and the beauty nodded in agreement. These were by no means all the visitors who had come to the young man's office on that momentous day. The guy offered Li Nianwei a role in his film, but the girl protested that she hadn't studied acting and could only sing. Dolly replied that he wouldn't force her, but she should keep in mind that he would offer the role to other girls from her group, because he needed an actress anyway. The blonde immediately changed her mind and agreed to the lead role, asking that her friends be given more modest parts. Our hero was satisfied, so he agreed to these terms. Now they just had to wait for the script to be ready. Dolly exhaled loudly, saying that Ding Chenji would regret his arrogance. Musin assured her fiancé that this would indeed be the case, but now it was time to rest a little. The young man pointed out that this was no time to rest. He wanted his film to be released at the same time as his rivals, and he was confident of success. The girl didn't argue, but she reminded him of the financial side of things. Besides, they had just bought a vacant lot for the orphanage, so was a movie really something they could afford right now? The young man replied that he intended to attract investors, since his parents were far from being tyrants. The call to the Hong family's villa didn't take long to come. His mother picked up the phone fairly quickly. She began chattering happily that she wasn't her child's enemy, and if he wanted to try his hand at filmmaking, she had no objections. The woman promised Dolly 1 billion. Her husband asked if that wasn't a bit much, to which Mrs. Hong objected, saying that the business was good for their son. He had grown stronger and wiser. Hadn't her husband noticed? Mr. Hong showed her a map of the area and informed her that a huge amusement park was going to be built in this district, leaving a small vacant lot unclaimed. They could buy this land now, before the price went up, and then make a nice profit on it. This seemed like an excellent idea to his wife. They began looking into the plot and immediately saw that it had already been sold for a mere 10 million. But her parents were even more surprised to learn that Dolly had bought the land. A month later, a tense atmosphere reigned on the set of the film The Wind Hunter. The actress playing the lead role hadn't shown up. Ding Chenji was furious, hurling curses at her, while the producer tried to smooth things over, reminding everyone that the film had to be released no matter what. The director angrily declared that he wanted to offer the role to another girl. Perhaps that was the right course of action. His colleague didn't like the idea because a lot of footage had already been shot and a huge amount of money had been spent. That's not how things are done. Let the stand-in do the scene. The arguments worked, and the crew got to work on the next scene. Ding Chenji was furious. The scene was indeed difficult, and the director snorted that in 5 years in the entertainment industry, he could come up with even more challenging things. Fame was just around the corner. Just then, the producer approached him again and reported that there was some rather interesting news from the competition. Dolly Hong used to be a brainless spendthrift, but now he's gotten his act together and is shooting his own movie, with the girls from the group also involved in it. The director asked who was starring in the film and who was writing the script. For him, this was a matter of principle. The actor playing the lead role was unknown, but the screenwriter turned out to be Zhang Xiaoyu. Ding Chengji immediately suggested suing her, accusing her of plagiarism once again. His colleague replied that there was no point in that. With such a cast, Dolly Hong's film was doomed to fail anyway. There was no doubt about that, but it was still necessary to have a backup plan just in case. And although the producer, constantly adjusting his glasses, kept repeating that there was no need to get his hands dirty over a bunch of losers, he understood his colleague's dissatisfaction. The director replied that he would talk to the head of production anyway, because Li Nianwei was becoming more and more popular, and that could become a problem. He went to one of the city's most luxurious restaurants, located in an expensive hotel, for the meeting. In reality, the meeting wasn't official. It was more like a friendly get-together with alcohol flowing freely. The 3 men present raised one toast after another, a little more, and they could have moved on to discussing business. The signal to begin negotiations was a loud clang of dishes against the table, as if hinting that it was time to stop relaxing. Pen Han Film Vice President Bi Sifei emptied another glass and told those present that they hadn't been looking their best lately. His brother Lon clutched his head and replied that it was true. Things weren't going well, even though the film had been turning out great. Half the budget goes to the lead actress, and she started acting up and stirring up trouble. The vice president wasn't happy to hear this. Bisafei reminded them that the contract with singer Lee Nangwei could still be renewed, which would allow them to increase the box office to $3 billion. Long slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he didn't even want to hear about the singer. She had really pissed him off. The man asked how this had happened and was told that Lee had been poached by the scoundrel Dali Hong. The group's former boss burst into tears, claiming he'd been blackmailed into ending his involvement with the group, and now there was no way to get rid of Hong. Ding Chenji joined the conversation and asked if there was any way to dig up some dirt on Dali himself. That would make things easier. If they put enough pressure on the scoundrel, they would ruin both his reputation and that of the movie the kid was planning to release. This seemed quite interesting to the vice president's brother. He snorted loudly, mulling over the possible options. Finally, he slammed his fist on the table again and shouted that he would make that pathetic woman regret everything, just like her new boss. The three of them began winking conspiratorially at each other, determined to do everything in their power to ruin Dali Hong's film. A short time later, a special event was taking place at the Hong Hotel, one for which everyone present had been preparing for a long time. It was a grand opening, and not of a new sunbathing terrace, but of a movie. Everyone involved lined up on stage, posing for photographers. The event had attracted the attention of the press and bloggers. Most of the excitement was due to the participation of the singers from the group, especially Lee Nianwei, who played the female lead. Everyone agreed that the girl would ensure the film's success, but her co-star didn't look like a celebrity. He was an unknown actor. Dali Hong served as the director. This was his debut in that role. He looked great, but his bride looked like a real star, even though she wasn't one. Musin asked the groom if he was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle directing the film. He replied that he was counting on her help, and then everything would be fine. The girl confirmed she was ready to help, but they had a strong competitor at the box office, so they needed to be mentally prepared for losses. The hero replied that he wouldn't go broke even if the film flopped. He had a decent inheritance, so there was no need to worry about that. Just then, the secretary appeared and announced that she had an urgent message for the boss. It wasn't exactly good timing. It turned out that the management of the amusement park surrounding the vacant lot he had purchased was requesting a meeting. Most likely, the discussion would be about the purchase plot. The young man thought for a moment, then asked Luo Xiaoyi to speak with them on his behalf. This shocked the girl. Could they really trust her that much? The guy explained that he had chosen her to be the company's general manager. He needed someone he could rely on while he was busy filming. Overjoyed, the beauty jumped up and shouted that the boss could count on her. She would work harder than anyone else in the world. Just then, Lin Chuyin appeared and announced that she also had some good news to share. The thing Dali Hong had asked her to make was ready, and if they wanted, they could try it out right away. Our hero was thrilled that the girl had completed the task so quickly and then suggested they go outside to test everything. Muxin grew concerned that her fiancé was practically beaming with joy and asked what he had asked to have made. The young man replied that she would see for herself in a moment. They went to the hotel's backyard, where there was a beautiful fountain in the middle of a lotus pond. A very peaceful place. Lin Chuyin placed the object she had brought with her on the ground, then pressed the activation button. The schoolgirl looked expectantly at Dali Hong and asked if she could begin. It was clear that something incredible was about to happen. The guy nodded and said he was ready to see the result of her efforts, whatever it might be. Lin Chuyin raised her hand toward the device and paused near the largest button. The boss gave the command to turn it on. The device flashed and emitted a beep to signal it was starting up. It resembled a projector, at least on the outside. A light flashed, and now it was perfectly clear that this was indeed the case. We were witnessing the operation of the world's first projection device. A huge monster soared upward right from behind the fountain and hovered over the couple of heroes. Musin's legs buckled in terror. The girl leaped into her fiancé's arms and screamed that he simply had to protect her. Dali nearly collapsed from the surprise. The embrace was very tight, and the guy actually liked it, so he regained his composure and whispered to the beauty not to be afraid. The monster wasn't real. The bride asked what it was. Hong explained that it was an image projected by a projector, which would help make the film more realistic and unique. The hero asked Lin Chuyin how many she had managed to collect, and she replied that she had 3. The young man promised $1 million for each one. Filming didn't take long to begin. A crowd of extras rushed to fleeing from the projected image of the monster. Then the supporting actors joined them, running down the makeshift city street with screams. The monster loomed over the crowd, baring its bloodthirsty fangs. It looked truly enormous and very terrifying. People scattered in all directions. It seemed as though they hadn't been warned that the monster wasn't real. At least their fear was entirely genuine. The projector fully justified the money spent on its creation. It seemed Hong Dali knew exactly what he was doing. If he'd come face to face with such a monster, he certainly wouldn't have walked away with dry shoes. Lin Chuyin had done a splendid job. The teeth in the huge maw kept chattering, as if hinting that the bloodthirsty creature wouldn't mind snacking on one of the locals. Finally, the electric hunters appeared on screen, singer Li Nangwei and Liu Yikai, and they looked simply magnificent. Next came a simulated battle. The actors executed all the moves perfectly and came up with original names for the fighting techniques. Suddenly, something went wrong. The girl stumbled on the safety cable and, instead of reciting her lines, started swearing. Losing her balance, the singer flipped upside down and nearly fell to the ground. It looked funny. Dali Hong stopped filming and asked if the beauty was okay, his face reflecting genuine concern. Li Nianwei apologized for the embarrassment and replied that she had always been afraid of heights and had lost control of her emotions a little. The young director didn't scold her, but simply suggested they take a short break. They would continue filming later. He decided to tweak one of the dialogues slightly and proposed the changes to the screenwriter, who had no objections. Just then, the singer approached them again. It seemed she also wanted to discuss something with the boss, and she looked serious. Lowering her gaze, Li Nianwei said she wasn't confident in her acting abilities and suggested casting another actress before it was too late. The young man reminded her that the role had been written specifically for her and that she was doing an excellent job. She should just imagine she was performing a song on stage. The beauty continued to mumble something uncertainly, and it was starting to get on everyone's nerves. So, Zhang Xiaoyu suggested filming the dramatic scenes first to see right away if she could handle the dialogue and perform with confidence. Dali Hong said he didn't doubt her abilities for a second and was certain she would become a star. But since she wanted to be sure, they would give it a try. The girl smiled and promised she would work hard not to disappoint him. Her confidence grew a little. As usual in the evenings, everything was proceeding as normal at the Hong family villa. It was time to check the extravagance system. Over the course of the day, our hero had once again managed to increase each of his stats by 10 points. An excellent result. The cane he habitually leaned on fell to the floor with a loud thud. In truth, he hadn't needed it for a long time. Dali Hong lunged forward. He felt incredibly strong and fast, no worse than recognized martial arts masters. In his former world, he had watched boxing with admiration and always aspired to become as strong as his idols. It seemed his dream was coming true. There was a knock at the door. It was Musin, and she was agitated. The young man began putting on a robe to open the door. His fiancée told him something terrible had happened. Rumors were spreading online that Li Nianwei was being supported by some rich man and that she had a child. The film's success was in jeopardy. The groom asked her not to panic and to calm down. This might even work in their favor. Negative publicity is still publicity. He said he knew who was behind it and would sort it out. But as for the rich man, that was probably him. Muxin boiled with rage. This was no time for jokes. The beauty was furious and suggested calling the police. She too had guessed that this was the work of Ding Chengji and Shen Wenxi. Her future husband asked her not to make things complicated, but to just keep working on the video. This made the beauty even angrier. The guy explained that the more buzz the scandal created, the better it was for them. It boosted their popularity. The main thing was for her to calm down herself and calm Li Nianwei. Muxin couldn't understand how this could possibly be better for them and continued to pester Dali with questions. Hong explained that without direct evidence, the police were powerless, and people in the entertainment industry knew how to cover their tracks, so it wasn't worth wasting time on it. He declared that he would let the guys run wild a little longer, and in the meantime, he would prepare a counterattack and completely destroy them. Meanwhile, fans were learning the sordid details of the singer's fabricated past one by one and turning their backs on her. Heated debates raged online about whether the girl really was being sponsored by a sugar daddy and who she really was. The discussions didn't die down until morning. The next day, on the set where they were filming the movie about the Wind Hunters, everyone was in a great mood. Li Nianwei's scandalous past was trending online, and the producer made no secret of his delight at this. Fans have even called for a boycott of the actress, which is bound to affect the film in which she plays the lead role. Her colleagues were also pleased that they had covered their tracks so well. Even if the singer were to sue, neither she nor Hong Dali would stand a chance of winning. They chuckled gleefully that investors would now pull their money, and even if the film were made, audiences would ignore it because of the scandal. Ding Chenji added sarcastically that the foolish rich kid had stepped onto a path he knew nothing about, but they would teach him a harsh lesson. Everyone continued to discuss the singer's possible shortcomings. Perhaps more details would surface, and the film starring her was doomed. Meanwhile, things weren't going badly for our hero's team. Rather, they were going according to plan. Li Nenwei came into her boss's office looking absolutely terrible. It was clear the beauty hadn't slept a wink that night. The girl coughed nervously and started crying. She assumed that Dali Hong had called her in to fire her. The guy asked her not to worry and told her they had nothing to be concerned about and that she wasn't to blame for what had happened. She should trust his judgment and everything would be fine. The singer cried out that she certainly trusted him since they had pulled her out of despair and helped her in a difficult moment. But what was happening was terrible. The hero replied that she should turn off her phone, move in with him, and sleep alongside Musin. He would make sure her family wasn't harmed either and would resolve all the problems. She needed to finish filming the movie, but first she had to get some proper rest. Lee asked him to restore justice. She couldn't think of anything else. The beauty got up and headed for the exit. She looked completely broken, and young Mr. Hong sincerely sympathized with his friend. Just then, the secretary entered the office and told her boss that she had found something interesting. He had to take a look at it. The protagonist was surprised to learn that a man he knew was behind all this. He asked Luo Xiaoyi to tell this man that he wanted to greet him and return one item. That night, he headed to the office where the group's former boss worked. The driver asked if Dali would be going to the meeting alone. The young man replied with a smile that he was in no danger here, so he had to decline the escort. Everything would go smoothly. The young man looked at the building he had already seen through the cat's eyes. From this new angle, it didn't look quite as big. He walked along the familiar path and called the elevator. As soon as the doors opened, Dali Hong stepped confidently into the lobby. What he saw made our hero cry out in surprise. He wasn't quite ready for this. His path was blocked by a whole crowd of muscular thugs, and the look on their faces didn't bode well. Dali didn't lose his composure. He placed his hands on the handle of his cane and remarked that he hadn't expected to be greeted in such a manner. Standing in front of him was the group's former director, who announced that he had been waiting to meet Mr. Hong. Although this was their first meeting, the young man asked if this meant a declaration of war. With an unflappable expression, the young man remarked that he, for one, had already seen the man, and from some rather interesting angles. Then the boss ordered everyone to leave the room. They needed to talk face to face, which greatly surprised the guards. Then the director yelled that he wasn't afraid of some cripple and ordered them to follow his instructions immediately, or they would deeply regret it. In the office, they sat across from each other, and both Dali Hong and Director Lon looked as if they were about to destroy each other. The man lit a cigar and with an air of importance asked our hero to show him what he had, so as not to be accused of making empty claims. The guy took a flash drive out of his inside pocket and placed it on the table, saying that this was the last and only copy of that very video. The former group director immediately tried to grab the object and take it for himself. The guy was faster and said there was no need to rush. They still had plenty of time to talk. The man appreciated the quick reflexes but pretended not to be fazed. He said the issue was likely about money. The kid had taken over the group and now had his eye on the whole company. Dali Hong declared that he wasn't going to take anything and that he would hand over the video after all, but only after he found out some information. Long frowned slightly but replied that such terms suited him just fine. He could ask whatever he needed. Our hero asked if the people his opponent had been dining with were connected to the online harassment of Li Nianwei that had started on the internet. The scoundrel replied with an impassive face that they had nothing to do with it, and told him to hand over the flash drive immediately. The young man concluded that in that case, the responsibility for it lay with Long himself, since they had discussed it at the table. The man shouted that he didn't get involved in such things. The director added that the young man had no evidence, so he should hire an investigator or go to the police, and if he didn't have enough money, his brother could lend him some. Then Dali suggested that the man find out all the details for him personally. Taken by surprise, he didn't even know how to respond at first, and then asked why he should do that. The young man replied that the flash drive was empty and he still had the real video, so he should just agree. In a fit of rage, Lon slammed his fist on the table again, and as if on cue, thugs burst into the office shouting that they would protect their boss. The director began threatening Hong, saying he couldn't guarantee his own safety if he didn't hand over the video. He didn't even care about the hero's family connections. The villain added that no one would even think of him if the guy happened to fall down the stairs somewhere. Young Mr. Hong replied that the fool had chosen the hard way himself. He could have simply admitted that his acquaintances were involved in the harassment, and then he would have gotten the video. Long lost his temper, shrieking that they shouldn't have dared to enter the enemy's lair. Let the guys grab Dolly. A couple of nude photos would be enough for blackmail. The thugs rushed at the guy, shouting that they'd deal with him first and then go after the singer. Suddenly, he fell silent. The tip of Dolly Hong's cane was aimed straight at the attacker's Adam's apple, and the man froze, afraid to move. Lon yelled that this was completely out of line. Where had he ever seen a security guard unable to handle a cripple? The young man looked intently into his opponent's eyes and asked in a heartfelt voice what made him think he was a cripple. The former gang boss was genuinely frightened and cursed, then asked what exactly the young man wanted from him. Our hero simply asked for an answer to his question. He understood that Lon was involved, but he was interested in the involvement of those two. He placed some papers on the table and stated that he needed proof and intended to get it right then and there. Let the scoundrel write down all the details of the meeting and the discussion about the smear campaign against Li Nianwei, then sign it and indicate the exact date. The man smirked and replied that he hadn't expected such cunning from a dim-witted spendthrift. He wouldn't betray his friends. Let the guy write himself how he forced them to hand over the group. Dolly Hong reminded him that he was in no position to lecture on morality. He himself had started an affair with his brother's wife. Shame on him. Lon's face contorted with rage. Those words were the last straw, and the scoundrel completely lost his composure. He leapt up and tried to kick our hero in the face, clearly intending to knock his head off. The table shattered into pieces, but the blow missed its mark. The young man deftly jumped onto the back of a chair, avoiding contact with his enemy's boot. The group's former boss hissed that it was a very nifty trick for a cripple. The young man replied that he had been healthy for a long time. He added that he had found the pill of immortality, so now everything would be different. Let him test it if he was so eager. The opponent raised his fist again and shouted that he could go work the fields for all he cared. He didn't give a damn, just like he didn't care about the Hong family's connections. Shouting that this was his last chance and to hand over the video immediately, Lon swung his fist straight at the hero's smiling face. Dolly nimbly jumped back again, not letting the man even get within striking distance. He was very fast. Shouting that since the kid was healthy now, he shouldn't expect mercy. The gang leader rushed into the attack. He had been a taekwondo master in the past. Dolly Hong let himself get hit. He was curious to see how resilient his body had become. His body withstood the blow, but the cane broke. The young man assumed a defensive stance, while his enemy prepared to strike with his knee. The thugs whispered that this knee could leave dents in steel walls. The blow didn't take long to come, and the young man positioned his leg in exactly the same way to protect his internal organs. His face was completely calm, even though logic dictated he should be writhing in pain somewhere in the corner. The guards cackled, urging their boss to give the kid a proper beating. He was just pretending to be a master. But then they looked at the boss. Tears were streaming from his eyes and his face was contorted with pain. The thugs were about to rush to his aid, but Lon stopped them, replying that he now understood he was dealing with a formidable opponent. The man approached Dolly Hong, saying he was now fully prepared to sign whatever was required. But instead of a pen, he pulled a stun gun from behind his back and tried to attack the young man. The scoundrel didn't have time to carry out his plan. Our hero snatched the stun gun from his hands in a flash. Tapping it against his hand, the young man replied that such a trick made the enemy an absolute nobody, and he would make him regret this act and force him to write a confession too. Right now, the first blow landed on the former group director. It was followed by another and yet another. The security guards began whispering among themselves, wondering if they should intervene, but then decided against it. After a series of blows, Lon asked Dolly Hong to stop the torture. He stated that he had a video that could be used as evidence. The guy asked menacingly what kind of video this was and why it had been recorded in the first place. Was Lon really planning to set his friends up himself? The scumbag explained that he now carried a recording device everywhere and had recorded the conversation in case they got caught, and those two denied their guilt. He agreed to give the video to Dolly, saying that Dolly had nearly killed him and that life was more important than a dubious friendship. The young man asked if this was just another trick, but he took the flash drive anyway, deciding to believe him this time. The former band manager started crying, saying that now it was all over. People would find out he was involved in the bullying of Lee Nianwei. Dolly Hong pointed out that he didn't need to cry. His target was those two. By the way, the flash drive with the video they'd brought him wasn't fake, but real. And he left it on the table, unable to believe his ears. Lon could only thank his recent adversary. The man realized that beneath the guise of a wealthy young son lurked a true monster who had taken him down single-handedly in front of the security guards. It was best not to mess with someone like that. Meanwhile, young Mr. Hong left the building and got into the car. The driver asked if everything was all right, having noticed some scrapes. The young man replied that everything had gone perfectly and that now they would go somewhere to celebrate the victory. The next day, in the office at the Hong Hotel, our hero played a recording made by the group's former director. Musin and Lin Shuyan were in shock. Both wanted to teach those scoundrels a lesson. Lee Nangwei's page had already accumulated 3 million comments filled with insults. The bride declared that they needed to immediately corner both the director and the vice president of his company. They had to answer for this. Dolly Hong objected, saying that now wasn't the best time for a counterattack. First, he would turn them into his puppets by editing the video. The protagonist asked Lin Shuyan if she could help with this. Something needed to be added to the recording, but not too much. The girl replied that she was capable of doing it, but that it would be very easy to prove it was a fake upon verification. Dolly replied that there was no need to worry about that. They wouldn't dare to do such a thing, swallowing the bait immediately. A few days later, the premiere of the film Ding Chengji had been working on was announced, and he was invited to a TV studio. The host apologized to the audience that the film's lead actor had been injured and couldn't be there, but the director was in the studio. The host noted that 3 years had passed since the release of his last film. Had Ding really been working on the film he was presenting today all this time? The man nodded. He remarked that this was his best work to date. He had really wanted to go beyond the standard romantic drama. The host replied that she had no doubt about it since real stars were involved and a huge amount of money had been invested. There turned out to be quite a few people in the studio who wanted to ask the director a question, and the host immediately gave the floor to one of them. She was not a particularly pretty girl. She stated that she had long been a fan of Chenji's work and had even become an actress herself, but she did not want to sell her body like Liang Wei. She asked for advice, and the director replied that she needed to keep working and make many sacrifices. That was the path to show business, and that was the price of fame. The host praised this stance, though it was clear that the audience was far from enthusiastic about this approach, even though everyone was clapping. The premiere of Dolly Hong's film was a stark contrast to the parallel event. The theater was practically empty. Our hero and his fiancée were sitting in the studio, but not a single person came to ask questions. The beauty said it was because the buzz on the internet wasn't dying down. The guy replied that that's how it should be. He had a plan. He grew serious and explained that he was going to upload the video online tonight since the film was hitting theaters tomorrow. Meanwhile, 3 friends from the film company gathered together to celebrate the grand event. Bisa Fei cheerfully announced that Dean's film could become the blockbuster of the year, while Hong's movie wasn't gaining popularity due to the scandal involving Li Nianwei. The director chuckled and remarked that the kid got what he deserved. If he'd been more modest, he might have had a chance at even minimal success. The vice president declared that he planned to monopolize the entertainment industry and that there was no need to worry about their dealings coming to light. Everything had been done through front men. All 3 raised their glasses again to their impending success. They looked extremely pleased with themselves. Just then, an assistant rushed into the room with a laptop and shouted that he had urgent information for the boss. It was important. Bisa Fei asked impatiently what could possibly be so urgent. The subordinate suggested he take a look for himself. The men froze with their mouths agape. At that moment, they couldn't even imagine anything like this. Then the surprise on their faces turned to horror. Now it seemed they couldn't even dream of any success. On the screen was a video of the producer and director announcing a project starring the upstart Chong and Li Nianwei. They had decided to scuttle it. Ding Chenji said he knew a smart computer guy. He wanted Li Nianwei for the lead role, no questions asked, and they'd come up with a storyline for her and fabricate some compromising material. All that was left was to order and upload the video online, and everyone would think the singer was selling her body. The video cut off there, with the director smiling maliciously from the screen. After watching it, all three men were speechless. They seemed frozen in a silent movie frame, staring at the laptop in horror. Then the initial shock wore off, and the director and the vice president shouted that they had never said anything like that. They needed to find the author of the video immediately. Ding Chenji yelled at his boss that the video was a fake and needed to be deleted as soon as possible. Otherwise, their reputation and the films would be ruined. The producer panicked and suggested calling the police. It was obvious that Dolly Hong was behind the hoax. The vice president bellowed at the top of his lungs for both of them to shut up. He was simply beside himself with rage and irritation. He declared that for the sake of the company's reputation, they wouldn't do anything because the video was fake. But if people started digging, the original would surface. The director disagreed. He realized that Bisafei, who wasn't in the clip, wanted to get off scot-free, and now he didn't care about the movie. The boss angrily declared that they had gotten themselves into this mess, so they should deal with it themselves. There was no evidence against him yet, and that's how it should stay. Ding Chengji and Shen Wenxi hadn't expected such meanness from their boss, and now they too were starting to get angry. Meanwhile, the video exposing the setup was gaining traction, and the group's fans changed their minds about Li Niangwei once again, cursing social media. Moreover, many immediately recognized the director and producer of the new film, and the conclusions were obvious. A wave of hate directed at the men surged, while adoration for the singer returned with unprecedented intensity. Everyone now wanted to support the girl, and the next day, so many people came to the premiere of her film that the theater couldn't fit everyone who wanted to attend. Sales of Dolly Hong's film skyrocketed in a matter of hours. Even our hero himself hadn't expected such success. Musin reported with surprise that in just 2 days of release, they had already earned 2 billion, while their competitor's film had barely made a couple of million. It seemed the groom hadn't been joking. The young man said he knew a thing or two about effective PR. Their movie wasn't all that special, but both scandals had turned out to be very useful. He looked tenderly at his bride and told her that everything had gone exactly as planned, but he was pleased by her joy. When the box office receipts surpassed 9 billion and the rating rose to 9.3, Musin could no longer hide her emotions and rushed to embrace her groom. The team greeted their boss with applause, though in reality everyone present had done a splendid job. Dolly Hong was a little embarrassed. The bride blushed too, and the guy said with a smile that he was simply happy. The hero thanked his colleagues and noted that he had taken on the project for fun, not expecting such a result. But the villains got what they deserved and justice prevailed. At the end of his speech, he added that such an event fully deserved a lavish banquet, and those present expressed their enthusiastic delight at this. The guy put his words into action almost immediately, and soon everyone involved in the film's creation was feasting heartily. Meanwhile, someone else was seeking solace at the bottom of a bottle, downing one glass after another. It was none other than Dean Chenji. It seemed his creative nature had come into conflict with his guilty conscience, and he was now paying the price for it. But the most unpleasant part was that many people recognized the director and were loudly discussing the box office failure of his film. People began to mock him, and the man seemed to snap out of it, realizing he had hit rock bottom. The producer kept whining that they had been unfairly set up, that the damned Li Nianwei was to blame for everything, she and she alone. Ding Chenji's eyes flashed as he declared that the singer had nothing to do with it. He was willing to bet that the whole thing was the work of Dolly Hong. The director was so furious that he growled, crushing the glass in his hand. Shards instantly scattered across the table. He was determined to take revenge on the one who had ruined his entire career, to take cruel revenge on our hero. Saying that he would lie low for a while and not to try to contact him, Ding walked away. Shen Wenxi shouted not to touch Ding Chong as his family was behind him. The director replied that he was heading to see his elder brother, who lived in a remote mountain area. And as for the kid, he would answer for everything, but later. The producer broke out in a cold sweat from the tension. He hadn't expected this and decided never to have anything to do with Chengji again. Meanwhile, Dolly Hong was at his parents' villa, as he almost always was in the evenings. Mom and Dad were crying with happiness over their son's success. Besides, Lan simply couldn't believe that he had recovered. It seemed he had even grown a little taller. How was that even possible? The young man smiled and suggested that this was most likely thanks to his future wife. Musin took excellent care of him. The woman immediately scooped the beauty into her arms and began thanking her, calling her a true gift from heaven. Dali winked at his fiancée, as if urging her to be patient, though the girl was very embarrassed. Musin realized that the groom's mother simply wanted to thank her very much, so she agreed with everything she said, though not very confidently. The hero's father promised the girl that he would resolve all her father's problems, since she had done such a wonderful job, and now they were all one family. The beauty bowed gratefully, showing respect for her future father-in-law's decision. She had achieved her goal and fulfilled the promise she'd made to her father. After the conversation, the couple retreated to the garden to sit on the swing. The girl remarked that she was a hopeless wife and that they shouldn't have praised her so highly to her parents. The young man replied that this wasn't true. With her arrival, everything in his life had fallen into place. His reputation, his business, and money was flowing in like a river, which improved both his mood and his well-being. The beauty smiled, noting that he knew how to wriggle out of things, but she thanked him nonetheless for his kind words. The young man leaned closer to her and asked earnestly if Musin would like to thank him. This frightened the bride, and she asked what he meant. The guy repeated that he needed a sign of gratitude. The girl asked, somewhat embarrassed, what kind of gesture he was talking about, and Dali replied that they were engaged, so there shouldn't be any questions. He fell silent, and Musin smiled a little sheepishly and said she was beginning to understand what he was getting at. The beauty placed her hand on the groom's chest, as if urging him to lean down so she'd be more comfortable. She ran her finger over young Mr. Hong's clothes and told him she appreciated that he called her his fiancée, not his little wife, as he usually did. It seemed Musin had gone a little too far, and the young man said he'd been hoping for a kiss, nothing more. Then the bride leaned in and granted his request, after which she looked at him with a loving gaze, gauging his reaction. Then the girl smiled and hugged him tightly. Overwhelmed by emotion, the guy made a face that looked like a mix of shock and ecstasy, but in reality, he was having trouble breathing. Musin didn't move. She wanted to ask her future husband something else, and he was ready to answer. The question was how the hero's physical condition could have improved so quickly. When they first met, Tang couldn't have imagined he was so strong. To avoid giving himself away, the hero replied that it was all thanks to her. He was gradually recovering by experiencing positive emotions. The girl explained that she also meant his strength of character. Everyone had called him a fool and a wastrel, but that wasn't true at all. Musin confessed that Tang's family was having problems, and that for a long time she hadn't even been able to sleep. But now everything had changed. Next to Dali, she felt completely safe. The young man was pleasantly surprised that she considered him so reliable and asked her to tell him more about the problems. He would help sort them out. The bride stood up and said that this had been going on for at least 3 years. It began when the Tang family encountered a strange situation. The Tang company had been in the pharmaceutical business for 800 years and was ranked among the world's top 100 most influential companies. Everything changed 3 years ago when a young company appeared. It grew rapidly and quickly became a competitor to Tang. At first, they didn't think much of it, but it turned out that the new firm was producing drugs that her family's company had been developing for hundreds of years, and some of the formulas were secret, yet they still appeared on the market. Not only that, but the competitors had patented the formulas first and accused Tang of industrial espionage. Dali suspected that someone from within the family had betrayed them. Musin replied that an investigation had been conducted, and that was out of the question. Besides, all employees were directly dependent on the business's success. Her fiancé suggested that in that case, there must have been a thief. The girl confirmed that this was indeed the case, but the matter was not about simple theft or a mere malefactor. There were cameras everywhere with no blind spots. Once, a security guard smelled a pungent odor and went to check it out. He was knocked unconscious, and all he remembered was a girl with beautiful hair. It seemed everything happened in a flash, and the security guard didn't have time to react properly. Musin explained that this girl was the one leaking the information, but they couldn't find her. Their company continued to suffer losses and is now in a dire state. Dali was surprised that all this had been kept secret. The Hong family wouldn't be able to help find the elusive villain, and as for investments, they wouldn't solve Tang's company's problems either. The bride reported that a very valuable item would soon be sold at auction, an ingredient that appears only once every 1,000 years. If they obtained it, they would be able to make a comeback. It turned out to be the rare Tianyuan herb. Pills made from it instantly heal any wound, so her father's company would literally be resurrected. Dolly Hong asked what would happen if the thief came back and stole the recipes again. It seemed he had his doubts. Mushin replied that without the herb, the recipes would be useless, and they would guard the raw materials like the apple of their eye, so that trick wouldn't work. The girl began to describe all the security measures the family would take, since this was a business that had been around for 800 years, and the laboratories would start operating again. The groom looked at her with a warm gaze. It was the first time he had seen such a beauty so determined and even stern. Miss Tang reported that Mr. Hong had signed an excellent contract with them and wouldn't be left out when things took off. And she, for her part, would do her utmost. Dali decided to ask for clarification. His future wife blushed and said she would cook for him personally every day. She was very good at it. This information was also new to our hero. He looked closely at Musin once more. Then he suddenly laughed, but choked on his saliva and started coughing. It seemed the words had simply gotten stuck in his throat. The girl immediately rushed over to him and asked him not to make fun of her. Dali hurried to assure her that he hadn't even thought of it. He already knew that Musin was an excellent cook. Suddenly, the beauty fell silent and froze. The young man asked fearfully what was wrong and what had upset her. Instead of answering, the bride tugged even harder on the hem of his vest. A little more, and our hero would have definitely panicked. Without changing her posture, Musin asked him to be quiet. She seemed to be sniffing and listening at the same time. It turned out all this was just a girl's trick. The beauty brought her face close to Dolly's and gently kissed him on the cheek. Immediately, her hand let go of his clothes. The young man brought his hand to his face, as if unable to believe that this had happened without a prior request. Musin smiled and said that this was a down payment. She actually looked satisfied and even happy. Young Master Hong smiled too. He didn't want to take his hand away from his own cheek. Half a month had passed, and it was time to resolve the issues at hand. Mr. Tang joyfully welcomed our hero's father and his men. Musin was there as well and received another round of praise from Chief Hong. He truly considered her part of the family now. Dolly bowed to his future father-in-law, who said he was indebted to both him and his daughter. Who would have thought everything would turn out so well? Mr. Tang also noticed that our hero now looked much better. The young man replied that he was indeed feeling wonderful, and it was all thanks to Musin. The man laughed and said he hadn't expected her to be so caring. Elder Hong lit his pipe and reminded them that they weren't here for nothing. It was time to go inside and do what they'd come for. Tang laughed, realizing he'd completely forgotten about that. They headed inside the building where the very auction Musin had mentioned was supposed to take place. Their arrival didn't go unnoticed, and it was no surprise, since there were very valuable lots on display. Dolly was now considered a prominent figure. He was indeed now firmly established, owning a hotel and a dozen restaurants, having produced a film and owning a music group, a very successful businessman. The hall was noisy, everyone was chatting eagerly, and our hero heard his name mentioned more and more often, and in a positive context. Tang said he'd brought 20 million with him. If that wasn't enough, he'd ask for a friend's help. Hong assured him he wouldn't refuse. Everything would be fine. The young people took their seats, but then Musin said she wanted to use the restroom, and the guy volunteered to escort her. He also decided to relieve himself, but the reaction of the young man next to him slightly embarrassed our hero. For some reason, the man decided to show his admiration for him at such a risque moment. He kept staring at Dolly even when our hero went to wash his hands. This started to get on his nerves. And at the sink, the stranger was right next to him again. It seemed he wouldn't mind having a fling with young Mr. Hong. It became even more suspicious when the man started making strange movements with his eyebrows. Nothing like this had ever happened to Dolly before. He didn't know if it would be appropriate to ask about this man's sexual orientation, and he found such attention unpleasant. Meanwhile, the stranger changed his demeanor slightly and began asking about the miracle cures that had gotten Hong back on his feet so quickly. The young man didn't know how to respond, but he didn't list the medications he was taking because, in fact, he wasn't taking any. He turned nervously and headed for the exit. The man didn't give up on trying to strike up a conversation and shouted that his name was Mujahao. No sooner had our hero returned to the hall than someone started talking to him again. And again, it wasn't the most pleasant conversation. It was that same handsome cousin who asked in a sarcastic voice if Dolly had finished his business. The young man froze. Once again, he couldn't remember the name of this relative with such blatantly lousy manners. He couldn't think of anything better than to ask directly, and this triggered a fit of rage. Hong Enbao yelled that he was his cousin, his uncle's son, and to stop playing dumb. Dolly remarked with a smile that he wasn't obligated to remember every little thing, and then, remembering the dogs, asked if the bite had healed. Everyone around them giggled, even louder after the details about the pants torn by the yard dog came up. Enbao turned as dark as a storm cloud. He said he wouldn't beat around the bush, but he knew why the guys had come here. They wanted Tian Yuan weed. That was spot on, and Dolly Hong immediately asked how his cousin knew that. He smirked slyly and replied that that wasn't the point. The main thing was that they would buy this lot themselves, no matter how much it cost. Enbao burst out laughing, and our hero replied that he would carry out the plan. But in response, he heard only the phrase, "We'll see." Musin appeared and asked why the groom's cousin was laughing so much. The stranger from the restroom started singing again about how he dreamed of meeting Hong Dali. He immediately guessed that the girl was Miss Tang and began complimenting her. The beauty raised an eyebrow in surprise. Young Master Hong pulled Musin away, telling her that the guy was a bit of a weirdo and not worth paying attention to. They entered the hall and took their seats. The bidders were chatting with one another in anticipation of the auction's start. The girl wouldn't let it go. She wanted to know why Mu had been so persistent with her future husband and what that man wanted to know. The auctioneer's gavel saved him from having to answer, as he declared it the main event of the last 100 years. The first lot was a 1,000-year-old jade phoenix cup. According to legend, only an emperor could touch it, with a starting price of 20 million. Mr. Tang was taken aback. Auctions usually started with the cheapest items, and here was such a high price. He wondered how much the grass would go for. Several bids were made, and the highest offer for the Phoenix Cup reached 28 million. The auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer. Then some wealthy man in the back of the hall called out a price of 100 million. Such a sharp jump in price caused a stir among the participants. Everyone was in shock and started looking around to figure out who had decided to throw money around on such an incredible scale. Everyone remained in a state of shock, especially because they still couldn't figure out who this mysterious buyer was. Finally, the host lost his nerve and asked loudly who exactly among those present had named the price of 100 million. The buyer turned out to be the fourth Mr. Hong, the father of Dolly's very own cousin. Enbao immediately whispered that his dad knew how to make the right impression. The presence of his brother came as a surprise to our hero's father, but the relative went out of his way to pretend that nothing out of the ordinary was happening. The young man realized that this was Hong Jiaye, a major entrepreneur and founder of Simibao, the country's only e-commerce platform, who had a grudge against his brother. Mr. Tang whispered that they were out of luck. Standing next to Zhang Ye was his enemy, Xun Laofeng, the head of the pharmaceutical company Shendage. The man looked at his rival with a scornful gaze and didn't even bother to say hello, considering himself the winner. Muxin's father began to panic. He realized that if the enemies bought the herb, his own company would be finished. Dolly's fiancée grew sad, whispering to her boyfriend that the competitors had decided to crush them once and for all, ruining their last attempt to return to the market. The young man recalled his cousin's words and realized that the competitors had come here well prepared. But after all, it was impossible to know in advance who would win the auction. He was distracted from these thoughts by the thunderous strike of the gavel. The lot was sold to Mr. Hong for 100 million. The crowd in the hall buzzed. Some recalled that last time, the richest man had bought the relic just to house his pet turtle there. Meanwhile, the auctioneer presented the second item up for sale. At first glance, it didn't look like anything special. But when the mannequin was turned around, everyone gasped. It was the blue heart necklace, which had taken 3 years to craft, its stones formed by the explosion of a distant star. The starting price was 30,000, but someone in the audience immediately raised the bid to 100 million. Everyone started looking around again, trying to figure out who was showing off this time. That person turned out to be Mr. Hong, Dali's father, who modestly explained that it would be a gift for his daughter-in-law. The young man laughed nervously. Musin tried to thank him, saying it was a very expensive gift, but the man continued calmly cleaning his pipe. The bidders realized that the entire Hong family was gathered here, and their chances of competing for the lots on display were dwindling. The tycoons didn't count their money. Enbao shouted to his father that he wanted that necklace for Yusi. The man pointed out that she was his cousin, so he shouldn't even dream of making a move on her. The event organizers' legs began to buckle. It was only just beginning, and the prices had already skyrocketed. something that had never happened in his entire career. The man even pinched himself to see if he was dreaming. He was shaking with excitement. Even electric shocks would have been easier to handle. Finally, he struck the gavel, confirming the sale of the necklace. No one dared to bid more for it than Dolly's father. Mr. Hong immediately offered to let Musin try on the jewelry. She thanked him shyly, while her father clearly felt out of his element. The piece was exorbitantly expensive. The man lit his pipe again and declared that since today was such a day, and since his relatives had decided to stand in the way, he couldn't let it go unnoticed. Miss Tang was overjoyed. She loved the necklace very much, and her fiancé was thrilled that her father had given Musin such a gift. The audience in the hall was experiencing a wide range of emotions, from envy to despair. Mr. Hong's fifth son's actions left no one indifferent. Dolly was a little worried. His dad had just crossed paths with his brother, and now neither of them could be stopped. Yet the grass hadn't even been put up for auction yet. His uncle continued to pick at his ear, as if to show that he couldn't care less about what was happening. The auctioneer remarked that the auction was picking up steam, and he was already looking forward to how things would unfold. It was time to present the third lot. This is Empress Gulang's tiara, crafted 3,800 years ago, encrusted with 110 gemstones of the highest quality, with a starting price of 38 million. Now the ordinary people were getting in on the action, raising the bid by several million at a time. Finally, they too had a chance to buy something. Then someone tapped our hero on the shoulder, and he glanced back to see who it was and what was going on. It was Mu Zihao again, who told Dolly that he'd decided to sit next to his older brother. The guy was taken aback. And for good reason. The man started asking him for a couple of pieces of advice again, telling him not to be afraid and not to avoid him. In response, Mu said he just wanted to be cool. After all, that wasn't forbidden, which was why he was asking the hero to reveal his secret. Dolly didn't know how to explain that he hadn't taken any medicine, and that what had happened to him was the result of the system of extravagance. He'd have to lie again. He cleared his throat and said that there really was one medicine that a monk from the Taoist system had given him, but there was one catch. There was only one pill, and he had already taken it, so if he wanted another one, he would have to find that wandering monk himself. Mu Zihao believed him and said he would find him. Dolly didn't even feel guilty for deceiving his new acquaintance. The man had gotten on his nerves that much. He promised that if he saw that monk again, he would immediately let him know where, and the man was delighted and thanked the young man. Meanwhile, the tiara had already been sold, and the auctioneer hurried to present the next item. It was a magical weapon known as the decapitating blade, crafted by Huan Chengji, the most famous ancient master. To showcase the blade in all its glory, the auctioneer put on special gloves. He didn't want to touch such an item with his bare hands. Finally, he took hold of the scabbard, and everyone in the hall held their breath, waiting for the moment when the sword would emerge. When it did, the only sound to be heard was the clang of metal against metal. The magical sword appeared in all its glory. It was so sharp that it cut through iron as if it were clay, and even holding it in one's hands was deeply inspiring. The starting price was 3 million, and immediately 2 people in the room burst out laughing. It wasn't exactly appropriate. Someone claimed that the weapon was worth much more. Dolly whispered that he had dreamed of owning such a sword since childhood and displaying it in his room to ward off evil spirits. So our hero raised his paddle and declared he would pay 3.5 million. There were no other bidders for the blade yet. His cousin decided that, since that was the case, he couldn't let his rival make the purchase, especially since he'd brought 50 million to the auction. So Anbao raised the price to 3.51 million, at which point Musin offered 3.7 million. She wanted to please her fiancé. For a while longer, Dolly and his cousin kept raising the bids. Neither of them was going to give in to the other. Moreover, Anbao was bidding in increments of 10,000, while our hero was bidding in increments of 100. He was starting to get fed up with this, so Dolly jumped up and began to protest. The young man raised the bid straight to 30 million, to which his cousin declared he was ready to pay 30 million and 10,000. Our hero was furious, while Musin tried to calm him down. Finally, the young man lost his temper and shouted that he would pay 100 million. His opponent promised 100 million and 10,000. It seems someone is about to explode. Anbao was amused, deciding that now the enemy would raise the price even higher, and then he would cave in. The fool would end up with the car for 100 million and change. Dolly had already opened his mouth to make a new bid. He even raised his finger, demonstrating his resolve. But the new price went unannounced. At the last moment, Young Hong realized that would be a mistake. He picked his nose and replied that he was withdrawing from further bidding and would not offer a new price. Ambao nearly howled in horror. Everyone around began to mock the idiot who had shelled out 100 million and 10,000 for a sword, but didn't even know how to use it. One couldn't imagine a greater humiliation. Dolly's cousin was sweating profusely and ready to sink through the earth. Hearing that he would now have to peel apples and pick his teeth with a very expensive knife, the boy was ready to burst into tears. He realized he had disgraced himself in front of his father as well. The fourth Hong was outraged by the purchase, but even more so by the fact that he had to help his son pay for it because the boy didn't have enough money. Xun Laofang promised to pay for the sword for his partner's son if the latter agreed to split the profits 40 to 60 after buying the herbs. Let him consider it a friendly gift. He didn't get a definite answer from Hong, so he decided that since that was the case, he would get that money back in the future, doubled. Tang told Dolly that he knew a swordmaster. If the guy liked weapons so much, he'd introduce them. Hong replied that it wasn't necessary, he was just messing around. Then Mu chimed in with a comment that he could help beat anyone next time. His stupidity was simply astounding. He tried to explain something, but his new acquaintance replied that if the need arose, he should just ask. He was willing to pay any amount for that Taoist. Dolly said he didn't need any help. He'd made a net profit of 200 million from that one movie alone, and he had other profitable businesses as well. Meanwhile, the host announced that they were moving on to the main prize. This magical herb, which, according to legend, had grown from a seed that fell from the heavenly kingdom. Both pharmaceutical business leaders tensed up. This was what they had come here for, and neither intended to leave empty-handed. The fourth Mr. Hong appeared completely calm. He was confident he would get what he wanted without any trouble. His brother also showed no particular emotion, because he, too, had no intention of yielding to his competitors. Dolly was nervous. The auctioneer announced that the herb had been hidden under a layer of ice for 1,000 years, so now they had a unique opportunity to see it. Whispers spread through the hall that it was somehow foolish to buy ordinary grass, even if rare, at an auction. But the auctioneer asked the crowd not to jump to conclusions. A man shouted that the remedy would cure even a terminal illness and rejuvenate frail old people by 30 years. Not only their physical abilities, but even their appearance would improve. People didn't believe such a thing was possible, but many saw buying the herb as a chance for recovery or a way to save dying relatives. Bids poured in like water from a cornucopia. Some offered 50 million, others 80, and the shouting didn't let up for a second. Musin whispered in surprise that the herb had more benefits than she'd thought. Dolly noted that health and longevity came at a high price. They hadn't even shown the product yet, and there was already such a frenzy. Mr. Tang sighed, saying that his company could develop a medicine based on the plant, perhaps slightly less effective, but effective nonetheless, and accessible to a wide range of people. His competitor held the opposite view. He intended to make his drugs so expensive that only a select few could afford them. Finally, a huge block covered with a cloth was rolled onto the stage. The host explained that the herb had been brought in, along with the ice it was frozen into, to prevent damage. He added that he could feel the energy of this incredible object through the fabric, as if he had touched the heavens. Someone in the audience gasped in awe. Finally, the time had come to remove the veil and see with their own eyes what lay beneath it. With a theatrical gesture, he approached the object, and with a sweeping motion of his arm, pulled the veil down. Celestial being of the icy mountain, the Tian Yuan herb appeared before the audience. There was very little of it, apparently less than 100 grams. But the brilliance from the ice and from the flower itself was so intense that it blinded people. It was a colossal cluster of energy. The bidders gasped. It seemed to them that just one glance at the plant was enough to restore their strength and improve their health. Everyone immediately raised their numbered paddles and began demanding that the auctioneer finally announce the starting price. The auctioneer asked them not to rush him. He noted that it was very difficult to appraise such an item, and their experts had decided that any monetary equivalent would seem insulting. Therefore, the starting price for the Tianyuan herb at the auction would be 0, the man indicated with a gesture. Everyone looked at him as if he were mad. No one dared to bid now, for fear of offending the magical flower. The auctioneer clarified that they were doing this so that this magical plant could be used for good, since it could save lives, and not just one. So let everyone think carefully about how much they are willing to pay for this great cause. With these words, the man shouted that the bidding was open. Complete silence reigned in the hall. People sat, afraid to move, each weighing their own financial and ethical limits. Musin was surprised that everyone had been chattering just a few minutes ago, but had now fallen silent. Dali explained that everyone here was a businessman and feared making a mistake, not wanting to overpay, but also not wanting to make a fool of themselves. He explained that as soon as someone offered a price, the others would instantly start raising the bid so as not to lose out. To back up his words, the young Mr. Hong raised his paddle and announced a bid of 10 million. Immediately, bids of 15, 18, 20 million, and so on began pouring in. The bidders were doing their utmost to secure the magical plant. The girl noticed that the amounts used to be 100 million or more, but now people were offering mere pennies to save lives. It was simply beyond belief. Then Mu put his hand on Dali's shoulder and said that business was the most important thing. He should tell his fiancée that they knew this business better than anyone else here. The new friend amused Musin. Our hero hissed that at this rate they'd be stuck here until tomorrow. They needed to stir up the crowd a bit. He raised his sign again and shouted that he was willing to pay 200 million for the Tianyuan grass. That was enough to calm the frenzy. Razu was immediately inspired and prepared his gavel, congratulating the guest who was willing to pay such a sum. The others couldn't afford to raise the bid and began whispering that the price for life-saving grass should be commensurate. Musin was stunned. She asked if the groom was really willing to spend all his hard-earned money for her sake. The young man began looking around. His future wife asked who he was looking for, and he replied that he was looking for another bride here, but saw no one else suitable besides her. The beauty didn't appreciate the joke and grabbed his face, demanding an explanation. Was she really the only one? Mr. Tang couldn't believe that Dali, whom he had intended to use solely to solve his own problems, turned out to be a decent person. And now he saw that, if Musin wasn't happy, she was very close to it. The Hong family's choice had proven entirely justified. But the man worried that even if Hong Weigo and his son joined forces, like their competitors, the outcome of the auction was still unknown. Then someone raised their hand and called out a bid of 500 million, more than double Dali's bid. The fourth Mr. Hong, with a single wave of his hand, put up a simply mind-boggling sum for the Tianyuan herb. The fifth Mr. Hong followed his brother's example and raised the price to 700 million, the highest bid in the history of auctions in China. Then Hong Jianye bid 1 billion. The auctioneer couldn't believe that anyone was willing to pay that much for a plant. The people in the hall were stunned. They began to discuss how, even if they had 1 billion, they wouldn't need any divine herb. Dali's father took a long time to make his decision and finally raised the bid to 1.5 billion. He was determined to win. His brother didn't want to lose either, so he called out an even higher amount, this time 2 billion, and everyone fell silent with tension. Hong Weigo was the only one who spoke, and what he said stunned everyone even more. The man was willing to pay 3 billion. His brother, without a moment's hesitation, bid 5 billion. The scene began to resemble a battle of the titans. The men kept raising the price higher and higher, and when it reached 10 billion, the stunned auctioneer simply collapsed to the floor. He sat there trembling, then asked in a faltering voice if he had heard correctly that the fourth gentleman was offering such a sum. Instead of his brother, the fifth gentleman, Hong, responded, raising the bid to 13 billion. It seemed as though this was perfectly reasonable to him. The brother leaned back in his chair, trying to put on the same relaxed expression, and announced that he would pay 15 billion for the Tianyuan grass. The auctioneer clutched his throat. It became difficult for him to breathe, while the men from the Hong family continued to raise the bids. Everyone fell silent. Owner Shendage was sweating with nervousness. He hadn't expected it to come to this, and the audience gaped in astonishment. Mr. Tang was also fidgeting. He was frightened by the sum and the thought of how much he now owed his future son-in-law and his father. Mushin and Dali were also sitting there, afraid to move. Like everyone else, they hadn't expected the standoff to take such a serious turn. This was no longer a bidding war for goods. It was a battle for territory between two predators, leaving the smaller animals with nothing to do but tremble in fear. The Hong brothers immediately showed everyone present who was in charge here, but settling this matter among themselves was far from simple. Dali couldn't understand why his father had gotten so worked up that he'd completely lost his sense of proportion and his good judgment. At that moment, Mr. Tang intervened. He grabbed our hero's father by the arm and asked him to stop, explaining that these sums were simply beyond comprehension. Hong asked why that was, to which the man explained that they wouldn't be able to grow the plant, there wasn't enough of it, so the profit would amount to roughly 20 to 30 million. Yet here were such expenses. This information made Hong Weigo think. It was beginning to dawn on him just how impulsively the man had acted. This did not go unnoticed by their competitors. Jun Laofeng was elated. They would win the bidding and close the deal by driving the price of the drug as high as possible. His partner looked at him with contempt and remarked that he would already be spending more on the herb than planned. It was time to renegotiate the terms of their agreement. Hong noted that if he offered the Tian Yuan to other pharmaceutical firms, he might receive much more favorable offers. Shen Da-ge, the boss, shouted that they'd have to try really hard to set him up like that, and that Hong would regret it. He had powerful connections and a mighty patron. Hong Jianye pointed out that they had begged him for funding, so either they hand over 90% of the shares, or he'll just swallow the herb and rejuvenate on his own. The would-be partner was so shocked he couldn't say a word and was simply drenched in sweat. He realized he'd fallen into his own trap. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced that the final bid was 15 billion. If no one raised it higher, the lot would be sold. Dali's father was about to raise his hand and bid higher, but Mr. Tang held his hand firmly and shook his head, urging him not to do so. Our hero realized that it was all over now. They wouldn't be buying the magical Tian Yuan herb, no matter how much they wanted to. The young man apologized to Musen. There was nothing he could do to help her. The girl replied that no one could have imagined it would reach such sums. They would simply accept their fate. The host still hadn't struck the gavel, trying to figure out whether the bidding would continue or if the herb could be considered sold for 15 billion. People in the hall were outraged. The price couldn't possibly go any higher. Even 15 million was an unaffordable sum for many here, let alone billions. Then someone announced they would pay 10 billion US dollars. It was so unexpected and unbelievable that everyone immediately looked around for the guest who had raised the bid. Everyone present was shocked, and even the Hong brothers could no longer hide their surprise. The auctioneer's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. $10 billion was sheer madness. I wonder which of those present had that much money. Mu Zihao sat in his seat picking his nose. He was the one who had made the final bid, and it simply didn't make sense to those present. He didn't look like a rich man at all, and stated that this amount was his monthly pocket money. It's good to be the son of tycoons who own the largest casino in the Northern Hemisphere. Dali Hong felt like a naive fool. His new acquaintance reminded him that he'd offered to help him with money, but our hero had refused. The guy laughed, saying that Mu was throwing around billions, yet for some reason people considered him the spendthrift, even though he usually didn't spend more than 100 million. The auctioneer raised his gavel. He himself no longer believed that what was happening was real, but he still asked if anyone wanted to raise the bid. Anbao even tried to convince his father to raise the price, but his father cursed him out, saying this wasn't a price anymore, but complete madness. The would-be partner wagged his finger at the fourth Hong, accusing him of being unreliable. He jumped up and walked away, not even suspecting that the rich man couldn't care less about his shock at losing. The son reminded Hong that the people from Shengde were very shady, and they might run into trouble. The man replied that they didn't have what they needed, so everything was fine. The auctioneer's gavel struck the wood loudly. The lot of Tian Yuan grass was sold for $10 billion. After the auction ended, the guests slowly dispersed from the luxurious conference hall. Many were still in awe. Mr. Hong apologized to Mr. Mushin's father for not being able to help them. Mr. Tang replied that he had seen everything himself, so he wasn't offended. They would accept their fate. The man added sheepishly that now the only thing on his mind was whether his daughter was worthy of being Dali's bride following the fall of the Tang family. The hero asked excitedly why they considered him special. He was just an ordinary person. Did Tang really regret the engagement? Tang replied that no, he was happy for Musen. The girl looked down shyly, but it was clear she was very pleased with herself, for she had truly come to respect her future husband. Mr. Hong remarked that his son had always been in poor health, but now he was practically blooming and smelling sweet. It seemed it was time for them to pick a suitable date for the wedding. Everyone agreed, and only Dali looked a little bewildered. He couldn't believe events were unfolding so quickly. Just then, Mu Zihao appeared, saying he was glad to hear his friend was finally getting married, and then congratulated the young man. The young man turned at the sound of his voice. He had already forgotten all about his new acquaintance, who had spent $10 billion on weed. Dali asked if his friend wasn't afraid to walk around with a $10 billion box in his hand. Mu laughed. The next second, he threw the suitcase at the guy, saying, "Go ahead and catch it. You'd have to be at least a boxing champion to make me afraid." Young Master Hong caught the box but nearly lost his footing. He couldn't fathom what Mu Zihao was up to. The box weighed at least 100 kilograms. The guy could barely hold it, while his new acquaintance carried it effortlessly in one hand. He wasn't as simple as he seemed. Dali shouted indignantly that he already knew the guy was tough, so he should just take the weed and ice as soon as possible. He wondered what he was going to do with it. Mu shook his head. He declared that since our hero wanted this stuff, he should let him do him this favor. Zihao didn't need the weed himself anyway. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hong, Tang, and Musin all gaped. None of them could have imagined it would end this way. Dali, taken by surprise, dropped the case on his foot and, his voice trembling with excitement, asked if Mu Zihao was joking. The young man replied that he was completely serious, but there was one condition. Dali should get that Taoist monk's remedy, and in fact drop by for a visit. Here was a business card with his contact information. He turned and walked away, shouting that this was a wedding gift for the bride. Our hero offered his own business card as well. It was finally time to get properly acquainted. The guy smiled, held out his hand, and said his name was Hong Dali. It was clear that this time he was genuinely happy to have a new friend. Mu Zihao introduced himself in return and saluted the rectangular piece of paper, showing that he was happy too. Dali sighed loudly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This unexpected windfall in the form of a trinket worth tens of billions of dollars hadn't come easily to him. The young man approached Mr. Tang and told him he was giving him some 10 yuan grass. Mr. Tang couldn't believe his luck and asked him to repeat it several times. The future son-in-law replied that they had come here to get the plant, and even though things hadn't gone according to plan, he now had it, so let it serve them well. The man fell to his knees over the case containing ice and the flour. Now the Tang family was saved, and they would revive their business. Musin rushed to hug the groom. She didn't even know how else to thank him for such a gift. The girl rested her head on Dali's shoulder and said thank you. It seemed she simply had nothing more to add, overwhelmed by emotion. The guy smiled and chuckled, noting that it wasn't entirely his doing. It wasn't clear exactly what he meant. The hero's father laughed, saying that since the young man had passed the herb on to his son, Dali had something to be proud of. The Mu family was among the 5 richest in the world. He wondered how they had met. Musin reported that she had heard Zihao ask the groom to help him with something. Apparently it was about health or something like that. The beauty wanted to add something else, but Dali didn't let her, stating that he had a big heart and a great personality, which was why everything was the way it was. Mr. Tang couldn't wait to get down to business. He told Hong that it was time to start research and then move on to producing the drug. Our hero's father agreed wholeheartedly, warning only that he could help with security to prevent the theft of such a valuable ingredient from happening again. The man replied that he was ready to die to protect the herb. But last time the thief had been like a ghost, and it wasn't a matter of poor security. Dali thought he needed Lin Chuyin's advice. Perhaps the competitors had used some kind of advanced technology. Everyone agreed that such details couldn't be discussed on the street. The guards began lifting the crate, which turned out to be very heavy, and no one noticed they were being eavesdropped on. It was Xun Laofang who hissed that the competitors were rejoicing too soon. He would still make them nervous. The next day, Dali Hong was invited to the office complex where Tang's company was headquartered. It was a rather large skyscraper with a separate wing for administrative staff and laboratories. Mr. Tang reported that the herb was securely hidden in one of the complex research centers and that all employees had signed a strict confidentiality agreement. Our hero replied that he didn't know much about it, but was sure everything would go smoothly. The man noted that this was largely thanks to him and his friend. Dali mentioned that he'd asked a friend who knew her way around technology to check the cameras. Perhaps the thief had some trick up his sleeve that none of them had caught. The man immediately said that would be very helpful. He was willing to pay the girl a high salary when footsteps were heard in the room. Lin Chuan appeared and replied that there was no need for a salary. One boss was enough for her, and that boss was Dali Hong. Mushin said the girl was a true genius and asked her to help with the video surveillance. Mr. Tang was amazed that such a beauty could be so young, yet so smart. Lin Chuan reported that she had already checked the cameras and monitors, and they were all in perfect working order. The enemy had used light refraction technology that made him invisible to the devices. No wonder the thief had gone unnoticed. The girl suggested developing technology capable of countering this. She would need a couple of days for that. Dolly thought that if the enemy couldn't be seen, perhaps he could be detected by scent. A small animal with a keen sense of smell, like a cat, would be useful. He suggested staying at the Tang house for a few days so he could monitor the situation himself. Musin was delighted. They had plenty of spare rooms. The young man smiled and asked if he could stay in her room, which puzzled his future wife a little. Lin Chuan joined the conversation and suggested that the boss try out a new device she had recently created. She said the device was right there and immediately slipped it onto Dolly's wrist. It looked just like an ordinary wristwatch. The guy eyed the device skeptically and asked, puzzled, what was so special about it. The inventor explained that it was a miniature version of a stereo projector. The hero became interested and asked how it worked. Lin showed him where to press, then suggested scanning Musin. It wasn't entirely clear why this was necessary. The button clicked and a yellow glow appeared. Now she had to point it at her future wife. She asked, somewhat surprised, why this was necessary, but didn't protest. Chuyin explained that everything would become clear in a moment. Musin guessed that this was needed to later project her, like those 3D monsters from the movies. The inventor replied that not exactly, but it seemed they would see everything for themselves now. They just needed to press one more thing. Our hero mentioned that he had already seen stereoscopes, strange contraptions, and then activated the device. A bright yellow glow flared up again. This time it began to spread across Dolly's arm from the wrist outward. A translucent bracelet appeared, growing and expanding as if on its own. The guy was thoroughly frightened. The yellow glow continued to spread across his body, gradually transforming it, and our hero screamed. His appearance was changing right before his eyes, mimicking Musin's figure and clothing. It was simply unbelievable. When it came to his head and face, even his voice changed. Dali had finally taken on the appearance of his fiancée. Lin Chuan muttered that it had turned out pretty well, while Musin herself was in a state of shock and therefore didn't comment on the device's results. Dali, in the form of his future wife, tried to move and look at himself. He too literally couldn't believe his own eyes. He looked at himself from all angles in bewilderment, scratching the back of his head. It was impossible to tell the young man apart from Musin by appearance. When it finally sank in, the guy cursed so loudly that all the windows in the house began to rattle. Young Master Hong just couldn't calm down. He clutched his head and kept screaming that he had turned into a bride. Lin Chuan explained that immediately after scanning a person, you completely transform into them, replicating their figure, face, clothes, and even their voice. Dali Hong, in the guise of Musin, announced in a soft, girlish voice that it was wonderful, a feeling unlike anything else. He reflexively ran his hands over himself, which provoked the bride's indignation. She screamed for him to stop immediately. She tried to stop him from repeating that it was wonderful and touched his face. His lips felt as soft as real ones. Dali's face, in the guise of his future wife, expressed incredible bliss, and the girl asked in bewilderment what was going on. The hero continued whispering something about Buddha, and Musin asked again what he was saying. At that moment, the doppelganger's eyes lit up. It was as if a demon had possessed him, and his hands immediately reached for her skirt, trying to unbutton it. Only now did the real Musin realize what thoughts were swirling in her fiancé's head, and she slapped him hard across the face, shouting that he shouldn't even think about taking off her clothes. We don't know what happened next, but Dali's shouts that this was the best invention of mankind could still be heard from the Tang house for a long time afterward, while the bride tried to turn off the device. That same day, a group of elementary school-aged children went on a field trip, led by a teacher carrying a signal flag. They happily crossed the street, enjoying the weather and the wonderful opportunity to walk around the city to the fullest. A truck was speeding down the street. The man behind the wheel saw the children and tried to brake, but the vehicle malfunctioned. The massive truck was approaching the crosswalk where the children were walking. Only a few meters and a couple of cars separated them. The damn brakes failed again, and the driver, shouting loudly for everyone to get out of the way, raced forward, not knowing what else to do. The man was drenched in sweat from terror and continued to honk and shout, warning of the danger, but neither the children nor the teacher heard him. The truck crashed into the first car and flipped it over. Only then did the situation become clear to the pedestrians. The children, along with the girl accompanying them, screamed in fear, and tears instantly streamed from their eyes. Someone's fist in a purple glove struck the hood. There was a terrible screech, but the truck came to a halt. The red-haired girl leaped right onto it, shielding the children. She was so strong that she stopped the vehicle. The driver, who had been thrown out the window by the impact, hadn't even hit the ground yet when the beauty caught him with her other hand. The man whispered that the kids were saved. The red-haired beauty was clearly pleased that she had managed to prevent a terrible tragedy just in time. People on the street began whispering that she must be a Wonder Woman. How else could such superpowers be explained? The very next moment, the heroine dropped the driver onto the asphalt. She didn't like holding him in the air for long. The next second, she leaped away from the scene in giant bounds amid the children's loud cries of gratitude. This mysterious savior didn't go just anywhere, but to Shengde, the very company that was Tang's business rival. With a single leap, she landed on the terrace of a building designed in traditional Chinese style. The girl calmly walked inside and down the hallway. She had clearly been here before, and more than once. Along the way, she rolled up her sleeve and prepared to unfasten her prosthetic arm. At least that's what it looked like. The metal glove was smoking. It seemed the collision with the truck had caused a malfunction. A few twists and the prosthetic arm was unscrewed. It appeared the girl was a robot, or at the very least, a cyborg. Xun Lao Fang appeared behind her. He was already dressed in an outfit more modest than the one he'd worn at the auction. The man informed her that they had lost the auction and said he'd like to see the expressions on their competitors' faces when she infiltrated their ranks and destroyed the Tianyuan herb. The girl shot him a disgruntled look and asked why she had to destroy it when she could just steal it, as she had done in the past. Xun Lao Fang explained that after the official sale, everyone knows it's a unique ingredient, so they can't use it without giving themselves away. He added that they were newcomers here, and that simply crushing the Tang company would be enough to establish themselves in the market. He had already walked past the girl, but he turned back and explained that destroying the herb would be enough to eliminate the competition. The girl placed her hand on the table and asked how they could have lost the auction at all. It seemed that Mr. Hong IV hadn't tried very hard to help them. The man replied that everything had gone according to plan, but the tycoon's son had intervened and gifted the grass, worth billions of dollars, to Dali Hong, a spendthrift in poor health who had suddenly regained his strength. The Wonder Woman replied that she would take care of her hand, something was wrong with it, and then head to the Tang company. Xun Lao Fang asked her to wait a couple of days so as not to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, at Mr. Hong's villa, there was a debate about how such things had no place in the house. This concerned An Bao, who wanted to decorate the living room with a sword he had bought. His mother was categorically against it. There would be no weapons in the house. The young man reminded her that the blade was worth 100 million, but the woman insisted that a murder weapon had no place where people believed in Buddha. She also scolded her son for the fact that, in the confrontation with Dali, his spendthrift cousin had managed to stop in time, even though he's considered a fool, while An Bao had acted foolishly. The old woman continued to berate the young man for bringing shame upon his father. He tried to justify himself and asked for understanding. The conversation ended with Mrs. Hong ordering him to get rid of that filthy thing and not to bother her anymore during her prayers. An Bao left the house with a sword, cursing Dali, who had caused his mother to throw a fit. He was filled with a desire for revenge. Our hero's cousin pulled out his phone and began searching for the right contact. He was extremely determined. The young man called his assistant and ordered him to find a good hitman. He would give him a sword with which to cut off Hong Dali's leg. Not today, but in a couple of days. High in the mountains was a martial arts school called Thunder. The students lived in practically Spartan conditions. In class, they practiced the same strikes for hours on end, so that every movement would become perfect. They had to study all the pressure points on the body and learn to suppress the pain in order to continue the fight. The exhausted young men did not stop training until the sun went down, day after day. Their master slowly closed his eyes. It seemed the time had come to test how well these warriors had been trained. When he opened them again, energy surged outward, and the man became like a demonic creature. He hadn't even had time to move when a surge of power scattered half the students to the sides and sent them flying into the air. The master dispatched the remaining ones with just a couple of strikes. They were so fast that it was impossible to track them. It wasn't the first time the young people had experienced something like this. Many of them had even learned how to land professionally to avoid injury. When their master had expended all his accumulated qi and returned to his usual form, he couldn't help but smile. The technique had been executed perfectly. Applause rang out and Ding Chenji appeared. telling Master Lei that it had indeed been impressive. There was no one in the world stronger than him. The warrior bowed gratefully but noticed that the director was flattering him. The director immediately moved on to the reason for his visit. Since Chengji was funding this martial arts center, he convinced Lei that they now had problems because of Dali. It was no surprise that the master wanted to settle the score with the guy. Ding didn't beat around the bush and immediately asked when Lei would be able to carry out his plans. The master scratched his backside and said he'd been suffering from pain for several days. As soon as it subsided, he'd get to work. A few days later in the evening, Dali decided to test his ability to project his consciousness into small animals. This time, he chose an owl. The bird was perched not far from the Tang family's house and moreover, had excellent eyesight and a keen sense of smell. As soon as the young man managed to carry out his plan, he flew toward the building to observe for a bit and test his abilities. He circled the area a few times but didn't notice anything suspicious. Just like the previous few days, everything was calm. The young man surveyed the world through the sharp eyes of a bird of prey. He was completely focused. It was strange that nothing had happened for so long. Had the intruders really abandoned their plans to steal the herb? Our hero thought that the enemy had decided to give up because of the round-the-clock security patrol, which had been deliberately reinforced as much as possible. Dali stood up and stretched to loosen his muscles. Who would have thought that a spoiled young master would do such a thing? Musen's beauty had clearly influenced him here. Deciding to quench his thirst, Hong poured a glass of ice-cold mineral water. Sitting for hours in the same position had turned out to be extremely tiring. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The bride announced that his fairy had come to visit and asked him to open the door quickly. The young man peeked out and cautiously asked why the fairy had come down to see him so late at night. He looked puzzled. It turned out the girl couldn't wait to treat her fiancé to a dish she had prepared especially for him. She suggested he guess what it was, to which Dali remarked that he would eat anything she brought him. It smelled mind-blowing. Saying that it would be awkward to even take offense at such crude flattery, Musen began to lift the lid. With an enthusiastic cry, the bride showed the hero the severely burnt pastries, and he couldn't hide his displeasure. These buns smelled and looked so bad that the very thought of eating them was unthinkable. Didn't the beauty realize this herself? The girl continued to stand solemnly with the lid raised and asked why Dali wasn't rushing to taste her culinary masterpiece. The guy didn't know how to react. He stared at the burnt treat with eyes full of horror, not daring to reach out. Musen was upset. With eyes full of tears, she asked how he could possibly not like her cooking. She had tried so hard. So as not to upset her, young Master Hong immediately grabbed a bun and shoved it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. He turned completely blue. The smell of burning wafted from his mouth, and the bride nearly dropped the box. She really hadn't expected Dali to take the risk. The beauty handed him a piece of candy to take the edge off the bitterness and admitted that she'd just been joking. It was her first time baking, and she hoped it would turn out better next time. Our hero clutched his throat and replied that a single piece of candy wouldn't seem to fix the situation. His future wife promised to bring him some water. Dali replied hoarsely that she shouldn't bother. She should just come closer and give him something. The girl couldn't figure out what he wanted, so the groom had to pull her closer by the hand. He kissed Musen decisively, and now her face was full of disgust, and the smell of burning came from her mouth. The bride's angry screams and her future husband's malicious laughter could be heard far beyond the room. The night was growing darker, but nothing suspicious was happening on Tang's territory. Only the footsteps of the guard unit and the rustling of their gear broke the complete silence. The city had long since fallen asleep. One of the guards clutched his stomach and declared he needed to use the restroom again, prompting angry jokes from the commander, but he was eventually allowed to go. The only condition was not to linger in there too long, like last time, and to stock up on pills for the next shift. The guard did indeed go to the bathroom. He quickly realized it was a great way to shirk work, and his singing could be heard from behind the door. The guy was texting a girl, already looking forward to getting his paycheck and asking her out on a date. He kept complaining about the stupid company that handed out money to security just for a pretty face. There were no hitmen here when the stall door opened. The security guard, engrossed in his conversation, didn't even notice. So he took a blow to the face and flew backward, dropping his device. That was enough to completely knock the guy out. The assassin, sword in hand, had clearly been hired by Hong Anbao. Meanwhile, the remaining security guards continued their rounds. One of them pointed out that the guy was still missing, but the commander ignored it. Everyone started laughing at their colleague. It was obvious he was just lazy. If anything happened, it would be a lesson for him. The men decided to look for a blind spot in the camera coverage and have a smoke. Their employer clearly didn't care about their work anyway. There hadn't been a single inspection. The guards knew that a drug formula was being developed inside the building, and they had been hired to make sure no one got in, but they had no idea who might need some pills. The commander took his time and told them not to worry too much about it. Great job, nothing was really happening. They'd get their money soon and be free. They even joked that if anyone happened to drop by, they'd be in for a world of trouble. The guys had no idea that someone was already there. The masked men waited for the right moment and pulled bags over the guards' heads. Judging by the look of it, it was Master Lei and his students. They dragged the security guards into the bushes, clearly intending to change into their uniforms. Soon, the first villain cautiously emerged from the front garden, clad in the gear of the knocked-out guard. The master adjusted his cap. One of the disciples doubted they could sneak inside and beat up Hong Dali. It was too dangerous. Lei replied that since Ding Chenji was paying them so much, they had to complete the job. Otherwise, he'd be labeled a greedy coward and would have to shave off his mustache. He intended to get everything done quickly, and the apprentices should just watch and learn while they still had someone to learn from. Another group of security guards appeared. They couldn't make out their colleagues' faces in the dark and ordered them not to slack off or smoke anymore. Amid shouts to hurry up, everyone resumed patrolling the grounds. There was no talk yet of entering the building. As soon as both teams moved to the other side of the courtyard, the place was completely deserted. Now it was monitored only by cameras. The red-haired android girl we already knew, who worked for Shun Laofan, landed on the roof. She looked down, assessing the situation. No one who could prevent them from entering the premises was in sight. The boss asked her to destroy the plant down to the last blade of grass, but not to do anything foolish. There were rumors that Hong Dali's house was very strange, so she needed to be careful. The girl pressed a button on her glove and told him not to worry. The technology she was using was beyond human comprehension. Almost immediately after those words, she became translucent. Apparently, that very invisibility effect had been activated. After making sure everything was working as it should, the intruder jumped down from the roof. For her, it was no problem. No sooner had she landed than one of the patrols patrolling the area came toward her. The men were walking in formation, marching in step. Not a single guard noticed the girl. They simply walked right past her, so there was no need to worry about the reliability of her disguise. The commander gave the order to search the surroundings more thoroughly. Now was the perfect time for an invasion, though he had no idea it had already taken place. Meanwhile, in the restroom, the hitman hired by Dali's cousin had also completed his transformation into a security guard. He hid his sword behind his shield and now considered himself ready to carry out the mission for which he had been paid a hefty sum. The assassin adjusted his cap and smiled wickedly with his scarred lips. For cutting off Hong Dali's leg, he would receive 50 million, and neutralizing the security guard had turned out to be so easy. Now he had to find the victim and carry out what he had come for. The assassin was thoroughly satisfied with this job. He adjusted his cap again and stepped out into the hallway. The fourth security team was approaching, the very one Master Lei and his students had been impersonating. Seeing that a man from the same squad they had neutralized was coming toward them, the martial artist grew wary. He might recognize them. The hitman froze as well. He realized that the number on his uniform and on these men's uniforms was the same, and the plan could fall apart. For a moment, everyone stood in silence, thinking about how not to get caught red-handed. After all, they couldn't know that everyone present here was impersonating someone else. Master Lei's face grew tense. He was trying to decide whether to confront them or let it slide. The number 4 and the killer's strange behavior had practically convinced him that their cover had already been blown. The assassin realized just as clearly that he was from the same unit as these people, and with his distinctive appearance, it was simply impossible to mistake him for anyone else. So they stared at each other, raising their shields, but neither dared to speak first, lest they completely ruin the chance that everything would work out. With every passing second, the tension grew. The martial arts master could barely control his chuddy energy anymore. The killer also had a heavy, oppressive look in his eyes, sensing that he would soon have to face off against an entire squad. Just then, another squad appeared, and the commander yelled at the slackers from the 4th squad not to slack off anymore and to continue patrolling. Killer casually slotted into the back of the group, falling into formation so that they could all stride forward confidently. It didn't go too well, but the participants in this escapade still tried their hardest to pretend to be security personnel. Just then, the sound of heels clicking echoed through the room, but there were clearly no women here, at least none visible. The red-haired villainess was still under the influence of her equipment, slowly closing in on her target. She stood in the middle of the hall, unnoticed by anyone, while both teams were giving instructions regarding the route ahead. They didn't even pay attention to her footsteps. Just then, a bat flew across the room, and this didn't escape the android's notice. She sensed the movement. Soon a second bat appeared. This began to seem suspicious to the girl, and she tried to scare it away. The bats vanished from sight, and the thief decided it was time to get down to the business she had come here for. She activated her force field just in case, and it worked. The first bat also tried to fly off to the side as quickly as possible. Clinging to the wall, Dolly tried to scan the area using the creature's locators, but now he couldn't manage it. The guy decided to try again, and this time it worked. The enemy was detected. With a satisfied look, he took a sip of water. Now he needed to figure out his next move to stop the villain from stealing anything. He asked Lin Chuan if her device was ready. The thief was already in the building. The girl asked how he knew that. The hero, looking mysterious, asked how he could possibly become her boss if he didn't possess any special abilities. The inventor replied seriously that she needed another 10 minutes. It was possible that the thief would manage to break into the lab during that time. Dolly asked her to leave it to him. He would hold off the intruder. He could only hope that the intruder wouldn't cause too much trouble. The hero glanced back. Behind him, Musin was sleeping soundly. The girl was clearly dreaming about something. She was tossing and turning in bed and muttering something. It looked very sweet. Thinking that the beauty was dreaming about something very interesting, the young man sighed. He didn't want to leave his fiancée's side right now and put himself in danger. The entire upper floor of Tang Ren Hall was lit up. This was one of the rules established by security. Squad number 4, now consisting entirely of decoys, was following the route. No one could decide what to do now. The corridors were quiet. Only the sound of the men's footsteps could be heard, each carrying a heavy shield. Master Lei was thinking that the man from the squad walking with them was very suspicious. They needed to get rid of him as soon as possible. He decided to count to 3 in his head and then attack, signaling his students, and that's what they did. But it turned out the stranger had a sword behind his shield. The men tried to strike with their batons. Their eyes glowed with chi energy to make the attack stronger, and the killer froze. He realized he had been exposed and decided that, since that was the case, he had no choice but to deal with the guards. He tossed aside his baton to free his hands. The sword was perfectly suited for this purpose, so the killer didn't hesitate for a moment about what to do. With a few swings, he hacked the attackers' batons to pieces and finally repelled their attack, using his shield. The students flew backward, much like they did during training at their martial arts school, back when they weren't strong enough yet. Only Master Lei remained on his feet, unable to comprehend how such a frail security guard could possibly accomplish such a feat. The man's eyes bulged from their sockets. He cursed, and it became clear that he was facing a worthy opponent. To distract the enemy, the mustached man hurled his heavy shield at him with all his might. The throw was incredibly powerful. The $100 million blade truly sliced through the metal like paper. With a single motion, it split the shield, hurling toward him in two. This did not intimidate the head of the martial arts school. He immediately closed the distance to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The blow was very powerful, and the killer barely managed to stay on his feet, but he managed to defend himself. His reflexes were excellent. This didn't stop Lei. He continued to strike until the enemy's shield shattered into pieces under his palm. The assassin was forced to draw his blade from its sheath again, and the master jumped back. Now he was no longer so confident in his abilities. The assassin had managed to wound the mustache man's arm, and now he stood at a distance, assessing his chances. Both men were thinking that getting out of this mess wouldn't be easy, though they had no idea their thoughts were the same. Tensions were running high. Lei was in intense pain, but he still wasn't ready to give up so easily. Rage was beginning to consume him. The killer was trembling. He had never before come face to face with such a skilled warrior, a true master of martial arts who wielded chi. He hadn't expected the Tang family to hire a bodyguard of this caliber. For a while, nothing happened. Only the blade of the sword glinted. Then in the window across from the man, they spotted Dolly Hong. Both cursed. Their real target was very close. but she had appeared at the worst possible moment. The young man looked quite capable of defending himself, though he had no idea that an assassination attempt was being prepared against him, and a double one at that. The assassin held some kind of pill in his mouth. He realized that the target had been spotted and it was time to finish the job, after which he spat it out. At that very moment, an explosion thundered, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. It came as a complete surprise. When the smoke cleared, the opponent had vanished, and Master Lei was left staring in confusion at the spot where he had just been standing. The master decided that the guard had gone for backup. He ordered his students to lie down and wait for him, while he himself decided to go after Hong Dali. Since he had come this far, there was no turning back. Once again, the sound of women's heels clicking on the tiles could be heard. Though the red-haired girl was invisible, she had no intention of moving silently. She walked calmly down the corridor toward the laboratory, her bat-like ears tracking her movements perfectly. Right in front of her, the Wonder Woman saw something she hadn't expected to see at all, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. It was our hero, sitting on the floor with his head resting on his hands. It looked as if he were asleep. The villainess thought this was somewhat suspicious. It was unlikely the guy had deliberately chosen to sleep in such a place. She decided that the stranger couldn't see her anyway, so she shouldn't pay any attention to him. Completely out of the blue, Dali suddenly spoke up and asked the girl to stop. His voice sounded a bit ominous. The invisible girl looked back in fear. She had even decided that her device had stopped working, and now the guy could see her. The thief made sure everything was working properly, so she asked in surprise if the guy was talking to her specifically. Dali, without opening his eyes, replied that there was no one else here besides the two of them, so the question seemed out of place. He asked if she really thought she could come here just to sleep. The girl asked how he could see her with his eyes closed. To this, Dali replied that sometimes you don't need to use your eyes to see. She uses light refraction to become invisible, but that trick doesn't work against an ultrasonic detector. The villainess activated the blade directly from her glove and stated that it didn't matter how she'd been discovered. Since that was the case, she'd have to finish off whoever'd done it. With those words, she lunged at him, but he didn't see her, and contact with the mouse was suddenly lost. The hero managed to restore it before the cunning thief could attack him with her blade. He managed to roll aside, performing a series of backward somersaults. Now Dali's speed and strength allowed for such maneuvers. The redhead shot a displeased glance at the young man and angrily asked who he was anyway. The young man smiled and asked whom exactly she meant. Perhaps someone else was lurking nearby, or were her words addressed to him after all? He stood up to his full height, shielding his face with his hand, as streams of energy shot out in all directions. The hero announced that his name was Hong Dali, and that today he was her enemy. The girl didn't change her expression and kept looking at him. It seemed she hadn't expected that this very young gentleman would turn out to be so strong. The guy noted the effect his name had with a smile and said that if she was so impressed, she could have his autograph. The villainess lunged forward, declaring that she didn't care who he was. If he stood in her way, he would die. She was so fast that Dali didn't have time to track her movement and was wounded in the leg. He only managed to jump out of the way at the last moment and screamed in pain. The next moment, the redhead slashed at his forearm. Fortunately, the guy's muscles were very dense. But then a kick finally made him realize he couldn't defeat this villain without help. He had to save his own life, and Dali, without getting up after the fall, tried to roll as far to the side as possible. This frightened the creature under her control. The connection was broken, and the bat simply flew away. The young man cursed. A red-haired figure was already looming over him, blade raised for the decisive blow. There was practically no chance of escape, though the young man didn't know it. The hand was ready to finish what it had started. Though it was invisible, it was certainly neither weak nor imprecise. Our hero had already begun to mentally bid farewell to life. He had completely forgotten about the second mouse and didn't even try to make contact with her. The villainess's eyes glowed with rage. She was ready to send Dali to hell with a single blow. The girl had no idea that this wasn't meant to happen, because another participant in the events had appeared. It was Master Lei. He hadn't seen the thief and had no idea that Dali Hong was about to die. He saw what he had come here for and was about to carry out his mission by taking the guy down. The martial arts master was capable of delivering a blow powerful enough to kill a person with his bare hands, and that was exactly what he intended to do. He used a technique called palm force, and streams of energy swirled from beneath his fingers. The strike wasn't executed properly because an invisible villain stood in the martial arts school headmaster's path. Lei struck her with his palm, then lost his balance and began to fall, landing face first on his back. The invisible barrier had caught him off guard. Deciding it must be some kind of protective shield, the master struck again, with enough force to send the girl flying far away from him. But that wasn't all. It turned out the assassin was there too, and now the thief was hurtling straight toward him. The assassin didn't see her. He only saw Hong Dali and the security guard lying nearby. Since that was the case, he could take advantage of the opportunity. The assassin drew his sword, deciding to sever our hero's leg in a single stroke. He really was very fast. So he lunged forward, intending to complete the job for which he was to receive 50 million. His speed was very high. Completely unexpectedly, an invisible female knee stopped the killer's attack, flying straight into his face. The blade flew forward, and the man, knocked off his feet, began to fall sharply backward, howling in pain, but even more so from the frustration that his plan had been thwarted. Dali Hong had no idea how this had happened. He merely uttered a couple of questioning phrases, his eyes wide with shock. Two men in security uniforms lay sprawled on the floor around him, both moaning loudly. The sword and bow had bought lay on the floor. The young man turned his head in all directions, wondering what the hell was going on here. He had quickly recovered and was now steady on his feet, but that didn't explain the appearance of the two guards. Master Lei lay there moaning that he'd accidentally bumped into something. He looked terrible. The hitman was moaning that he'd knocked out a tooth. Now half his earnings would go to the dentist. The villainess was surprised too. She figured these bodyguards had come to protect Hong Dali. It seemed they could see her too. Meanwhile, Lin Qian was running across the lawn around the building. It looked like she'd finished working on her new device. The girl was barely breathing, but she kept running, realizing that otherwise her boss might simply die. Finally, she moved back to the right distance and set up her new device in the grass. All that was left was to configure and activate it. Lin Qian pressed the button, and the scanning process began. She had to move away from the device to cover the maximum area. Every corridor in the building and every room, including the laboratory, was scanned by this device. The red-haired invisible woman was caught in the beam's path. She was lying on the floor trying to figure out what to do next. With horror, the girl realized that the beam refraction was no longer working and she was becoming visible again. Finally, the process was complete. The villain resumed her normal appearance, and now everyone present was watching her. This came as a complete surprise to them, and frankly speaking, to the girl herself as well. The unexpected appearance of the Wonder Woman made both would-be assassins howl in terror. They both realized what they had stumbled into. Dali Hong realized that Lin Qian's equipment had activated. He hadn't expected to see a robot. Now it was clear where all the trouble had come from. The hero had wanted to buy this technology. The villainess offered to buy herself a new head. She began to rise. Now that she had been exposed, she didn't have many options left. The girl angrily declared that she was now simply obligated to kill our hero. It didn't matter what he wanted or how much he was willing to pay. The android slowly approached, and the guy, panicking, started calling for security, realizing he couldn't handle it alone. Master Lei and the hitman asked if he meant them. The hero yelled that they were being paid for a reason, so they should do their job. The thief decided that she really should eliminate the unnecessary witnesses first and take out those two from security. She lunged at the hitman, brandishing her blade. He barely managed to dodge, cursing under his breath, thankfully having honed the necessary skills to the point of second nature. The girl began landing blows, driving him further and further back toward the wall. A little more, and the killer would have had no teeth left in his mouth. Dali grabbed Master Lei by the scruff of his neck, pulled him off the ground and ordered him to help his colleague instead of standing there like a statue. The guy shoved the head of the martial arts school toward the combatants. If he didn't intervene, they certainly wouldn't be able to defeat the female thug. He was met by a swing of a blade. Lei also dodged at the very last moment, and he too didn't hold back in his language. Both men realized they were in deep trouble. If they didn't try hard, this ferocious robot girl would definitely kill them. They simultaneously decided they simply had to get out of this mess alive. So they attacked their opponent, much to Hong Dali's delight. He had promised the winner 50 million. But the young man rejoiced too soon. The red-haired villainess was much faster and stronger than both of her opponents. The men couldn't handle her even together. And on top of that, they were tormented by the thought that they should have beaten Hong Dali, not protected him. A fist interrupted Lei's thoughts. landing squarely on his Adam's apple. The master howled in unbearable pain. But that wasn't all. The blow was so powerful it sent the man flying through the window where he landed outside, showered with shards of glass. The robot's other hand clamped around the killer's throat. The grip was so tight it was nearly impossible to breathe. The android lifted the man into the air, intending to strangle him. He wheezed and tried to pry her fingers apart, but it didn't help. Fortunately, the assassin had a dagger hidden behind his back. It seemed now was the perfect time to use it. Shouting that he was, damn it, a first-class killer, the man plunged the blade into the hand that was practically choking him. He drove the dagger deeper and deeper, twisting it around its axis. A grinding sound was heard and the mechanism began to fall apart. To say that this angered the villainess would be an understatement. She frowned again, intent on killing her enemy. Wishing him dead, the girl slammed her opponent against the wall with all her might. As we recall, she had enough strength to stop a truck. A shiver ran through Dolly at the sight. He understood perfectly well that this wasn't just painful, but excruciatingly so. Bones were cracking. But one shouldn't underestimate Master Lei. He wasn't the type to let himself be defeated in battle, so he was already calculating the trajectory of the attack. He realized that more than anything else in the world, he wanted to deal with this damned android. The sum offered by our hero for defeating her added to his resolve. The head of the school decided it was finally time to show who was the strongest here. This time, his plan would definitely not fail, and he began to gather his chi for the strike. The technique was called Lei's Shattering Palm, but this time the master made sure the strike would hit its target. He launched his attack, and a torrent of energy of incredible power surged toward the red-haired thief. The desired effect was achieved. The girl screamed and began to slowly fall apart. At least that's how it looked from the outside. At the very least, the hand damaged by the dagger had finally separated from the rest of her body. The heroine turned to see who was so powerful. Now her face showed not only surprise, but also fear. She pressed a button, and a mini rocket emerged from beneath her armor. Despite its size, it looked menacing. Lei's eyes bulged from their sockets. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he began begging the girl not to fire it at him. She didn't listen and launched the projectile. An explosion roared, and the master managed to leap backward, but now he was falling again. The flash blinded Hongdali and forced him to step back. The guy couldn't hide his admiration. The sound of the explosion was heard by everyone, and immediately a security alert about the intrusion sounded. I wonder where they had all been until now. The wounded were found, and an ambulance was called. Our hero stood there trying to fan the smoke away with his hand to assess the situation and any potential threat. There was no one else in the room, not a soul. Dali cautiously asked where everyone was. For a while, he kept peering into the clouds of smoke and dust, then sensed some movement and asked who was there. There was no answer. The young man looked down and saw an object lying right at his feet. It was a robot's severed arm. Its fingers were still twitching, but it was clear these were merely residual impulses. Musin and Lin Shuin burst into the room. Both girls rushed toward Dali, clearly agitated. The bride stopped behind him and asked if everything was all right and if the hero was injured. He didn't rush to answer. Then the young man showed them his hand and said that the thief had left it behind. Let the inventor study this technology properly. The guy added that they had missed the most interesting part, the fierce battle between the android and the two guards. It was a shame that everyone had perished before receiving his reward. Lin reported that there was information that one of the guards had been knocked unconscious and his clothes taken. There was a possibility that an intruder was in the building. Dali thought that was exactly why those two had been giving him such suspicious looks. He wondered who had sent them here. Master Lei made his way out of the house. He could barely walk, clutching his injured arm, and couldn't understand how everything had spiraled out of control. He was supposed to teach Hongdali a lesson, but instead he had run away. Ding Chenji, who had been waiting nearby to get his attention, called out to him. The director even waved his hand. He asked how it had gone, and whether he'd managed to teach a lesson to the scoundrel who'd caused him so much trouble. The master snorted. He feigned respect and told the director that the task had failed. He should assign it to someone else. Dean yelled that Lei Shusi was just pretending to be a renowned master. He'd helped him so much and it was all for nothing. A complete sham. The head of the martial arts school's hand moved like lightning. He slapped Chenji so hard that his cap spun in a pirouette over his head. The next blow sent the director himself flying into space, and Lei cursed, telling him to go to hell for such words. He shouted that he had sacrificed a lot to complete the task, even losing 2 people, and that he should go and try to deal with this Hong Dali himself. The master added that both Ding Chengji himself and his movies were trash. The elderly entertainment industry veteran began to cry and begged him not to get personal. A gunshot rang out nearby. Hong's assistant, An Bao, lowered his pistol and reached for the phone. He called the boss and reported that the hitman's mission had failed, so he had to be eliminated. The sword was most likely still at the crime scene. The man apologized several times and repeated that he understood everything. After ending the call, he smashed the phone on the pavement in a fit of rage. Our hero's cousin called his subordinates a pack of worthless bastards. Let Hong Dali just try to expose him, and the whole family would pay the price. Meanwhile, Musin was treating her future husband's wounds. She knew her way around this business well, as the future heiress of a pharmaceutical company. The girl had brought everything she needed with her. Now she grabbed another bottle and began shaking it, mixing the ingredients. The cool, soothing foam from the spray settled gently on Dali's wounded back. He endured it. Literally a couple of minutes passed, and all the wounds began to heal right before his eyes. The bandage could easily be removed. Dali ran his hand over his completely unharmed forearm and back, and asked how this was possible. Could it really be what he was thinking? The girl smiled, showed him the bottle, and explained that it was the latest development based on the Tianyuan herb. He was lucky to be the first patient. Now, the company's business would take off. In gratitude, his father offered his future son-in-law a stake in the company. Nothing was required of him except to collect dividends. Muxin remarked that this wasn't real life, but a fairy tale. The groom smiled and noted that he'd once again make good money for nothing. He reminded the girl that it would be nice if she kept her promise. She asked in alarm what promise he was talking about. The guy lifted the beauty's face by her chin and told her that he very much doubted that such things could simply be forgotten. Looking his fiancée in the eyes, he slowly said that she had promised to cook for him every day, but so far had only brought him burnt buns. For a moment, Musin looked at Dali with suspicion, expecting some other catch, but our hero did and said nothing more. Then the beauty simply spun around abruptly and headed for the door, shouting that she had indeed forgotten. Her reaction gave the young man certain ideas on the matter, but he didn't voice them, merely smiling mysteriously. Just then, Lin Chuan entered the room, holding the very sword the killer had lost at the crime scene. The boss asked what it was. The inventor explained where the blade came from and asked what she should do with it now, since it could be used as evidence or for its intended purpose. Dali took the object in his hands and began to examine it closely. The weapon seemed very familiar to him. Only when the blade emerged from its sheath did our hero realize exactly what he was holding in his hands. It was the very same sword that cuts through iron that Hong Anbao had bought for 100 million. Why the blade had ended up in the building was unclear. The girl reminded him that someone had knocked out the guard in the restroom and changed into his uniform. Apparently, that person had brought the sword, intending to kill Hong Dali. Lin Chuan added that the killer had managed to escape, and the rivals would deny everything. The boss agreed with her completely. The young man thought that since his cousin hated him so much that he was willing to kill him, disregarding family ties, it would be foolish not to fight back. The young man called Luo Xiaoyi and asked his secretary to send people to him and prepare a car. He intended to knock his enemy off his pedestal. Hong Anbao's residence looked luxurious, just like the villas of the other members of this wealthy family. Dali's cousin believed that at home he could relax and not pretend to be someone he wasn't, so he was sleeping in cozy pajamas and a nightcap. The young man wore a funny mask with eyes, and for comfort, he was hugging a cute oblong pillow covered in playful polka dots. The sound of roaring engines from the street woke him up. Terrified, Anbao cursed and tried to sit up in bed. He lifted his mask, trying to figure out what the hell was going on and who dared to make such a racket on their property. A chorus of voices drifted in from the street, thanking the great Hong Anbao for this magical sword. The young man pulled back the curtain to see who had dared to do such a thing. He was angry and frightened. A car was parked below, accompanied by a motorcade of bikers. It was they who were thanking Cousin Dali for the precious sword, their shouts accompanied by the roar of engines. The car window slowly rolled down. You didn't have to be a genius to guess that our hero was sitting inside. Upon seeing Hong Dali, Anbao boiled over with rage. He truly hated his cousin more than anyone else. The young man took in his relative's expression and ordered his subordinates to keep shouting and making noise. Now his cousin was seething with rage and began spewing tons of curses at his tormentor, and the entire crowd gathered below. It didn't help, and Hong Bao was finally forced to leave the house to try to do something about the situation. He headed toward the car and shouted that no one dared wake him up like that in the morning, and that the scumbag would pay for everything right now. Hong Dali explained with a smile that they had all gathered there to thank him for the gift, a precious sword for which his cousin had paid 100 million. Bao shouted that he hadn't given anything to anyone and demanded that he hand over the sword immediately, or he would file a police report for theft. Our hero asked in surprise, "Isn't this a gift? The sword was found in his fiance's house. Could someone really have wanted to harm them?" The guy added that if that were the case, then this was a very brazen thief who had stolen a treasure from his brother and wanted to attack him personally. It was time to call the cops. Hong and Bao knew that the hitman had been eliminated and that they were unlikely to come after him, but he grew nervous and angry. A family gathering was coming up very soon. His cousin decided to smooth things over, claiming he hadn't woken up yet. He'd passed the blade on to someone, and now he was very glad it had ended up with Dali. Let him take it as a gift. Our hero smiled and said he was very grateful. It was a generous gift, and they could do without the police. It was clear from his cousin's face that all he wanted was to finish off his careless relative at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Dali replied that he had prepared a return gift and asked the driver to fetch it and show it off. Under the cover was something rather large and round. Bao was intrigued. It looked intriguing. The assistant's hand pulled the cloth up to reveal what was hidden beneath. It turned out to be a severed pig's head, and not even on a ceremonial, ornate platter, but simply on a stand. His cousin shouted that this was some kind of mockery. Did Dali really want to imply that he was a pig-headed fool? Our hero shook his head. He explained that the pig is the first of the 6 animals, symbolizing prosperity and abundance. This gift was a token of respect. If one wasn't enough, he could send a whole truckload. Hong Bao was so furious that he completely lost his temper and began hissing, jabbing his finger in his brother's face. Then he froze, reining in his emotions. In a few days, at a family gathering, he would finally crush this imbecile. Dali replied that he wasn't at all sure he would attend the event in question. He didn't really have any need to. Bao replied that everyone needed to be there this time. A new head would be elected, and of the 5 Hong brothers, his father and his cousin's father were vying for the title. The young man asked what was so remarkable about the title. Did it really grant eternal life and the title of an ancient emperor? His cousin reminded him that the head of the family manages the finances and business. If his father were to become the head, it would be difficult for Dali's family to stay afloat, and they would lose a great deal. Bao began to threaten that he would make them taste poverty, and besides, he had a little secret. He leaned closer and bared his teeth, explaining that it was practically decided that the 4th Mr. Hong would be the new head. His cousin turned and walked into the house, saying he should keep that pathetic sword for himself, then sell it and buy his parents something to eat. Dali didn't respond to this insult, merely rolled up the window and gave the order to leave. Inside the car, he rolled up his sleeve and pressed a button on the bracelet created by Lin Chuyin. It seemed the young man had a plan. A blue glow enveloped him. It appeared the young man had managed to scan his cousin unnoticed. Now, sitting in the backseat of the car was an exact copy of Hong Bao. Not even his own mother could tell him apart from the original. Dali didn't think he'd have to beg. The next morning, the young man went to his family home. He needed to have a serious talk with his father. He informed him of the internal decision to make the 4th Mr. Hong the clan head. The man noted that the vote was open, and Jianye couldn't bribe absolutely all the relatives. But he was bound to pull off some kind of dirty trick. Dali looked at his completely calm father in bewilderment and asked him to explain everything in a little more detail. Hong Weigo explained that in terms of influence and business acumen, he and his brother were roughly equal, but when it came to family, things weren't so simple. He wouldn't choose Hong Bao as his successor because he had a biological son, but Dali had health issues and all the relatives understood that. Finally, it dawned on our hero that it was precisely because he was weaker than his cousin that the clan leader would be his uncle, not his father. That was exactly why many relatives had already made an internal decision, which Bao had announced in a rage. The young man asked what they should do then, and his cousin threatened to reduce their family to poverty. His father replied that he didn't think that was possible. He had enough money and influence, but that they would have to be more careful with their relatives in the future. Dali leaned back on the sofa and announced that he'd had enough. It was unacceptable to tolerate such treatment, and he would be able to influence the situation, regardless of any internal decision. 10 days later, a procession of luxury cars made its way through the grounds of an equally luxurious park toward a magnificent palace. The cars circled the fountain in the roundabout, then took their places in the parking lot. The doors of the first car rose dramatically. Everyone was curious to see who had arrived first. It turned out to be Muyusi. The girl looked a little nervous, worried about how everything would go. Her relatives approached her, waving warmly. Absolutely every member of the Hong family had arrived for the gathering, even those who had long since taken a different surname. A lively atmosphere instantly took hold around the girl, and the older women began showering the beauty with compliments. The girl didn't even know their names, so she decided to just smile and nod. It was easier that way. Suddenly, the crowd of relatives began buzzing with the news that the fourth Mr. Hong had arrived, and everyone immediately turned to look. The man tried to act friendly and greeted everyone present. His son walked proudly behind him, but the rest of the relatives were clearly out of their element. Many already knew about the internal decision, so they urged the children in every way to show respect toward the fourth Mr. Hong. This allowed Yusi to breathe a sigh of relief. Those annoying leeches had finally left her alone. Now all the guests' attention shifted to An Bao, and a flood of flattery and compliments poured in his direction. This made the young man smile haughtily. He enjoyed basking in the glow of his father's glory. Just then, another car pulled up to the palace. It looked a bit more old-fashioned than Yusi's, but it was clearly no cheap model either. The chauffeur opened the door, and the fifth Mr. Hong appeared. He moved slowly, full of self-importance. Yusi spotted him immediately and greeted him cheerfully, waving her hand. She had long been fond of this branch of the family. The uncle smiled and noted that the girl had arrived early, which was very good. The beauty asked why he was alone and where Dolly was. A leg emerged from the car, followed by a cane. Now the question of where our hero was had become completely irrelevant. The young man, coughing into a handkerchief, apologized for being a little late. A worried Musin was supporting him by the arm. The girl whispered, asking why the groom was walking with a cane when his legs were fine. He replied just as quietly that no one knew about it, so he had to pretend. Yusi was delighted to see the couple. Dolly paid her a compliment, but the beauty replied that she was nowhere near as good-looking as his fiancée. A few more young relatives soon joined them. Mr. Hong Fef left them to chat while he went to sit down. Everyone praised Musin's appearance, secretly sympathizing with her for marrying a seriously ill man. Just then, An Bao appeared and asked why our hero was limping again. The girls greeted their cousin. Coughing into a handkerchief, the young man replied that he had fallen 2 days ago, but the doctor said everything was fine. He just needed to take his medicine. The cousin decided this worked in his favor and shouted for the relatives to stop bothering Dolly. Couldn't they see the man was feeling terrible? The crowd scattered. Then An Bao looked at Yusi and asked if she'd like to go with him. The girl hesitated. She hadn't finished her conversation yet. Muxin reported that they got along great, so she'd find plenty to talk about. She shouldn't worry. Her new friend wouldn't be bored. The cousin hinted to Yusi that she needed to choose her associates wisely. Without his father's support, once he became clan leader, it would be hard for her to run the business. Dolly's fiancé protested that nothing had been decided yet and told him to stop intimidating people. An Bao cackled maliciously. The cousin replied to Miss Tang that it was best not to make a mistake in choosing a groom either. With him, she would live in luxury for the rest of her days. Our hero was seized by a fit of coughing. Musin cried out angrily, but the scoundrel simply turned and walked away. The girl shouted after him that she would never even glance at a guy like that, which made An Bao giggle again. Yusi thought that Dolly really was acting like a doormat. His fiancé had been insulted, and he hadn't said a word. Meanwhile, their cousin was the center of attention among the other relatives, with everyone trying to please him. Our hero, leaning on his cane and coughing constantly, looked utterly pathetic. He stepped aside, and just then a notification popped up on his phone. Someone had informed the boss that the article was ready and could be published immediately. The guy replied that it was too early. Let's give An Bao a little more bragging rights. Just then, the sound of an approaching helicopter could be heard, and soon it appeared. I wonder who decided to make such an extravagant entrance. The wind from the spinning propeller blades nearly blew our group of heroes away. They were clearly intrigued by what was happening. An Bao and the young people in his group also looked up in surprise, waiting to see who would step out of the helicopter. Finally, the movement came to a complete stop, and the vehicle landed on the nearby lawn. A man in a white coat stepped out, elegantly twirling his mustache. He noticed that it was rather noisy here. The children immediately rushed toward him, shouting that their grandfather and great-grandfather had arrived. It seemed everyone loved the clan leader very much. Only Dolly cautiously asked Musin who this man was, and she literally stared in astonishment. Straightening her hair, the beauty asked if her fiancé had lost his mind. This was the head of the family, the founder of their business, Hong Tu. And incidentally, he was also her dear grandfather. It was completely baffling how she could fail to recognize him. The young man laughed, explaining that it must be the illness taking its toll. Everything in his head and before his eyes was as if in a fog. To himself, the hero thought that this was actually the first time he'd ever seen this man, but there was no need for those present to know that. Immediately, Hong Tu's fourth son and his wife approached him. Both humbly lowered their eyes and greeted him respectfully. The fifth son and his wife did the same. The head of the family greeted both families in return, making no distinction between them. Second and third sons arrived alone and also hurried to greet their father. The head's assistant loudly announced to all the relatives that it was time to go and greet the head and receive their red envelopes. Everyone excitedly went into the hall and lined up in 2 rows. A sofa had been set up for Hong Tu at the opposite end. The master of ceremonies invited the clan head to sit down. He nodded and thanked him, behaving in a completely relaxed and unpretentious manner. The man whom one simply could not bring oneself to call an old man plopped down on the sofa with relish. The steward suggested greeting Mr. Hong in order of age to avoid confusion. First, a young boy came forward, holding his father's hand, and immediately knelt down. Hong Tu asked him to stand up immediately, saying it was unnecessary. The eldest son after the clan head had died, so his heir, Hong Zhao Zhao, came with his grandson in his place. They wished their grandfather good health. He nodded and immediately asked how his grandson's business was going. It seemed nothing else interested him. The man replied that everything was fine. Even though his father was no longer with them, close relatives were helping him manage the affairs. Hong Tu replied that this was the most important thing. As long as relatives stood by each other, the family would prosper. He handed the envelope to his great-grandson. The boy took the jingling envelope. It was very large and heavy. It seemed his great-grandfather was indeed very generous. Hong Dali thought the old man was quite kind and clearly cared deeply about the family's well-being, though he wasn't sure how the man had felt about him before. Then the second son arrived with his entire family. He rarely came from abroad, and his father was very happy about this, promising an envelope to each grandson. Our hero realized that this was the very same uncle who had been out of the family business for many years, since he lived far away and was building his own, so he wasn't suited for the role of head of the family. The third son also brought everyone along, following his brother's example. Hong Tu said he was proud that they had dedicated themselves to science and were working for the good of the country, even though they hadn't continued the family tradition. Now it was Hong Junye's turn, and Anbao was urging his father in every way possible to greet his grandfather as soon as possible. The man was a man of few words. He greeted them and fell silent, gathering his thoughts. The fourth son had no desire to fawn, but things didn't go according to plan. The son decided he needed to take matters into his own hands and dropped to his knees before Hong Tu. Then he threw his arms up in the air and shouted loudly that he had never been as happy in his life as he was now. The young man began bowing repeatedly, shouting that Hong Anbao's grandson was greeting his grandfather, which left the latter in shock. Jianyu felt a burning shame at his son's behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Dali and Musin also felt awkward because of their cousin's behavior. The fourth son's grandson paid no attention to the stares of the others, continuing to bow lower and lower, his forehead striking the floor. Grandfather laughed and reminded him that only children under 10 are supposed to bow. Anbao was already an adult, or had he decided to collect red envelopes from all his cousins? The grandson didn't appreciate the joke and assured him that he didn't need the envelopes. He only wanted to wish for happiness as vast as the sea, health as strong as the mountains, and longevity as endless as the sky. Musin feared that this flattery would play into the hands of the fourth son, but Dali replied that it was simply a gesture of kindness, and perhaps he should follow his example. At that very moment, he began to cough loudly and hoarsely, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Even Anbao froze and fell silent. Whispers began about which of those present was so ill. With a cough like that, he must have tuberculosis or lung cancer, no less. This did not stop our hero. He began to try even harder, finally crumpling his handkerchief from the effort. Hong-tu stared in surprise and asked loudly who was feeling so ill. Perhaps a doctor was needed. Dolly stepped forward, leaning on his cane, and told the old man that it was he who was coughing, and there was nothing he could do about it. The young man took a few more steps forward and suddenly collapsed to the floor. Despite Musin's support, the old man rushed to him, shouting that Dolly simply couldn't be that weak. The old man ordered Anbao to bring a chair quickly. The grandfather rushed past our hero's cousin without even thanking him for his well wishes. He was deeply moved. The old man helped the young man to his feet, and the young man thanked him, saying that he had missed Hong-tu for a long time and was delighted to see him. So delighted, in fact, that just seeing him had nearly restored his health. The head of the family replied tenderly that Dolly had always been a calm child who respected his grandfather. It pained him to see his grandson so ill. The young man introduced his fiancée, Musin Tang. He couldn't wait to introduce the girl to Hong-tu in this role. The old man said that Grandfather Tang was his longtime comrade in arms. They had decided on the engagement together, and he was pleased to see that Miss Tang was happy with Dolly. The beauty said she was very pleased to become part of the family. Her fiancé took excellent care of her. Hong-tu laughed joyfully and asked for the largest envelope to be brought. The young man quietly asked what had worked better, playing on pity or flattery, and Musin shushed him to be quiet. Out of jealousy and malice, Anbao turned as black as night. Only one desire pulsed in his brain: to destroy his cousin. The head of the family decided it was time to move on to the next stage. At first, it was supposed to be a regular family gathering once every 3 years, but he was pleased with the advancement of the younger generation. Today, every young person with business acumen but suffering from a lack of funds would have a chance to remedy that. Everyone was surprised to hear that a competition would begin soon, but before that, an assistant would announce the participants' achievements. The whole family would help determine the winner by voting for the person most deserving of financial support. This should help talented newcomers solve their temporary problems. Those who already have an established business are not participating. He concluded by saying that the meeting would take place in the afternoon, and in the meantime, everyone could take a walk around the mountain villa grounds and gather for a festive dinner. After resting, the relatives began to gradually gather in the main dining hall. The waiters were already bringing out the dishes. Everyone sat at the table according to seniority and engaged in relaxed family conversation. The mood was simply excellent. The relatives were happy to see each other and raised their glasses in a toast to the gathering. Smiles lit up their faces. Dali advised Musin to eat whatever he liked without hesitation. The tables were literally groaning under the weight of the food, and it would be a shame if they remained untouched. Anbao remained in a gloomy mood. His cousin had stolen all the attention and the conversation with grandfather, so now he had to pay for it. The maids began serving soup, and a cunning plan immediately formed in the young man's mind. Waiting until the waitress approached Dolly's table, the villain tripped her, and the hot liquid from the pot shot straight at our hero's head. Fortunately, the young man noticed this and ducked just in time. Instead of him, the dish landed on his neighbor's head. The man screamed in pain. It was very hot, and the whole incident was quite embarrassing. Everyone was startled. When he managed to remove the pot from his head, the victim angrily shouted that he wanted to know immediately who had done it. The waitress, who had fallen after tripping, began to apologize, explaining that she had stumbled and that it had all happened by accident. The commotion in the dining hall caught the attention of the clan leader and his sons, who were seated at the head table. Everyone started asking what had happened. The man covered in soup started yelling at the waitress. The girl tried to explain herself, and the scene looked very ugly. Anbao sat in his chair and giggled, glad that no one had noticed that it was his doing, or more precisely, his feet. As it turned out, his joy was premature. A boy at the next table shouted that he'd seen the cousin trip him. The guy went berserk and turned around, threatening the little fool that he'd beat him up right then and there if he didn't stop talking nonsense. The man who'd had soup spilled on him grabbed a bowl of noodles, intending to smash it into the offender's face while shouting that he was finished. Anbao managed to dodge, and the bowl flew straight into the head of his table-mate. The woman hadn't expected this at all. She was very well-mannered, so she didn't scream but sat there with a completely stony expression. But that look clearly didn't bode well. The man had awakened a sleeping tiger. Immediately, another serving of food flew at the offender, and he took off running to save at least his suit. Splashes flew in all directions. The beauties who had spent hundreds of thousands on their hairstyles and their companions in expensive suits did not hide their outrage. The entire room filled with screams and curses, but a thunderous voice drowned out everything else, declaring that this was no place for such disrespect. It was clearly the old man. Dali and Musin felt chills run down their spines at the deep, booming baritone, and both sat motionless. Hongtu demanded that everyone stop immediately, and no one dared disobey this order. For added effect, the head of the household slammed his fist on the table, but it was unnecessary. Silence reigned in the banquet hall. Only a lobster thrown moments earlier landed right in the old man's face as the final exclamation point of the saga. Hongtu's eyes flashed, and he demanded once more that these outbursts cease immediately. It was clear he was furious. A little more, and the villa would have simply exploded from the wave of energy emanating from the old man. It shone through everyone like an X-ray. An explosion rang out, and the relatives scattered in all directions. No one could have imagined that the patriarch was capable of such a thing. Chaos ensued. Musin and Dali ducked, not quite understanding what had just happened. Both were terrified. Our hero decided it was an earthquake. The bride covered her head with her hands, literally trembling with fear. Then both noticed a strange glow, as if something in the room had flickered. This was yet another surprise. It turned out that the bowl on the table right in front of our hero was glowing. Not only that, but it began to clink and move. The chandeliers also began to glow and sparkle, swaying back and forth. Finally, a deathly silence fell over the room. The clan leader headed for the exit, saying that since they didn't want to eat, they shouldn't eat, and that everyone should immediately move to the reception room. Dali watched his grandfather leave with admiration, thinking that this old man was incredibly cool. The conference room was on the other side of the villa, and gradually everyone present made their way there. No one had any appetite left. Hongtu took the chair at the head of the table, and the rest of the relatives sat on either side of him. Everyone sat in silence. Many lowered their eyes so as not to show their anxiety. Much was about to be decided. But until the clan head spoke, no one dared utter a word. Everyone was simply waiting for the contest to begin. The old man was still in a terrible mood, and his first priority was to find out who had started the commotion during dinner. A woman stood up and shouted that Hong Tianyan had started it. He'd thrown noodles in her face. A man objected, saying that Anbao had started it by splashing him with hot soup. Hongtu glared at his grandson and demanded to know what on earth was going on, ordering him to explain himself immediately. The boy cleared his throat and replied that the waitress had been walking by and tripped over his leg. It had all happened completely by accident. The little boy shouted again that he had clearly seen Anbao trip the waitress on purpose. The scoundrel started yelling at the child again. The mother intervened, asking if her nephew really thought the little boy was trying to set him up on purpose. The son of the fourth master Hong muttered that that wasn't what he meant. Muxin noticed that the hot soup had originally been aimed at Dali, but he managed to dodge it, so things didn't go as planned. Our hero wasn't happy that his fiancée had decided to bring this up, so he simply kept quiet. Everyone began whispering that now everything was clear. Ambo had always disliked his cousin, and lately he had come to hate him outright. The cousin was simply beside himself with rage. He hadn't expected his vile scheme to be exposed. His father ordered Anbao to apologize to his brother immediately. He couldn't have imagined a greater humiliation. The young man hissed that he wouldn't apologize to a cripple. His father would become the next clan head anyway, so he had no one to fear here. Hongtu slammed his fist on the table again to force his grandson to shut up immediately. This was too much. Relatives began discussing what had been said. Many were unaware of the internal agreement and were shocked by such a loud declaration. Many of those who were supposed to support the fourth master Hong changed their minds because of his son's behavior. Johnny was furious. He too slammed his palm on the table and called his own offspring a thick-headed idiot. The man yelled that the future heir's affairs were none of Anbao's business and that he should apologize to Dali right this second. The cousin stood up and bowed to our hero, adding that he was sorry. He hadn't done it on purpose. The young man remained silent. He looked very gloomy, and even Musin was worried. Was everything all right? She took her fiancé by the hand to comfort him, and it really helped. The young man looked at her gratefully. The hero waved his hand and said that everything was fine, that everything was actually fine, and that she shouldn't worry about him. In reality, Dali was thinking about something else. He still hadn't figured out what had happened at lunch. Could it be that his grandfather had some special abilities? He looked intently at the old man once more, wondering what secrets he might be hiding. Hongtu declared that quarrels between brothers were commonplace. It was time to focus on other matters. Anyone could become the head, but to do so, one had to back up their words with action. He turned to the fourth son and declared that there could be no question of bribery. Everything would be conducted fairly. The son assured him that this was indeed the case and that Anbao was talking nonsense. A young woman entered the room, introducing herself as Xiao Xuan, the personal secretary to the current clan leader, and announced that it was time to evaluate the achievements of the younger members of the family. She opened a thick notebook and stated that all the information contained therein was accurate and thoroughly verified. If anyone had any objections, they were welcome to voice them. The first candidate, Hong Tianyun, 23, received $10 million for development 3 years ago. He owns several restaurants and a hotel with a net profit of $2.1 million, and his profit margin has grown by 12%. The beautiful woman read out the young man's future business development strategy. The candidate stood up and added that he plans to open an exclusive private club next year. Dolly thought that the man who had soup poured on him was really cool. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Enbao. Grandpa was pleased and praised Tianyu, asking those present to support him with applause. The cousin clapped, envious. He decided that once his father became the head, he would have to settle the score with this guy too. The next candidate was Mu Yusi, owner of a high-end hotel and club, with a net profit of $85 million and a margin of 80%, 5 times better than the figures from 3 years ago. The young woman also rose from her seat and invited everyone to hear about her plan for the business's future development. Everyone was impressed, but they decided that the smart beauty wasn't in line for first place. 3 years ago, she had already received $100 million in aid. Hong Tu thanked Yusi. He was very proud of her achievements and pleased with her progress, and his granddaughter bowed. There were still many candidates to go, and finally it was the turn of the 19th on the list, Hong Anbao. The young man is 26 years old. Last time he received $20 million, and now he owns a cosmetic clinic, a courier service, and a streaming company, with a net profit of $380 million. The hall buzzed. Everyone began to doubt that the information presented was true and demanded proof. Anbao remained proudly silent. He had worked hard and truly tried his best, earning $80 million, so let them shut their mouths. He didn't mention that his dad had given him $300 million, which had significantly improved the annual report's figures, but he was clearly pleased with the result. Grandpa didn't comment on what he'd heard, but simply asked everyone to support his grandson with applause. Dolly coughed. He felt, to put it mildly, out of place here, since his assistant had promised to provide thoroughly verified information. Anbao noticed this and slammed his hand on the table, shouting at his cousin that this was no place to cough, let alone mock him. 3 years ago, the hero had been at rock bottom. He ordered the secretary to immediately read Dolly's annual report. The girl hesitated but began looking for it anyway. Hong Dolly, 22 years old, had come in last place 3 years ago with a loss of $30 million, earning him the nickname the Squanderer. Musun snorted loudly. She wasn't aware of her fiancé's past, and he sat there looking gloomy. Many in the hall also began to cough and giggle ostentatiously. Some even covered their faces with their hands to hide their emotions. Anbao asked her to read out how much money the spendthrift had lost this year. Before mocking him, he'd better learn how to run a business. The girl read that Dolly owned a hotel and 10 restaurants. The barbecue spot was particularly popular, and that revenue for the first quarter had been $2 million. That wasn't bad, and many appreciated the success. But the cousin remarked that it was all nonsense and told her to keep reading. The protagonist also owns a film company and his own music band. After the movie's release, first quarter profits reached $900 million. Thinking he was talking about thousands, Anbao started mocking him again, but the silence in the room made him shut up. It began to dawn on the guy that Dolly had made $900 million. Everyone in the room was on the edge of their seats too. Many didn't believe that a young man could have made that kind of money, let alone directed a movie since he was so frail. Anbao started yelling that it was a scam. A disabled person who could barely move his legs couldn't possibly be a director. The information was false, and they should start an investigation immediately. Our hero just shrugged. He couldn't care less how his relatives, especially his cousin, perceived his success. Anbao kept ranting, calling the guy a coward and a fraud, urging the secretary to read on to find out what else had been made up. The beautiful woman read aloud that Dolly had partnered with the world-famous entertainment company Disney. Together, they had built a new complex of which he owned 10%. In 6 months, the dividends amounted to $3 billion. At these words, Xiao Shuang even stumbled over her own words, stunned by the figure. Everyone in the room gasped. It had never occurred to anyone that a relative could reach such unprecedented heights in such a short time. Grandpa froze with his mouth agape, and a similar expression froze on the face of our hero's father. Anbao's nose started running from the shock. He couldn't even bring himself to say the number he'd just heard out loud. His tongue wouldn't obey him. Dolly calmly stated that if anyone doubted the accuracy of the information, they could check the official Disney website. His cousin wouldn't let it go. He didn't believe Dolly had enough money to buy 10% of Disney's shares. Most likely, he'd taken the money from his father. The guy brought up the dog that had been chasing Anbao. To build a shelter, he'd bought some land for $10 million, and by a lucky coincidence, Disney needed it. The cousin recalled that incident and started yelling again, insisting that such a thing simply couldn't be true and that he didn't believe a single word of it. The relatives began whispering among themselves that his brilliant mind made up for his poor health. With such potential, Dolly could have become the clan leader himself. The young man's father raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected that. The fourth Mr. Hong frowned. There was some truth to those words after all. The grandfather was clearly intrigued. He adjusted his mustache and nodded, asking his secretary if there was any more information about his grandson. The young woman reported that the young man was also a shareholder in the Tang Pharmaceutical Company. According to information provided by the firm, our hero held a stake worth $30 billion. This was simply too much to bear. All the family members were in a state of utter shock. The clan head burst out laughing, remarking that this had never happened before. The most wasteful relative turned out to be the richest. Enbao's head fell onto his chest. He had wanted to make Dolly look like a fool, but in the end, he had only hastened his triumph. For several minutes, a deathly silence reigned in the conference room. No one knew how to comment on what had happened. Muxin whispered to her fiancé that he had stunned everyone so much that they didn't even dare to applaud. The young man replied that this was a good thing. Hong Tu summed things up, noting that our hero should unquestionably take first place, but according to the rules, those who have already earned a lot of money are excluded from the competition. He asked if the grandson agreed with this, and the young man replied that he agreed completely. He didn't need his family's help. The secretary held up a sign with the number 1 and announced that in that case, first place among the young people would go to Hong Anbao. The bonus was $1 billion. Everyone began congratulating the young man and wishing him continued success in his endeavors. It was clear from the young man's expression that he wasn't particularly pleased with this, though it wasn't yet possible to tell exactly what was bothering him. The clan head thanked everyone for their attention and announced that now was the time to discuss the most important matter, the future successor. The fourth and fifth sons humbly lowered their eyes, as if signaling to the others that they weren't particularly interested in the matter. Dali and Musin tensed up. The couple's future depended directly on the decision, and both were anxious. The fact was that the clan head not only had authority over financial and business matters, he could change the rules at his own discretion. Anbao could already picture his father expelling all undesirables from the family, and he would be the one pushing him toward that decision. He would have complete freedom to do as he pleased. Hong Tu announced that he had started the family business with a single small workshop, but now they were all very successful, and he was tired and wanted to retire. He replied that he had certain requirements for his successor: morality, education, health, and an appreciation for beauty. The vote would take place in 3 rounds. The old man waved to his secretary and announced that it was time to begin selecting the new head of the Hong clan. Xiaoshuang explained that first they would select the 3 candidates who received the most votes, then each would give a speech, and only then would the final vote take place. The new clan leader would be the one who garnered the most support in the 3rd and final round. The girl added that the candidates' photos and names were already displayed on everyone's screen. Information displays slowly rose from the table. They indeed showed all the necessary information and included a feature for making a selection. Voting is anonymous so that no one feels intimidated. If no candidate's photo is selected within 10 minutes, it will be considered that the person has abstained from voting. The girl smiled again and made a characteristic hand gesture, signaling to those gathered that the countdown had begun. Musin asked if she could vote too, since she didn't belong to the clan. Dolly replied that she would soon belong. The beauty made a funny face, squinting and sticking out her tongue a little. It was unusual for her to hear such a thing. The girl continued to giggle and announced that in that case, she would vote for her future husband. In the complete silence, only Musin's laughter could be heard, and everyone tried to figure out what had amused the beauty so much. She made her choice and stuck her tongue out at Dolly again, as if provoking him to react to these little pranks. No one else was in a hurry to vote. Hong Tu asked what was going on. Were the relatives afraid to make their choice, or did they simply want to abstain? The second brother really didn't want to press the button. The recent memories were still fresh in his mind. He recalled how, not long ago, someone had offered him financial support. After all, living abroad isn't easy, as well as a plot of land near Kyoto worth $2 billion. In exchange, he only had to do one small favor. The man sighed loudly and pressed the photo, casting his vote. After that, the others also became more decisive. Dolly noticed that many reached out to vote. The third Hong brother was an antique collector. It was precisely this interest that had been used to lure him in by the one who stood to gain from gathering more votes. The man kept his word as well, for he had been promised so much that it would have been foolish to turn it down. The rest of the family followed suit. It was as if they had been waiting for someone to take the lead, gathering their resolve. Grandfather's secretary announced that time was up. Soon they would all see the voting results on the screen. And so it happened. Hong Dolly received 1 vote, Hong Wei-go 31 votes, and Hong Jin-yue 52 votes, making him the current leader. The fourth son was pleased, and Anbao openly rejoiced. Everything was going exactly as they had planned. A rolling, malicious laugh burst out of the meeting room onto the street. It sounded like outright mockery. The screen still displayed Hong Dali's image along with his rating, 1 vote for the guy to become head, and hysterical laughter rang out again. It was our hero's cousin, who was amused that someone was so stupid as to vote for Dolly since the guy had health problems. He was practically a corpse. Anbao started getting indignant, asking how on earth a cripple was allowed to run for office. Just because he makes a lot of money doesn't mean the rules don't apply. Dolly shot a glance at his detractor, but didn't comment on either his words or his insolent behavior. It was pointless. Musin spoke up on her fiancé's behalf, stating that just because someone has health issues doesn't mean they're disabled. Now her cousin's attention shifted to the girl. Everyone clutched their heads again, burning with Spanish shame. This was too much. The relatives decided that Musin had voted for Dolly. The young man asked the bride if that was true, but she protested that she had cast her vote for the fifth gentleman, his father. But it didn't help. The gap was too wide. Meanwhile, the clan leader's assistant announced that the first stage was complete. It was time to move on to the next. If anyone wanted to go first, they were welcome to do so. Hong Jianye announced hoarsely that he wished to speak, then began to rise from his seat. The man began by thanking his family, reminding them that they had worked long and hard even before the fifth brother was born to achieve today's prosperity. He recalled a story from his childhood about how he had been chased away by a butcher for asking for crushed bones. There was no meat, but now everything had changed. They were one of the wealthiest families. The man concluded by saying that the clan could become even richer and more influential, no matter who became its new head. Everyone remained silent. No one dared to break the silence. It seemed the relatives were simply afraid of showing the wrong reaction to this impassioned speech. The clan leader's fourth son glanced around. A look that was either a smile or a smirk hung on his face. He was quite pleased with himself. The man adjusted his glasses and added that this time he would recommend everyone vote for his younger brother. He was younger and had a brighter future. Due to serious health issues in his youth, certain problems had arisen, whereas Wei-go was in the prime of his life. Jianye bowed and thanked everyone for their attention. Anbao couldn't understand why his father was campaigning for someone else, since he was supposed to be the one to take the helm. It was a trick his son wasn't supposed to know about. The eyes of the fourth Mr. Hong flashed with anger, and he snapped at his offspring. Dolly had seen through the cunning old man. At the time of his younger brother's birth, he was 5 or 6 years old. Not at all the age for hard labor. But how were his young relatives to know that? Everyone immediately began to vote, swayed by the heart-wrenching story told by Anbao's father. It seemed that this time, even those who had not previously supported grandfather's fourth son had voted in favor of Zani. Now he had 69 votes to our hero's father's 14, but he still had a chance to turn the tide. Cousin Dolly was elated, and his uncle was also thoroughly pleased with the effect his speech had produced. Hong Tu stroked his beard and noted that the lead had widened significantly, then asked if the fifth son had anything to say. Wei-go nodded and rose from his seat. He looked calm and quite good-natured. The man decided to begin by saying that he considered himself less intelligent and competent than his brother, and that he had no particular desire to lead the family, so he was withdrawing from the race. Now there were only 2 candidates left in the election campaign. The hall buzzed with the idea that this was simply unbelievable. Could the fourth son really be the winner now? Vago added that, first of all, his father had asked with interest what he meant by that. And secondly, the fifth Mr. Hong announced that secondly, he wanted to transfer all his votes to his son, Hong Dali, and allow him to run for the position of clan head. Now there were 2 candidates in the running, and our hero had 15 points, a much more substantial result than one. Those around him were outraged, but Wego Hong continued to stand his ground with a completely unperturbed expression. Relatives began discussing whether there were any age restrictions for the position of clan head. It turned out there were none. The fourth Mr. Hong shouted that it couldn't be serious for his nephew to compete against him, but his brother assured him he was completely serious. Wego remarked that he would have voted for Dali even if he weren't his son. The young man's potential was simply enormous. Just 6 months ago, everyone had been praying only that he wouldn't die. But the boy had not only survived, but also earned more than most of the people here combined. He concluded by saying that he believed in fate, and this was definitely fate, after which he thanked everyone and sank into his chair. Anbao shouted that it sounded like some kind of religious cult, asking what would happen if Dali got sick again and died. Who would take care of the family then? At that point, the fourth Mr. Hong intervened and shouted that his brother had started a childish game, and that he was offended by an unequal opponent. So he was giving all his votes to his son. Now, Anbao was in Jianye's place in the rankings, which sent the young man into a frenzy of excitement, and he began thanking his father. Grandfather banged on the table again. The room buzzed with the opinion that what was happening resembled a kindergarten, and it was time to stop this nonsense. Everyone asked Hong Tu to influence his sons, but the old man merely said that once the final vote count was in, nothing could be changed, so they should think it over now. Both the fifth and fourth Mr. Hongs assured him that they were absolutely certain of their decision and would not change it. The head twirled his mustache and remarked that there might indeed be merit in having someone young with boundless potential take his place. With the help of his elders, he would be successful. The secretary announced loudly that the candidates had been replaced in the second round, so now it was time for Dali and Enbao to speak. Let them decide who would go first. Our hero's cousin rose from his seat and slammed his palms on the table, shouting that he wanted to give a speech. The young man declared that he didn't want to speak about himself, but about his cousin, who had performed brilliantly, yet was still in poor health, a disgrace, a crippled clan leader. Enbao shouted that they couldn't allow themselves to be led by a man who could stumble and simply die at any moment. These words had the desired effect. The relatives decided that, with their father's support, our hero's cousin would be a decent option. Dali's popularity began to plummet again. Many considered his recent success a mere coincidence. The enemy rejoiced. He couldn't even have dreamed of taking the position of head. And besides, he was telling the truth about his rival's poor health. It had always been that way. Anbao rushed over to Yusi, his eyes ablaze. The young man told his cousin that he would soon change the family rules and marry her immediately afterward. The girl lowered her eyes. She didn't want her cousin to become the head at all. It was her voice that Dali had received first, and Yusi hoped she hadn't done it in vain. Meanwhile, the current clan head looked at his grandson and asked if he had anything to say. Dali cleared his throat and suddenly, quite unexpectedly, declared that he had nothing to say. The hall gasped almost in unison. His opponent shouted that there was no need to say anything. It was time to move on to the third stage and choose him, the embodiment of beauty and genius. Enbao shouted that he had won, that his day had finally come, and that nothing in the world could overshadow this victory. Just then, the secretary approached the grandfather and reported that she had seen some important news. The grandfather suggested displaying it on the screen for everyone to see, as he was curious too. Everyone began whispering. Some were about to change their minds, and then suddenly new factors emerged. The headline read that a drunk young man from a wealthy family had beaten someone up. The preview showed Enbao. In the video, he insulted and humiliated a watermelon vendor, refusing to pay for the goods and swearing profusely. Then Dali's cousin began stomping on both the man and the produce he was selling. It was a horrific sight. Then the main character in the video raised his hands to the sky and shouted that he, Hong Enbao, was a bastard, and that absolutely everyone needed to know it. Next, the young man named his father and announced that Hong Jianye was a bastard too. They were simply carbon copies of each other. Anbao was stunned. He couldn't believe his own eyes, but worst of all, he had absolutely no memory of when he'd managed to do something like that. Janya yelled that they needed to contact the PR agency immediately and find the scoundrel who'd posted the video. Who on earth would dare to go against the Hong family? Relatives began whispering that his true nature had come out while he was drunk. Who could have imagined things would turn out this way? The video didn't end there. Next, Mu Yin appeared on screen, calmly walking down the street. The weather was perfect. The girl was planning to go shopping. It was hot, so she was wearing a tank top and a short skirt. Anbao appeared again and slapped the beauty, then pulled her toward him and asked where Dolly had gone. The guy said in a nasty tone that if her husband had health issues after the wedding, he should contact his cousin. He was always ready to help. The video was paused at that point, and everyone shouted that it was an absolute disgrace. The guy was causing a scene right in the middle of the family. He was clearly out of his mind. Grandpa snorted and Moosin started crying. She hadn't known that someone had filmed this atrocity, let alone posted it online. Dolly thought to himself that he was glad the whole thing had been done with a projector. Otherwise, he would have had to chop off his cousin's hands. Wego Hong asked his brother to explain what he and his son were trying to achieve by behaving this way and causing a public scandal. Janya started shaking Anbao, demanding to know what was going on. The guy screamed that it wasn't him, that it was fake. The man yelled that he had eyes in the back of his head and could tell right away that the video wasn't fake. Let him deal with the consequences himself. He didn't want anything to do with such an idiot. Realizing his father didn't believe him, Dolly's cousin shouted that our hero would answer for everything now. He knew for sure it was his doing. The guy smirked and replied that it wasn't him on the screen, but Anbao himself, so let him explain what it was all about. His cousin was nearly in tears, calling Dolly cruel, but Dolly pretended not to understand what the fuss was about. Then he reminded Anbao that he had hired a hitman to eliminate a competitor. Who else here was cruel, he asked. The relatives gasped again. No one could have imagined that one cousin would decide to kill another. Grandfather sternly asked the son of the fourth Master Hong if what Dolly had just said was true. Anbao didn't know what to say. He just stood there and coughed because his throat had gone completely dry with anger. Then he said with a smile that he had wanted to spare his cousin the agony so that he wouldn't have to move around anymore. The son of the fourth master gripped the back of his chair with both hands. It seemed he had completely lost control of himself. Next, Anbao raised the furniture above his head, intending to smash Dolly's skull with it. He shouted that he'd had enough and was now going to end his rival's suffering. Someone shouted to stop the madman immediately. Musin was frightened, but our hero sat there without moving a muscle. Another relative remarked that Dolly was too weak to dodge. Something had to be done. The young man grabbed his crutch, or rather, the cane he'd brought here to lean on while walking. It turned out to be a disguised precious sword with which the assassin intended to chop off his leg. The young man drew it from its sheath with lightning speed. The blade flashed in the light and immediately vanished behind Dolly's back. The chair that Anbao had intended to smash over his head was now neatly split into two perfectly equal halves. The cousin looked at his enemy and told him that it was now dangerous for him to stay here. He would see to that. Then the young man made a few more sharp but light swings of his sword around his cousin. The upper part of Anbao's suit crumbled into shreds. He almost screamed in horror, but managed to hold himself back. A swastika tattoo was revealed on the scoundrel's chest. Now it was visible to absolutely everyone present. The relatives began whispering among themselves. They were outraged at how anyone could follow such an ideology. It brought shame upon the family. The young man doubled over and pressed his face to the ground amid murmurs that everything had come to light before the final vote, and that this was a stroke of luck. Dolly had noticed the tattoo while scanning his cousin's body. Now it had come in handy. Let him not blame him for cruelty. He'd brought this on himself. Grandfather gave the order to take Anbao away and talk to him about his motives and everything that had happened here. Then he looked at Dolly and noticed that his body wasn't as weak as it seemed. The boy apologized for having to pretend. It was necessary for safety's sake. The relatives began whispering that the fifth lord's son was healthy and moreover well-developed both mentally and physically. For some reason, Yusi was the happiest of all. She clenched her fists and shouted loudly that our hero was really cool. The clan leader announced somewhat sadly that they should finish what they had started. Even though the grandson had left the hall, he had won the second round and currently held the majority of votes. The assistant agreed to announce the start of the third round. which was destined to be the decisive one in this contest. The clan members began pressing the buttons, muttering under their breath that Mbao turned out to be a total fraud. The counting began, and so far 75 votes had been cast for Dali, or rather, everyone present had chosen our hero. It turned out this wasn't the final tally, and the counting was still ongoing. The final result was 84 votes. Starting today, the young man becomes the new head of the Hong clan. Let him accept his relatives' congratulations. The family began to applaud the hero in unison, and he too decided to greet them with a wave of his hand. Dali smiled and, with a modest smile, thanked the family for the trust they had placed in him and the honor bestowed upon him. His father looked at the young man with gratitude. He had always known that his son could pleasantly surprise the family. His grandfather was far from pleased. There was even a hint of skepticism in his gaze, and the old man snorted loudly. A banquet was held in honor of the election of the new clan leader, and our hero's inauguration was also marked by a fireworks display. Hongtu summoned his grandson to his office. They needed to have a serious talk. The festive atmosphere remained outside the window. Both were serious. The young man said he couldn't become clan leader. He wasn't ambitious enough for it. He just didn't want to refuse in public. The old man replied that he knew this. He had a good professional team that would help Dali with everything, and he would handle his new role. Narrowing his eyes, Hongtu added that this was an important step in our hero's future growth and would definitely benefit him. The young man replied that he sensed a hidden subtext in those words. What growth was he talking about? He was just the heir to a wealthy family and led a life to match. The former head informed him that his grandson had no chance of living an ordinary life, if only because he was involved in the system of extravagance. And anyway, things weren't that simple. A new salvo of fireworks boomed, snapping Dali back to his senses, for what he had heard had sent a chill down the young man's spine. Frightened, he asked Hongtu how he knew about this system and that he was connected to it. The grandfather repeated once more that Dali was different from ordinary people, even in that he wasn't too surprised by his knowledge of the matter. Our hero realized he should have at least feigned some confusion and asked for clarification on exactly what was being discussed. The old man shifted his posture and solemnly declared that the time had come to tell him everything. There was no way around it now. About a year ago, dramatic events took place at the villa of the fifth Mr. Hong. His son was in very bad shape. The boy was unconscious. He imagined that his grandfather's helicopter had flown in to take him away from there to another place. That place turned out to be a witch's hut in the jungle, where one could completely rewrite the book of one's destiny. Around the same time, Dali, surrounded by relatives and servants, began to breathe heavily, as if on the verge of death. A yellow glow appeared around the boy's head, as if his soul were leaving his body. Hongtu, looking not quite as we were used to, hurried to his grandson's bedside. He was agitated. The fifth son reported that the doctor had given his heir no more than 3 days to live. He was about to die. The clan leader shouted that this was unfair. Someone had tried to poison the family's strongest and smartest child when he was still a child, and now he was dying. The old man shouted throughout the villa that he was ready to do anything to save his grandson, even if it meant spending all of the Hong clan's money. The countdown began. With only 3 days left in Dali's life, his family had to come up with a way to save him. Someone suggested an organization that might be able to help. Countless sensors were attached to our hero's body. The scientists intended to collect data on his physical and mental condition. Because Dali was ill, there were large gaps in this data, especially in his memory. But trying to dig deeper was simply dangerous. The clan leader agreed to anything if it would help keep his grandson alive, so he signed on to this venture. The scientist explained that the only way to give his grandson a chance was to create a replica of the world for him. It would be indistinguishable from the original version, even in terms of emotions and feelings. He added that once they were finished, the boy would die, but his grandfather would be fine as long as he retained the data currently being recorded. Hongtu began to cry. They explained to him that this was the only option, but fortunately, the young man would be able to live in the replica exactly as he did in the real world. He wouldn't be just a set of data. The clan leader agreed, asking only that they ensure his grandson was healthy in the fake world. He had suffered enough already, so let him feel like a happy person. The scientists replied that this wasn't possible, but they could create an upgrade system for Dali that would help him become stronger and healthier under certain conditions. 2 more days passed. Our hero had less and less time left to live, But his grandfather had already made sure that this wouldn't be the end of everything. His parents also tried to devote all their time to their son and showered him with more attention than ever before. Hong Dali never saw any of this. He didn't even regain consciousness before his death, which was the hardest part for his mom and dad. Just seconds before this tragic event, the contractor had prepared a rocket carrying the boy's data to scan Earth. The countdown began, and soon the spacecraft launched, cutting through the layers of the atmosphere one by one. The head of the Hong clan watched it, realizing that now everything could change radically for both himself and his grandson. With tears in his eyes, the old man told Dali that this was all his grandfather could do for him. It was as if he felt that the hero had died. The first stage was complete, and the stage's rocket engines jettisoned. Outer space lay ahead of the rocket. When the satellite reached orbit, all instruments were functioning properly. It was time to begin the mission entrusted to it. A scanner turned on, similar to the one Li Chuan had used, only on a much larger scale. It was to scan the entire world for Dali Hong, so that his consciousness could be placed into this replica. The process took quite a long time. There were no guarantees that an error or something similar wouldn't appear in the data. And yet our hero's grandfather believed that in this way he could give him a new, happier life. After Earth had been scanned, the device began to create an exact replica of it on the appropriate scale. As a result, the satellite was supposed to transport the young man there, after which it would self-destruct. As soon as the task was completed, a bright flash of light appeared. It seemed the plan had been executed perfectly. Dali Hong had once again been given his chance at a comfortable existence. His body trembled, and his lungs took their first breath. The young man hadn't opened his eyes yet, but it was clear that life was filling his lifeless body. His heart had begun to beat. The next moment, our hero sighed loudly and sat up in bed. Now his appearance was just as we were used to seeing it. He was gasping for breath, trying to examine his hands. It seemed something terrible had happened, but Dali couldn't remember exactly what. Finally, a system message appeared stating that the download was complete and all functions were activated. A new life, or rather, a new game, had begun. Hong Tu sat in his chair. He had ended his story by saying that everything had turned out well and his grandson was growing stronger and more successful, all thanks to the system of extravagance. The young man asked whether he was indeed just a set of data now and had actually been dead for a long time. The old man confirmed that this was indeed the case, and although Dali had achieved certain successes in the replica world, none of this had actually happened in reality. Dali asked about his loved ones. Were they copies? His grandfather replied that they were both yes and no, because they had feelings, emotions, and bodies capable of feeling pain. The young man covered his face with his hands and asked for a little time. He needed to process what he'd heard. He felt terrible. It was best to do this alone. Hong Dali stood up and headed for the exit of the clan leader's office. The door opened slightly, measured footsteps could be heard, followed by a heavy sigh. He needed to go to his own room, but his legs refused to obey him. He stepped out, closed the door, and stopped, leaning against it. What he had heard seemed like a bedtime story. Dali couldn't contain his emotions and blurted out that the whole speech had sounded very insincere. Even if the old man's words were true, the people who had tried to kill him in reality were also copies, which meant they would try to do it again in the new world. It was simply nonsense. The hero couldn't believe any of it. But then he remembered the glowing bowl, remembered the system of extravagance. There was definite evidence after all. He was distracted from his thoughts by Musin's call. The girl had already worn herself out trying to find her future husband. The beauty asked what the fool was doing here when the whole family was waiting for him at the banquet as the clan head. Dali was still lost in his own thoughts, so he merely whispered his bride's name thoughtfully. She was startled, thinking there was dirt on his face or something similar. So strange and full of anxiety was our hero's gaze. Instead of answering, the young man simply stepped closer and hugged Musin tightly. It was the only way he could calm his nerves right now. His arms pulled the girl closer and closer to him. Dali clung to his bride as if she were a lifeline. There was absolutely nothing romantic about his movements. It was the way a child hugs its mother, expressing complete trust. The beauty was afraid that someone might see them now. She worried that it might reflect badly on the new chief's reputation. Dali whispered that he simply didn't want anything to happen to her. He was very afraid of losing Musin. The girl replied that she was here now, and everything was fine. Besides, if a threat arose, he would save her. Those words were a lifeline. The young man happily announced that was exactly the case. He would save his future wife and could save anyone, really. The guy smiled, grabbed the beauty by the hand, and dragged her toward the banquet hall. His mood had clearly improved. Dali Hong watched the celebratory fireworks in his honor and thought about how his emotions were real and his feelings were completely real too. He knew perfectly well that he was no longer afraid of anything. He wanted to live and would live. He would become strong so that no one could harm him or his loved ones. Our hero raised his glass and decided that from now on, he would view what was happening as a contest with fate for the right to live. Looking at his smiling family, the hero decided that if all of this was a game, then he would definitely play it through and emerge victorious. Dali then returned to his grandfather's office. He needed to find out a few more details, so he asked who exactly had tried to kill him. His grandfather replied that he had made considerable efforts but had never managed to uncover the exact details. He had only found the names of a few families involved in the poisoning. First and foremost was a company that manufactured smart prosthetics. The Hong family had supplied them with precious raw materials, but had stopped doing so due to bad publicity. The second organization was involved in tomb raiding. They had attempted to plunder the Hong family's sacred relics, for which they had paid the price, but they harbored a grudge. The old man spread his hands, adding that he had other enemies as well. He couldn't recall them all off the top of his head. Dali shouted that this was too much, to which Hong too replied that at least he had a list, and together they would solve this problem. He added that it would be much more beneficial for his grandson to go train than to rack his brains over family problems. The young man had no intention of leaving. He asked how his grandfather knew there was a special system inside his body. The old man replied that over many years in business, he had become observant. Changes had occurred within him as well, and all of this was clearly no coincidence. Our hero closed his eyes upon hearing that everything in life comes at a price, and he would have to pay for this as well. Everything that had been happening to him lately went beyond the usual boundaries, beyond comprehension, to be perfectly precise. The next morning, the weather was perfect. Having forgotten all his troubles, Dali Hong set out to run his errands. He needed to look the part, so the young man adjusted his tie, making sure the knot was perfect. His shoes were also polished to a shine. Every detail of the clan leader's appearance had to be simply flawless. The young man was pleased with his appearance, and now slowly descended the stairs full of dignity. Downstairs, his smiling parents were waiting for him and asked if their son had slept well that night. The young man smiled and replied that he was perfectly fine, then gently hugged his father and mother. He was truly happy to have this opportunity, so he simply told his parents that he loved them very much. His mother began to wipe away tears. She so rarely heard such words that now she could not control her emotions. His father also hugged Dali and asked if his son would have breakfast. There was a family meeting today, and he needed to be confident and fear nothing. The young man asked them not to worry. The sickly boy who was afraid of everyone and everything was a thing of the past. Now he knew exactly what he wanted from life. The young man strode down the hallway. No one was in sight, but the sound of his footsteps caused whispers that the new head was coming. Dali walked to his seat and simply sat down, without waiting for any assistance or special instructions. The others were also invited to take their seats at the table. The young people from the Hong family were even afraid to look up, and yet they obediently sat down on either side of the new clan head, all eagerly awaiting his welcoming speech. The young man began by asking not to be called the head or the patriarch. He was too young for that. Lord would be a more fitting title. The villa on the hill had not been chosen at random for the meeting. It was a secluded place, and no outsiders could interrupt the discussion of family business. Luo Xiaoyi, a former secretary at a 3-star hotel, entered the conference room and politely bowed to those present. She explained that she had previously served as Dali's secretary but was still learning the ropes, so she asked them not to judge her too harshly for any potential mistakes. Dali assured everyone that he himself had only just begun his new duties, so he had no particular expectations regarding Luo Xiaoyi's abilities. The young woman smiled and said that in that case, she was ready to read a brief report on the state of the Hong family's business. Currently, there are 189 companies and 3,000 assets in the textile industry. Real estate, sports, medicine, electronics, and other sectors across the country. In addition, the clan owns 78 mansions, 3 cruise ships, 5 private jets, 10 helicopters, and 400 luxury cars. All of the above is at the family's disposal, and the head of the family can use these assets as he sees fit. Dali whistled. Everyone began whispering that if they had known about the old man's wealth, They would have fought harder for the position of his successor. Quite unexpectedly, the young man suggested taking a cruise ship and going on a trip, since such assets were available to him. The idea appealed to the young people, and everyone cheerfully shouted that it would be a great start for all of them. Our hero's father was more cautious in his reactions, but he still applauded to support his son. His older brother snorted loudly. He believed that such schemes were completely pointless. Dolly also expressed a desire to educate the capital's population and pledged that none of his relatives would break the law or create monopolies in the market. This would be closely monitored. He had no need to earn more, but he wanted to do more good. The family stood and bowed, which seemed appropriate to everyone. The meeting continued. Our hero's grandfather watched the proceedings through the window, in no hurry to go down to the hall. The secretary asked if the gentleman would like to go and greet his successor. He replied that he had stepped down, so now the young man should be careful. He stated that he would assist his energetic counterpart, but whether they could overcome the crisis would only become clear with time. The meeting ended, and the young people rushed toward the exit, animatedly discussing the details of the meeting. The representatives of the older generation were in no hurry to leave the hall. Dalian and his uncle, the fourth Mr. Hong, remained at the table. The man sighed. It was clear he had something to say to his nephew, but he hesitated to speak first. Finally, Janye stood up to leave the room. He looked rather gloomy, and this did not escape our hero's notice. The young man asked directly if his uncle had anything to tell him before they parted ways. The fourth gentleman sighed again and suggested not rushing into the party on the liner. It would be better to start with something less grand. Dolly replied that he was willing to heed this advice and promised not to ignore the opinions of his older relatives in the future. Then the nephew asked where Anbao was. He'd like to talk to his cousin as well, since their previous meeting had gone, to put it mildly, poorly. The man agreed to escort the young man to the room where his son was staying. He didn't want to appear in an unfavorable light before the new head of the family. He added that his son was holed up in there, waiting for the end of his days, which was completely out of character for him. Dolly knocked and went inside. Hearing that the door wasn't locked and seeing his cousin, the young man decided to sit across from him. It was time to either mend his relationship with his cousin a little or ruin it, depending on how you looked at it. Anbao asked what he wanted. He didn't even look at the person who had come into his room, lost in his own thoughts. Hearing neither a greeting nor an answer to his question, he raised his head and repeated that he wanted to know the reason for the visit. The next moment, Anbao scrambled onto the sofa in horror and screamed at the top of his lungs. The person sitting before him was clearly not Dolly. Our hero used the device created by Lin Chuyin, and when asked who he was, replied that he was Hong Anbao. Then the guy added that the person he had come to see was merely a double, even though his cousin had tried to convince him otherwise. Our hero announced that today he intended to rob a bank, blow up 20 cars, and take 50 hostages. If his brother was lucky, they wouldn't even shoot him. Anbao realized that it was Hong Dali after all. He yelled that he'd rather be given poison than be set up like this. Dali snarled that this was revenge for his cousin's men coming to kill him. He shouldn't even try to deny it. The scoundrel muttered fearfully that he had merely ordered the assassin to cut off the young man's legs, and if that didn't work, he wouldn't pay. Our hero leaped up and slapped Anbao across the face, shouting that in that case he would do the same to him. Anbao began begging for mercy. For a moment his hand froze, and Dali hissed that he'd known all along his cousin had a weak character. He returned to his usual demeanor and remarked that it was quite amusing. This time, he'd have to show magnanimity and spare his relative. Anbao broke into a sweat and bowed low to his cousin, saying he was very grateful and promised to mend his ways. The young man didn't let the subject drop and ordered him to explain what had happened to the hitman his brother had hired. He replied that it was a group of people willing to commit any crime for money. They weren't professionals, but they were quite skilled, and he had hired one of them. Dolly thought that several criminals had infiltrated the territory that day, and they needed to figure out who they were. He ordered Anbao to take him to these people. It was time to eliminate anyone who threatened the lives of the Hong family members. They got into the car. After pulling into the grounds of some warehouses, the car stopped. It seemed the cousin knew the way well. Both brothers got out of the car. Dolly leaned on his cane, and Anbao assured him that they had arrived at the right place and that this group of people must be nearby. Just then, a man ran toward him, shouting that they had found out the young lord was heading this way and had sent security. The man explained that he was called multilingual because he could speak many languages at once, pointing to his mouth. The criminal confessed that he was one of those who had tried to kill Dolly on Anbao's orders. The young man noticed that he stank to high heaven. The cousin punched the criminal in the face, shouting that the old man had completely lost his fear. Something was clearly wrong here. The guy started stomping on the hitman, demanding his money back, while our hero headed deeper into the territory. The bandits watched his movements closely but didn't rush to reveal their presence. A girl who looked like a snake hissed that the kid wasn't bad. He'd make a fine dinner. She was already looking forward to it, but still decided to find out who had brought this uninvited guest here. She began to slither, getting closer and closer to Dolly. The situation was becoming threatening. Finally, the snake hissed that the young man had appetizing thin skin and clearly tender meat, but she would feel sorry to devour him just like that. Our hero replied that he was, of course, afraid, but he was grateful that the girl had come to him herself. The beast took on its final monstrous form, but just at that moment, young Mr. Hong managed to attack her. The sword didn't kill the snake, but it still served a good purpose. She began wailing that her protective function had been damaged. Immediately, a second thug attacked the hero, shouting that the idiot clearly wasn't afraid to die at all. Well, so be it. Multilingual immediately ran up, shouting for everyone to stop immediately. This must be done for their master's sake. The bandit instantly calmed down and greeted the young man, adding that he was very glad to see him there. Multilingual explained to his colleagues that it was hard to believe, but from this moment on, Hong Dali would be considered their boss. This news sent everyone present into a state of shock, including our hero himself. The monsters didn't want to change masters so quickly. One of them declared that they had to defeat their real boss before claiming his place. The thugs immediately shouted that a fight must take place, otherwise they had no intention of obeying outsiders. The polyglot began to explain that they were mistaken and would later deeply regret such disrespectful behavior. Dali kept his cool. He remained silent for a while, and then suggested that the thugs first listen to what he had to say. He stated that he fully understood that no one here intended to listen to a little boy like him, but it was worth noting that he had something none of those present possessed. The boy announced that he was very rich and actually had a whole pile of money, which he wasn't in the habit of counting unless absolutely necessary. The monsters didn't believe him and advised the little brat to head home as soon as possible while he was still alive and well. Otherwise, they couldn't vouch for themselves. They told him to keep in mind that anything less than $1 million isn't real money, so there's no need to act all tough here. Then some werewolf showed up and loomed over Dolly, saying he could tear him to shreds in a second. Someone behind him tried to talk some sense into him, suggesting he listen to the kid first and then make threats. Shouting that he was the boss here, the werewolf attacked his colleague, who flew off to the side and fell silent. Each of the gangsters gathered there had his own take on what was happening, but none of them took Dolly seriously. Our hero nodded. He was beginning to realize that the gangsters needed real proof of his abilities. He tapped his cane against the side of a truck parked some distance from the car the Hong brothers had arrived in. The young man gave the order to unload the cargo, and the truck's doors began to slowly swing open with a strange sound. In the next instant, wads of dollar bills rained down onto the asphalt, as if in some fantasy movie. The monsters roared with joy. They had never even dreamed of such riches, and now they couldn't believe that all the money was meant for them. Dully replied that they would receive a reward only if they were polite to him, after which he proposed a deal. Instead of answering, the werewolf attacked the young man, roaring that he would kill him and take the reward. What kind of deal could there possibly be? Our hero stood motionless. It seemed he wasn't the least bit afraid of this insolent, ferocious monster. In reality, the young man was simply prepared for any turn of events. He had that very precious sword with him, and he made use of it. He remained unharmed, parrying the blow with a single swing of his blade, but the battle was far from over. The werewolf attacked again, this time receiving a blow from the cane. It was so powerful that the monster whimpered like an ordinary puppy. With horror, the gang leader realized that he was not facing a human. There was simply no other way to explain such power. And yet the monster decided to try again and attack the young man once more, as if one lesson hadn't been enough for him. Anbao and Multilingual were horrified. Both began shouting for everyone to stop immediately. This was pure madness. The snake came to Dolly's aid, wrapping its tail around the former boss's legs. Taken by surprise, he nearly collapsed to the ground. The girl explained her decision by saying that the guy was offering far more favorable terms of cooperation. Her partner also rushed into the attack, shouting that he was ready to sell his soul for good money. What was the big deal anyway? He raised his mutated fist, ready to give the ghoul a good beating, seizing the opportunity. The opponent tried to counterattack, but his blow missed its mark, while the former subordinate succeeded quite well. This attack proved fatal. The werewolf was on the verge of surrender, as he was no match for so many enemies. The snake decided not to be outdone and flung the monster into the air to make it easier for her partner to finish him off. Just then, the marksman stepped in. The target was simply perfect, and he couldn't resist taking a shot. The bullet severed the wolf's ear, and he literally went berserk with rage. The werewolf was ready to tear everyone to pieces, but desire alone wasn't enough. Immediately, the guy with wings joined in, shouting to the others that he wanted to finish off the scoundrel who had drunk plenty of his blood back in the day. He dove down and attacked. The werewolf howled that the only thing missing here was a chicken and told them to leave him alone. The flying monster noticed there was no chicken here, but the former boss would pay dearly for those words. He wasn't in a position to insult anyone. The werewolf stopped resisting. He crawled along the ground trying to catch his breath. Getting up to fight was out of the question. He called his former colleagues traitors. His eyes flashed with a malevolent fire. It seemed the monster was in no hurry to give up. The others gathered around Dolly, making it clear whose side they were on now. There wasn't a shred of remorse on their faces. Dolly looked at the ghoul and sighed, wondering if that wasn't enough for him and if he needed further proof. The monster screamed that he was a lone wolf and would deal with his enemies even on his own, then released a stream of foul-smelling mist. This was very cunning of him, because now not only our hero, but also the monsters couldn't breathe. The stench was even burning their eyes. The guy who wasn't used to such tricks started coughing. This time it wasn't an act. The werewolf's eyes flashed, and he promised that now he would hunt each of them down individually and settle the score for the insult and betrayal. All Dolly could think about now was how long the scent from his handkerchief would last. He needed to get out of the stinking cloud. The entire warehouse was filled with the stench, but worst of all, visibility was now severely limited. The flying monster screamed that he would now try to solve this problem as well, after which he began flapping his wings frantically. He noticed a heavy box flying toward him when it was already too late to dodge the blow. The pterodactyl was knocked down, taking the damage straight to its frail chest. It never managed to disperse the stinking fog. The bald man tried to cover his nose and mouth with his hand. He had nothing more suitable for the purpose. Because the oxygen was running out, his reaction time slowed, and the thug missed the enemy's blow. He was thrown straight onto the rocks, his ribs cracked. It seemed he'd definitely suffered at least a couple of fractures. He tried to get up, but he couldn't even breathe properly, so that attempt failed as well. The shooter couldn't see anything, but he covered his face with a handkerchief and relied heavily on his hearing. He was ready for an attack. The werewolf crept up from behind, his burning eyes flashed in the clouds of stench, and the former subordinate sensed the movement. He swung his pistol behind his back and fired a shot to keep the enemy from getting any closer. The werewolf ducked and grabbed the man firmly by the leg. Now there was no chance to shoot back. With a sharp jerk, the former boss flipped the shooter upside down and intended to throw him against the wall. The snake girl tried to dispel the stench with her hand, but didn't have much success. The fog was too thick. She cursed the stinking dog and swore she'd kill him with her own hands. It was simply unbearable. The very next second, in response to her threats, the archer appeared. The werewolf decided he could toss him at a more suitable target. Dolly, covering his face with a handkerchief, continued to make his way through the acrid fumes. He intended to leave the room. The werewolf blocked his path. After listening to the young man cough, he declared that he should have killed him back in childhood to save himself the trouble. He himself had known suffering as a child. He had been turned into a werewolf and promised that as an adult, he would be able to take revenge for everything. Now the wolf decided that he would determine when the young man would die. He had every right to do so, and then the money would go to whoever needed it. Our hero couldn't utter a word because of the stench, but he found a way to express his opinion on the matter with a gesture. The monster raised a paw, intending to carry out his threat immediately and destroy his opponent in one fell swoop. He didn't manage to launch the attack because, at the last moment, Dolly simply vanished. It was unbelievable. The werewolf realized with surprise that he was now completely powerless. He couldn't see the boy, yet he continued to sense his presence. The monster began turning his head in all directions, trying to locate the missing person, but it was useless. The day before, Lin Chuyan had brought Dolly her latest creation. an improved version of the bracelet with a stealth function added. The hero was thrilled. The girl added that it was now also possible to copy characters from movies, but he shouldn't get carried away. He needed to be careful with that. Now the bracelet came in handy at just the right moment. The guy activated the energy meter and launched the projection. The transformation began. The glow was so intense that it even slightly dispersed the foul-smelling fog, and the werewolf froze. He could clearly sense a human presence behind him, but he still didn't see anything resembling Dolly. The outline of something enormous began to emerge from the fog, a monster many times larger than a wolf. At about the same moment, the pterodactyl woke up. He was coughing and couldn't see anything, so he decided to disperse the stench again. The monster rose higher and began flapping its wings. This time, the former boss couldn't stop it. Gradually, the foul-smelling clouds began to leave the warehouse. The increased ventilation had done its job. The more air there was around, the more clearly the outline of the huge monster emerged. When the flying creature saw it, it nearly plummeted to the ground in surprise. It hadn't expected to encounter anything like this here. The other thugs experienced the same shock. They knew their territory well and hadn't even considered the possibility of a new monster appearing. The marksman and the snake were more frightened than the rest. They froze in place again, completely unsure of how to react. The polyglot and Anbao, as it turned out, were also overcome by the stench of poison. The young man screamed in horror. The three-eyed giant towered nearly to the ceiling. He was at least 10 meters tall. The werewolf at his feet looked like an ordinary puppy. He had not the slightest desire to fight such a giant. But he still needed to figure out where the damn boy had gone. Maybe he could at least kill him. The monster was approaching, and only now did the wolfhound realize the full extent of the disaster. He had to get out of there immediately. All three of the giant's eyes looked down at his future prey. His ferocious face clearly expressed his intention to have a hearty lunch of the little dog. The giant struck the ground with his staff and roared so loudly that the fabric of his robe couldn't withstand it and tore. The gang members covered their ears, fearing they would go deaf. Only now did they realize that Dolly had turned into this enormous monster. The werewolf whimpered in fear. He tried to move, but nothing happened. His muscles had turned to stone. Tucking his tail between his legs, the wolfman was now simply trembling. He couldn't cope with the paralyzing terror that had gripped him. The giant was getting closer and closer, continuing to roar deafeningly and wave his arms. It took a few seconds to rouse himself, after which the former boss took huge leaps toward the exit. Watching this, Dolly in his monstrous form couldn't help but laugh. Now he no longer looked so bloodthirsty. The guy pressed something on his bracelet again and began to shrink, regaining his usual appearance. He was worried. This time the trick had worked, but it could have ended much worse, since it was just a projection. When the multilingual burst out, shouting that he was glad to see the gentleman. Our hero headed toward the exit, but one of the thugs called out to him, the same muscular man. All the monsters lined up in a row and mournfully reported that they were ashamed for failing to protect their new boss. The young man replied that everything was fine. He was sure they would do much better next time. As soon as the formalities were over, the thugs rushed to their money. It was the first time they had ever seen so many bills. The polyglot began swearing his loyalty to the young gentleman. They had only met today, but he was ready to give his life for Dolly, who smiled. The new subordinates began thanking our hero. They had never been so happy. Dolly watched them, making no secret of his pleasure. He had once again succeeded in his endeavors and was delighted. Anbao, on the other hand, looked disappointed. He had secretly hoped that his hated cousin would be killed. The guy found the very box the werewolf had used to knock down the flying monster and sat down on it. He asked the new subordinates to introduce themselves and briefly describe their special abilities. The monsters simply didn't hear him. They continued to wallow in money and have fun, just like children. The young man tapped his cane on the floor and shouted at them not to provoke him. He looked like a real demon, and everyone trembled in fear. All the subordinates could manage to say was a plea for the young master to calm down. Their voices trembled too. Dolly said menacingly that since they called him young master, they had to be loyal, listen, and obey orders, not just think about money. If they didn't like it, they could get lost. The polyglot began swearing his loyalty again and begging forgiveness for his ignorant behavior. The others were in no hurry to apologize, weighing their chances. He was alone, and there were many of them. They could try to attack, but was it worth it? Deciding that money was still the most important thing, they bowed and promised to carry out the young master's orders. Dali replied that in that case, they would continue from where they had left off. Let someone introduce themselves first. The bald man Jingang did so. He practiced Qi and could now make his hands as hard as metal. The marksman said his name was Arthur. He could hear an ant's footsteps from 100 meters away and shoot it, hitting the target. The flyer was named Fei Niao. He used to perform in a circus with artificial wings, but had managed to grow real ones, which he was extremely happy about. After listening to their stories, our hero asked if their transformations had occurred about 6 months ago. The monsters replied in surprise that this was indeed the case, but they couldn't understand how the young man knew. Dali closed his eyes. Around that time, during a screening glitch, he had discovered a system bug. He wondered how many more errors were lurking here. Then he turned to the snake girl and asked if she'd like to tell him about herself as well. She explained that she used to be a snake dancer, and now she'd become one herself. Her name was Sasha. The girl immediately asked him to forgive her for her mistake and repeated a few dance moves again. There was still a scar on her face, which prompted our hero to reach into the inside pocket of his jacket. He pulled out a vial and sprayed it on Sasha's face. She winced and asked indignantly what it was. In the very next moment, the scratch had healed, leaving not a trace behind, and the snake girl was overcome with wild delight. Dali replied that it was medicine. There should be no wounds on the face of such a pretty girl. She had saved his life, and this was a gift of gratitude. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. It seemed as if the earth in the valley was about to split in two, but it wasn't an earthquake. Our hero nearly fell. The flying creature began flapping its wings, ready at any moment to catch and save the young gentleman. At the same time, a storm broke out on the nearby lake. There had never been such gigantic waves there, since the body of water had no outlet. It turned out that a huge ancient monster had awakened at the bottom of the lake. It was this monster that had caused such tremors in both the water and the surrounding rock formations. There had never been earthquakes in this area before. Dali's new subordinates began to curse, but little by little the vibrations subsided. Then Mbao appeared, offering his cousin a look at something on his phone. The young man clearly looked puzzled. The news reported abnormal waves on Lake Sitcho. Many boats had capsized, hundreds of people were overboard, and rescue workers were on the scene. Dali noted that this was an inland lake. How was such a thing even possible? His cousin suggested that some Loch Ness-like monster was involved. Our hero tossed the monster men some headphones as a means of communication and ordered them to head to the lake immediately to rescue everyone they could and help the people. They immediately rushed to carry out the orders. It seemed the rustle of banknotes was capable of solving many problems. Our hero also ordered multilingual to recruit as many people with supernatural abilities as possible. This would come in handy later. Dali understood perfectly well that relying solely on his own strength wasn't wise. With a talented team at his disposal, achieving success was much easier. Anbo suddenly began to show respect in his entire demeanor. He noticed that his cousin was quite the manipulator. He ordered his brother to stay here and wait for new information, adding that loyalty can't be bought with money, but a little kindness and care always helps. The young man, looking displeased, asked what he was supposed to do next. He wasn't too keen on taking on another assignment. Dali replied that he had something special in store for him. Anbao wouldn't be disappointed, he just needed to wait a little while until everything became clear. The disaster continued on the lake. Although the waves had already subsided, many people were floundering in the water, unable to swim, their strength running out. They were screaming for help, but there weren't enough rescuers around. By all accounts, many were simply destined to perish. There were only 2 rescue boats available. Under no circumstances could everyone who wanted to get on them fit. The drowning woman already knew she was doomed, but she didn't stop begging for anyone to help her. She disappeared beneath the water, but suddenly some black claws shot down into the water, preventing her from sinking to the bottom. These were the clawed paws of Fei Niao. He had promised to save everyone he could reach with his wings. Meanwhile, his colleague with the steel hands was busy with a much more effective solution to the problem. The man managed to restore the ship to normal condition so that it would stay afloat. Now the lifeboats were no longer needed. Many passengers managed to get back on board on their own. Dali's subordinates were to take care of the rest. Artur, the marksman, decided to use one of his main advantages, his keen hearing, to find those who had already gone underwater. He lowered the microphone into the water and was now trying to pinpoint the victims' locations through his earpiece. Soon they spotted a young boy. The man relayed the coordinates to Sasha, specifying that she needed to dive to a depth of 200 meters. He didn't have to repeat himself twice. In an instant, her clothes were strewn across the deck, and the snake girl plunged into the water. She dove as deep as she could, using her tail to help herself. She had to look carefully so as not to miss the child. Soon, Sasha found the child and wrapped herself tightly around him to pull him to the surface as quickly as possible. They surfaced very quickly. The boy hadn't even had time to swallow any water. He could breathe on his own, but he was terribly frightened. The snake girl tried to cheer the child up with a smile. Perhaps a friendly monster looks a little better than a ferocious beast. The boy's mother was already on deck. She scooped him up and hugged him tightly. Now they had nothing to fear. The woman thanked Sasha from the bottom of her heart, and Sasha replied, somewhat embarrassed, that it was her duty. Soon, all the rescued passengers were thanking Dolly's monster crew in unison. The bandits were completely unprepared for this, but it was still nice. They felt like superheroes and never tired of mentioning that young Mr. Hong Dolly had sent them here. It turned out that many were already familiar with the name. The passengers began speculating that he was the new head of the Hong clan, after which they gave the hero a standing ovation. Everyone was on the shore and continued to praise the young man. The people didn't notice a new wave rising from the lake. The danger became very real again. To survive a second time, the passengers had to flee. Arthur told the pilot that there was something down there. Something huge. The pilot asked what exactly he meant. The gunner reported that it was a large creature, floundering and howling as if in great pain. As if to confirm his words, a slight ripple spread across the water's surface. It turned out the monster had begun thrashing about again. Sasha replied that she could dive to a depth of up to 1,000 meters and hold her breath for half an hour so she could check it out. Her colleague asked her not to rush. He reminded them that all actions should be coordinated with the young man, and only then should anything be done. Dolly was very surprised that a huge monster was moaning in Lake Sichuan. He asked where it could have come from. Arthur replied that he had no idea, but he could hear it. The subordinates asked Sasha for permission to go on a reconnaissance mission, but the guy asked them to wait for him. He was already on his way. The car arrived almost instantly. It turned out that Dolly had been driving to the crash site for quite some time. The monsters turned around. They hadn't expected to see the boss so soon. The guy thanked everyone for their excellent work. He glanced at his watch and announced that he'd called someone over so they could work more efficiently. Soon the rumble of an engine could be heard, and two girls appeared on a motorcycle. Judging by their appearance, they were Lin Chuyin and Musen. They didn't rush to take off their helmets, keeping the suspense going for a while, which wasn't very smart since every second counted now. But Dolly's fiancé didn't care about any of that. She was just happy to be back with her future husband. The guy asked, a little confused, why Musen was there. She replied that she'd seen the news and decided to join the inventor. The couple exchanged tender glances, completely forgetting that they were here on important business and that a disaster had occurred. Dolly introduced his fiancée to his subordinates, noting that her orders carried the same weight as his own. The beauty really liked Sasha's tail. The snake girl looked a little disappointed. She hadn't expected the young master to already have a fiancé. Lin Chuyin reported that she had brought diving goggles equipped with a camera and scanning function. They were ready and could transmit the image to a projector in real time. This had been a rush order from Dolly, and the girl had handled it perfectly. The goggles could also transmit sound, which was no small matter. Our hero handed the goggles to Sasha and noted that only she could help them find out what was happening at the bottom. But she should remember that safety came first. The girl nodded and thanked him for his concern, then instantly dived into the lake. Only her tail had time to flash by. The snake swam deeper and deeper. Thanks to the goggles, she could see everything perfectly, and the scanner picked up movement and sound. The girl descended deeper and deeper. There was very little left to go, but so far nothing was visible. Arthur kept listening and told her the target was close. About 150 meters remained to the source of the noise. He said it would be hard for him to give any more guidance from here on out, so she'd have to rely solely on her own abilities. It turned out that Sasha could already make out something on the bottom, but it wasn't clear yet what it was. Suddenly, the girl realized that a huge creature was in front of her and became very frightened, attempting to rise closer to the surface. A new wave rose and her colleagues grew worried. They began shouting for the snake not to waste any time and to surface as soon as possible. Sasha hurried to reassure the team, stating that she was unharmed and could continue diving deeper. Everyone was surprised that the girl could speak underwater. After all, she was a snake, not a fish. So where did she get those skills? The heroine explained that she could produce sounds simply by vibrating her tongue. It was very flexible and obedient. A pretty cool ability. Her colleagues remarked that it was simply magnificent, but their faces suggested they would have preferred to do without these physiological details. Musin looked at the men and asked indignantly why they had all blushed so suddenly. There was nothing to it. Sasha reported that she was close to her goal. She looked incredibly pleased with herself. There was very little left to go. At the bottom, the snake began looking around, but nothing unusual came into view. Even her goggles didn't help. Lin Chuan told her to just keep moving. The device had a built-in bioscanner, and as soon as it detected something alive, a distinctive signal would sound. She hadn't even finished speaking when the goggles began to beep. Sasha immediately realized that this was the signal. The girl began turning her head in all directions, but the sound persisted as if it didn't come from a single source. Finally, she managed to determine the direction of the signal, and the snake swam on, moving parallel to the bottom of the body of water. It hit a rock. The signal was loudest there, but there was no living creature to be found. Sasha reported the situation to the control room, and the inventor activated the stereo scanning system. For a while, absolutely nothing happened, and the beauty had to freeze in place and wait. On the surface, too, everything was as before, when suddenly Lin Chuan reported that she had found what she was looking for. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She said that it wasn't a rock, it was that very same enormous monster. The inventor slowly pressed a key combination on her laptop and said that they would all see it now. The scanner reconstructed the image of the rock. Apparently, it had indeed been just a piece of rock at first. Her colleagues stared at it, unable to comprehend how such a thing was even possible. The scale was literally staggering. At the bottom, something resembling a snout and front legs appeared. There was no doubt that a giant turtle stood before them. Dolly stared wide-eyed at the monster and thought that even the most fantastical creature could exist in this world. The turtle opened its mouth and began roaring again, as if in pain. Its face looked completely insane. Instantly, waves rose and the earth trembled. It became clear that this monster was the cause of the earthquake. Musin found this extremely amusing. They told Sasha what they had seen. She stared wide-eyed but still couldn't figure out exactly where the turtle was. The girl was standing to the side of its shell. Compared to the monster, she looked like a poppy seed, the snake cursed. Only now did she look in the direction of the turtle's mouth. It was a sight clearly not for the faint of heart. To avoid being killed, the girl had to press herself as close as possible to the shell, but in any case, what was happening was far too dangerous. The turtle was making chaotic movements with its limbs, the purpose of which wasn't entirely clear. It looked strange. Its claws clung to the bottom, but its efforts weren't enough to hold on or move an inch. After making another unsuccessful attempt, the monster roared deafeningly again. It was clearly in pain. Sasha assessed the situation and concluded that the turtle seemed to be trying to free itself from under the rock that was crushing it. The monster continued to wail pitifully, and Dolly decided that they simply had to help it, or the disasters wouldn't stop. Perhaps they should feed the beast. Jingung declared that he would simply dive underwater and knock the turtle out, but the flyer shouted that one shouldn't treat animals so roughly. Muxin suggested talking to the turtle to calm it down and promise help, but the guy doubted that the monster understood human speech. Sasha asked permission to communicate with the turtle in her snake form. Dolly agreed but asked the girl to be careful. The beauty carefully took off her glasses and placed them on the bottom of the tank, intending to put them back on once she resumed her human form. She grew to her maximum size so the turtle could spot her. The snake looked very lifelike. The reptile approached the enormous monster and began making characteristic sounds, but there was no reaction. The turtle continued to moan and wail. It was still in pain and apparently terrified. Sasha decided she should try speaking louder. She said her name again and asked if it needed help. The turtle stopped screaming and closed its mouth, then began to scrutinize the snake closely. The girl asked once more if the monster understood what she was saying. Anticipation and hope froze on its snake-like face. Instead of answering, the turtle tucked its head back into its shell. It was quite expected, but very disappointing. Sasha waited and soon the head began to emerge again. There was a chance they might still talk. The monster changed its form. Instead of a turtle, a snake's head appeared from the shell. This came as a complete surprise. The girl reported what had happened upstairs and Dolly grew alarmed. A suspicion began to form in his mind that this was no ordinary monster. Suddenly, the monster spoke, stating that its name was Xuan Wu. Its speech sounded almost exactly like Sasha's. The snake gaped in surprise and replied that it understood perfectly what the turtle was saying. Or rather, not quite anymore. The monster explained that it had sworn an oath to the spirit of the sky to remain in this place for 100,000 years. Now that time had passed, it was free, but its shell had fused with the rocks, and it couldn't get out. Dali recalled the legend of Wu and the fact that people here believed in mythical monsters and that the lake used to be a sea. He asked Sasha to promise the turtle they would help her. The girl relayed this message, asking her to wait a little while. The young man would surely come up with something, and the turtle remained silent. Finally, she said she had waited thousands of years, so she would wait a couple more days, after which she disappeared back into her shell. Dali declared that now the monster wouldn't bother them, and Sasha could go back. His colleagues began to ask what exactly the hero intended to do. The guy asked how much an atomic bomb costs, which horrified Zingan, to which Dali replied that there was no other way to deal with this mountain. Musin pointed out that they shouldn't go to extremes, because that way, along with the mountain, they would destroy the city and the entire surrounding area. Then our hero asked Lin Chuan if she could do something less dangerous. The girl replied that no, she wouldn't dare. The inventor thought for a moment and said she knew of one place where they might find help. She sighed heavily. The young man asked excitedly what kind of place it was, telling her to take him there. He wouldn't spare any expense, but Chuyin remained silent. After a long pause, the girl glanced at her boss and said that this place was her real home. The inventor described where the skyscraper was located. The young man couldn't contain his emotions. It was the Gao residence. Lin turned out to be a member of the Gao family. Dali asked why she hadn't mentioned this before, and why she used a different surname. The girl replied that it was her mother's surname. The young man replied that it went perfectly with the name Chuyin. He realized it wasn't worth prying further into her personal life. Everyone got up and started walking along the shore. They needed to try to help the giant turtle at the bottom of the lake. Inside the Gao skyscraper was a massive research center and store. Even androids were available there. But the main products were prosthetic arms and legs, with prices varying depending on the available features. Dali watched with interest as customers who had used the service literally wept with joy upon receiving what they had lost. Immediately, a manager appeared and asked with a smile how he could be of service to the young gentleman. He offered to consult on prosthetics. Our hero replied that he had come for something else, at which point the man's gaze fell on Lin Qian and his smile faded. With a sneer, the manager asked if this wasn't the girl who had been cast out of the Gao family for knowing how to make nothing but children's toys. The inventor didn't respond to this insult, but it was clear she was deeply hurt. Dali frowned. He didn't like it when someone insulted his friends, especially when it happened for no reason. The manager didn't notice the hero's gaze and continued to ask why the girl had returned. She hadn't been here since the failure with the bracelet at the family gathering. A hand grabbed the man by the face, cutting off his stream of unpleasant remarks. Now only a groan of pain escaped his mouth. The bald strong man reminded the service worker of his direct duties, namely to serve the young gentleman, not to run his mouth. Dali grimly promised that he would shut him up for good if this happened again, and now he should take them to the boss's office. The manager tried to say that he understood everything and was ready to carry out the order immediately, but his mouth was still clamped shut by steel fingers. Dali ordered the sniper and the strong man to stay here, while he and Lin Chuyan would follow the manager to the boss. Now the man respectfully invited the girl to enter the office, bowing deeply. Inside was a laboratory where tests were being conducted on some strange device resembling a UFO. They were also testing the durability of an armored suit, which was worn by a mannequin with its arms spread wide. The weapon fired a shot, and flames engulfed the mannequin so completely that nothing could be seen at all. A couple of seconds later, it became clear that the suit had failed the test. Its molten remains began to drip onto the floor. In the room were a strange guy and a girl who asked mockingly why our stepsister had come back here. After she was no longer part of the clan, lost her funding, and could no longer invent anything at all, Dali felt sorry for her. He spoke about the family, and Lin Chuan sighed, saying she was used to it. The young man apologized for making her come back here. Just then, a man lit a cigar with his pistol and exclaimed that he certainly hadn't expected such guests today. He had a prosthetic arm and eye. The inventor asked where Chuyin had gone, since they'd already searched for her at school. The girl bowed and began to explain to her father, but he didn't let her finish, ordering her not to call him that. He began accusing her of running away and claiming that his inventions were useless, which deprived her of the right to consider him her father. Lin Chuan lowered her head. It was clear she wasn't proud of herself, but she had no intention of putting up with such treatment. Dali patted the inventor on the head and thanked her for everything. From here on out, he would take matters into his own hands. The young man stepped forward and announced that he was the one who had requested the meeting. Since the girl now worked for him, she had simply been brought here, and he introduced himself. The man declared that he knew who Hong Dali was. Their families had been working together for a long time. If he wanted to marry his daughter, he'd have to cough up a hefty sum. The relatives began buzzing that a lucrative deal was in the works. Perhaps the Hong family would start supplying them with rare gold again, just like before. Lin Chuan got angry and snapped at her stepbrother and stepsister to stop spouting nonsense. It was unbearable. Our hero said he would think about the proposal, but he had come here to discuss business, so it was time to move to a quieter place. The inventor suggested going to his office. While the others should wait here, he was intrigued. Lin Chuan was worried for her boss, but he calmly asked her to wait for him. Everything would be fine. There was no need to worry. They entered a room separated from the rest by a thick red curtain, resembling a theater curtain. The man sat down in an armchair and took off his shoes. A not-so-pleasant, distinctive odor wafted through the room. Telling him to get to the point and explain why he had come, Lin Chuan's father put his feet up on the table. Dali replied that he needed a weapon capable of leveling a stone mountain. Perhaps there were suitable designs available. The man exclaimed that the kid was clearly planning something grandiose and shouldn't drag his family into trouble. The hero replied that nothing of the sort had crossed his mind. He added that he was merely curious and would take full responsibility for the consequences. The word of the Hong clan head could be trusted. The inventor looked at the young man skeptically and chuckled quietly. It was clear he had his doubts. He reached out and pressed a blue panel on his prosthetic hand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the man said that as for the weapon, he did have one and it needed testing, but he just hadn't had the opportunity. He added that it wasn't about money. Development had simply stalled because there was no suitable energy source. In the corner, some kind of mechanism activated. The device's activation did not go unnoticed. Our hero suddenly realized that it was a massive cannon right there in the office. It was truly gigantic. Chu Yin's father explained that the weapon could destroy an entire mountain range. It fired compressed energy. He added that he hadn't found a source anywhere in the world capable of powering it. If Dali found a suitable one, he would receive the weapon for free. He added that he had read about an explosion in outer space that might work, but he never managed to find out the coordinates. The young man thought that made sense. A star in a massive explosion would be a perfectly suitable source of energy. He recalled the auction and the celestial blade that had sold for 100 million. The right solution was already forming in his mind, but it wasn't a sword. Dali stood up and the man asked in surprise, what was the matter? Was the guest already getting ready to leave? The young man asked if he would really get the gun for free if he could find a way to power it. Chuyan's father confirmed that was indeed the case. He'd spent years searching in vain, so if the kid was luckier, he should come by any time. Our hero mentioned that his fiancée was waiting in the car. He'd go get her right away and show her something interesting. A few minutes later, Musin appeared. The girl looked, to put it mildly, surprised, but she still said hello. Dali introduced her to the inventor and told her that this man was Lin Chuan's father. The beauty was pleased to meet him. Ignoring the greetings, Gao eagerly asked what exactly the guys wanted to show him. At that moment, the inventor's eyes widened. He saw something that struck his imagination in a split second. Around Musin's neck was a necklace made of stones formed by a cosmic explosion. This was the very source of otherworldly energy. The young man realized it was no wonder they hadn't found it right away. The man's face looked as if he had just gambled away his entire fortune. It was a pitiful sight. Then he looked at his hands. The inventor clearly hadn't expected such a trap. It was simply impossible, such a foolish coincidence. The man began to slowly twirl a cigar between his fingers, as if that might calm him even a little. Then he suddenly shoved the smoldering cigar into his mouth and let out a loud howl, raising his dentures to the sky in supplication. The inventor grumbled that he'd spent a fortune and a lot of time searching for this precious material. And Dali Hong is using it as a necklace for the bride. Does he even have any idea how much it costs? He shouted that a single grain of it would be enough to fly a plane for 10,000 years, that this stone could destroy a continent. Musin was frightened, wondering if it was dangerous to wear the necklace. The inventor shouted that this energy source is stable and not dangerous, but with its help, he could make simply incredible discoveries. He slammed his prosthetic leg down on the table with all his might and declared in all seriousness that this was his childhood dream. All it takes is 1 gram of the substance. That would be enough to overturn the world's entire understanding of science and technological progress. The inventor suggested discussing the price. For that 1 gram of crystal, he was ready to offer Dolly any riches. The young man adjusted his tie and asked if he could really ask for anything he wanted. The boy declared that he wanted his father and other relatives to apologize to Lin Chuan and treat her well from now on, showing her love and care. The man asked in surprise why the kid was so concerned about his good-for-nothing daughter when the other children had far more sensible inventions. Dolly adjusted the bracelet on his wrist and said that Gao was very much mistaken. The girl might be a nobody to some, but to him she was his most valuable employee. He took on the appearance of Chuyin's father and declared that the outcome would be the same either way. The man whistled in surprise. He stared, unable to believe his own eyes. Sitting across from him was an exact replica. Everything identical down to the smallest detail. Dolly, in the guise of the inventor, gave him a stern look and informed him that if he didn't do it, there was a second option. He would apologize to the beauty on his father's behalf, casting him in an unfavorable light before his family. The man jumped to his feet and bowed. It became hard for him to breathe, but he had to promise to fulfill all the conditions. Dolly resumed his usual expression. Then his face became more relaxed and even cheerful. Gao smiled and repeated once more that he had promised. The inventor suddenly burst into a sharp, somewhat sinister laugh, as if he had just sold his own mother's organs. They returned to the lab. The relatives tried to convince Lin Chuan that all her new inventions were complete nonsense. There were complaints about working with Hong Dolly as well. Everyone had known for a long time that he was a nobody, and they'd ended up with a team of losers. Lin Chuan couldn't take it anymore. She cursed, clenched her fist, and punched her stepbrother with all her might. He screamed that she wouldn't get away with this, that she had no right to touch him, let alone speak to him in that tone. Just then, a deafening shout from her father echoed through the room, demanding that this outrage be stopped immediately. The son tried to explain that he had merely been talking to Chuyin, but she had insulted him and lunged at him with her fists. The man moved behind the inventor, and she assumed a fighting stance, preparing to defend herself. The children continued to yell that all her inventions were just junk and that their father simply had to punish the failure. Lin Chuan looked at them from under her eyebrows and announced that she wasn't going to explain anything. Let them call her whatever they wanted. Instead of answering, the father suddenly dropped to his knees in front of the girl, who asked in shock what was going on. With a completely serious expression, the man asked his daughter to forgive him for all the words and actions that hadn't been very kind. The inventor couldn't believe her eyes or ears. She turned toward her boss as if seeking an explanation for what was happening. Her father continued to ask for forgiveness. He had been so busy with work that he had forgotten that all children should be treated equally, regardless of their skills and talents. He asked his daughter several more times not to be angry with him and to forgive him for all the harm he had caused. Lin Chuan didn't know how to react. The stepbrother and stepsister screamed in horror. They decided their relative had simply lost his mind. The man continued to kneel before his daughter, waiting for her to say at least something in response. Dolly stepped closer, trying with his whole demeanor to show his girlfriend that everything was fine, that she had nothing to fear, that there was no trickery involved. The girl met his gaze. Her lips trembled and tears streamed from her eyes. It was simply impossible to hold back her emotions any longer. Lin Chuan ran to her father and hugged him. He told her he was very proud of her, then demanded that her brother and sister apologize as well. For a while longer, father and daughter simply hugged each other in silence. It was clear that the girl had been longing for this. The boy and girl shouted that they'd rather jump off the roof than ask for forgiveness from this loser. Suddenly, the inventor pressed a button on her bracelet and a devil appeared, roaring that they would either do it or die. It seemed someone had wet their pants out of fear. The children hadn't yet encountered the projections their sister created. The father laughed happily. He was pleased that Lin Chuan had made the devil look just like him so that everyone would be afraid. He grew serious and repeated once more that his daughter was very clever and had done a tremendous job. The inventor snuggled up to him and smiled, murmuring that it was true. He had every reason to be proud of her. Now it was Dolly's turn to fulfill her part of the deal. The muslin necklace was placed on the table, and the machine was preparing to collect the material. The job was done, and now the inventor was simply overjoyed, anticipating all his future achievements. Suddenly, Dali's fiancée screamed and, throwing her arm up dramatically, fainted, or at least pretended to. The guy asked what was wrong, and Musin said that losing 100 million was very painful. The hero assured her that they had taken only a small piece. Lin Chuyan's father walked over to his massive cannon. Now he had a suitable energy source to activate it. He inserted the material into a special compartment, and the weapon began to glow blue. It seemed everything had worked. The man announced that everything was now ready, after which he began entering the necessary coordinates for the shot. Dali didn't understand exactly what he was doing and asked how they could test the power of this thing. Instead of answering, the engineer gave the order to open the door, and the room began to slowly transform. It soon became clear that the cannon was aimed at the mountains. Under the starry sky, the sight seemed particularly spectacular. The man explained that he had specifically purchased this mountain for testing. It wasn't small, it was just 100 miles away. He added that only the gods knew how long he'd been waiting for this moment. There were just enough other energy sources to get the projectile there. Dali calmly remarked that he was also eagerly awaiting it. He needed to make sure his hunch was correct. Everyone was instructed to put on goggles immediately to protect their eyes from the possible effects of the explosion. The countdown began. There were 10 seconds left until launch. Everyone braced themselves for something incredible, an event of cosmic proportions. The massive weapon began to glow blue again. It was aimed precisely at the target. There was no room for error. The muzzle opened, revealing the orifice through which the compressed energy was to burst forth. Finally, the time was up, and Father Lin Chuyan solemnly pressed the red button. He was extremely pleased with himself. The projectile burst from the barrel and soared over the sleeping city like a huge white specter. Its speed was incredible. Our heroes tracked the entire path of this stream of energy, never taking their eyes off it. They were anticipating the explosion. Finally, the projectile flew right up to the mountain. It had a sharp tip so that the impact would be more precise and not cause destruction to the surrounding area. At last, the target was reached, but for some reason, the stream of energy split and began spiraling around the point of impact. Dali, Musin, Chuyin, and her father continued to stare into the distance, all expecting an explosion to go off at any moment. Nothing happened. The inventor let out a disappointed howl, and our hero rushed to accuse him of deception. Suddenly, the mountain began to tremble, and a sound emerged, somewhat reminiscent of the distant rumble of a volcanic eruption. Dali and Lin Chuyan's father fell abruptly silent. Their flames of rage began to die down, and both realized they had jumped to conclusions. Suddenly, bright beams of energy began shooting out from various parts of the rock. The man shouted for everyone to put their goggles back on immediately. In the next instant, a blinding white sphere appeared where the mountain had been. This was the very explosion everyone had been waiting for. Dali and the inventor shouted in unison that it was simply unbelievable. Covering such a vast area in a single stroke was no easy feat. Then the energy rose from the mountain into the sky, and it became clear that it was all over. The city and its surroundings had not been harmed. The mountain was completely destroyed. The cannon had leveled it to the ground in the blink of an eye. Nothing like this could have been imagined. The engineer fell to his knees, saying that now he could die in peace. The weapon he had spent half his life on was ready. Our hero was just as delighted. He couldn't wait to get the cannon to the lake and release the ancient monster. Father Lin Chuyan replied that without modernization, it would be difficult to install it at the bottom of the lake, and besides, only he himself could operate it. The young man asked what to do and was told that for a certain fee, he could rent a submarine. Dali said that money was no object. He was willing to wait a couple of days if necessary. The main thing was to achieve the goal. The inventor asked for permission to enlist his daughter's help to get the job done faster, and our hero headed for the exit. He needed to give his team some instructions. The doors to the lab began to open. The boss looked inside and, after making sure everything was in order, called out to the guys. He didn't want to speak loudly. He ordered them to stay there until all the work was finished. They were to guard the cannon with their lives. Jingong assured him that they would be as steadfast as a rock. The young master could have no doubt about their competence. Arthur backed up his colleague, stating that they would gladly carry out even the most difficult and critical tasks. Dali laughed and said he would assign tasks suited to each person's abilities, and in the meantime, they could look for suitable equipment. Just then, the manager caught their attention. He was trying to explain to a customer that she needed to go to the hospital. They couldn't help her with her arm, but she insisted that was nonsense. It was that very red-haired android girl. She demanded a new arm to kill the scoundrel who had done this to her, but she had no money. The manager insisted he couldn't help her in any way, and the Wonder Woman threatened to take a suitable prosthesis by force right then and there. Dolly immediately recognized the villain and shouted that she was the very same thief who had tried to kill him at the Tang house. The girl turned around and uttered our hero's name with hatred. It seemed she was now ready to finish what she had started. The android screamed that she had sunk to this because of him, so now the guy had to die. The young man shouted that nothing of the sort was true. The thief had attempted to take his life, yet he hadn't even sought revenge. The red-haired villainess replied that this in no way absolved the boy of responsibility for what had happened to her. The guys from his team shouted for the young man to be careful. The android had a bunch of built-in weapons. The villainess tried to activate a rocket, but her equipment was broken, and the attempt failed instantly. The villainess was stunned, but Dolly's order to capture the swindler alive infuriated her even more. She promised the hero that this would never happen, just as no one would dare to suggest that such a thing was even possible. The hero apologized. The former gangsters prepared to carry out the mission they'd received from their young master. They were full of determination. The android hissed that they shouldn't even dream of it and immediately unleashed a blade from her surviving hand. Soon the room literally began to shake. Quite violent events were unfolding inside. Furniture and walls were flying in all directions as a huge, bald brute made his way toward his target. He wasn't afraid of the blade's strikes. Soon his opponent smashed through the wall and tumbled out. The woman jumped to her feet instantly, balancing on her stump of a hand. She hissed that no one would ever take her alive. She turned and ran, realizing the odds were against her. The men gave chase. Arthur pulled out his pistol. After all, a well-aimed shot is sometimes far more effective than a long chase. He fired. The bullet passed through the robot's body, leaving an elegant hole in its side. A human wouldn't have survived that. The guy realized that his opponent was made entirely of metal and couldn't be stopped with ordinary bullets. He needed to come up with something else. The flyer looked at what was happening and decided that the best solution would be to sever the android's arms and legs to keep everyone safe. He dived dashingly from the roof and rushed down to carry out his plan immediately. On the way, he decided to clarify the objective of the pursuit. His bald colleague explained that the cyborg had to be captured alive. Since only Fei Niao could match her speed, he rushed forward to carry out his boss's order. The red-haired villainess looked back. She heard the flapping of wings and wanted to figure out who was giving chase this time. The flyer began his descent, preparing his clawed paws to grab his prey and stop her from running. He didn't yet know who he was dealing with. The android had somehow managed to activate the blade again. The heroine leaped forward and tried to attack. Only his wings saved Fei Niao from losing a limb. And yet the scoundrel managed to land another blow on him. The monster crashed to the ground and howled loudly in pain. The flying creature got back on his feet. Red underwear was visible through a hole in his pants. Fortunately, it wasn't blood, though it didn't look very good. Fei Niao shouted that those were his favorite pants, so now he had only himself to blame. The guy prepared to attack. The red-haired thief was truly frightened, but she clearly had no intention of giving up without a fight. The blade flashed again. This time she struck first. Seeking to exploit the element of surprise, the attack caught the flyer off guard. Nevertheless, the thug didn't lose his composure and grabbed the cyborg by the ankle, intending to simply rip her leg off. The hero yanked sharply. The girl lost her balance after all and began to fall backward. It turned out she had underestimated her opponent. He leapt into the air and shouted joyfully that it was a done deal. The target had been captured alive, just as promised. Finding herself upside down, the criminal began hurling curses at Fei Niao, but it was clear she hadn't given up. The android managed to release another blade from her leg. Now it was completely impossible to predict how events would unfold.